Ali, good morning everybody. Malungil ikaw, mura programmer din. Di bunit di de bunga do ora bar do tirgal guest di dengan jam di rest sabihin mo di gat di. Bongara na school. We're good. We're good. Malungil ikaw. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin our program this morning. I want to take this opportunity and really welcome so many students from Palau School and from Izenti for joining us today. I think you're about to learn some very, very interesting skill sets from very qualified instructors. So we're really happy you could make it today. Just to summarize the whole blockchain situation. Yesterday was the opening day, and in this very room, we had the distinguished keynote speaker. His name is Palau, who just came here to say hello to you this morning. And he's the co-founder and CEO of Ethereum. Ethereum is a network which includes the blockchain currency called Ethereum, and many others came that are in the same field. Quite interestingly, a lot of them are very young people and have succeeded in this field of the blockchain business and career. So, in addition to yesterday's keynote speech by Terry, and I urge the students to please go to Google, search what Ethereum is, what it does, and the background of this gentleman. I think it will be a good research paper for you to learn. Now, yesterday also we were very honored to have our president, His Excellency President Whips, to come and also offer a speech, which for many of us in the room yesterday as Palauans were very inspired by the president's speech, in the sense that our president is also very willing to explore new ideas. And he made a point that I would like to restate this morning. He said yesterday, that over the last 20 years since we became an independent country, many young people, our Palauans, have moved to the United States. So the point is, a lot of our young people are moving out of Palau to seek opportunity in the United States and not coming back. And so therefore we have to import a lot of foreign workers to help us with our economy because there's not enough Palauans to work here. The second point that he made, he said that the blockchain industry provides a much higher paying job. And with the opportunity that Palau has, which is already connected the submarine cable. I don't know if you young people know that there's a cable now, fiber optic cable connecting the Philippines to Guam with a line connecting to Palau. And that is why our internet has improved. But more importantly, the president explained yesterday that a new cable has been laid from Singapore to Merkmal, to Palau. So Palau will have the word called redundancy, meaning if one cable breaks, the other cable will still support the industry. So that's big news for the blockchain community, that Palau can be a hub. Palau can be a place where these people, these nomads, can come and work and do their work and have that connectivity, which is very important. Also, we have a new technology called Starlink, which is low orbit satellite that can probably also provide service to the other islands as well. But the point the president made, which I want to reiterate to you young people this morning, is Palau is on a journey to open its doors to the blockchain economy, financial technology economy. And so I'm really happy that you young people are here today. I believe very much in my heart that after you are informed and instructed by this lovely lady queen. Give her a round of applause. She's a very special woman. And Vietnam means the voice of the young people on the blockchain in the whole country of Vietnam. So not only is she very beautiful, she's also very smart. You agree with me or not? Yes. Thank you. But I just want to say that I believe that when this conference is over today, and I really want to thank you teachers for bringing you here today, many of you will be inspired to see this new future of blockchain industry, community, and I'm sure some of you will see the path on this career. It's a new revolution of the world. It doesn't pollute. It's mobile. You can take your laptop and go to the beach and work. And you can watch your earnings from anywhere, give you freedom, liberty, and also you have a chance to create your own business using the Web 3.0, metaverse, and just anything else you could imagine. So I would like to say that I was one of the presenters yesterday, and I urge you to see the list of all the speakers when you can, teacher. And each of the speakers, go and click who they are. Some of them have companies. Click and see online what their companies do. One of the company I was very inspired is you can go to this metaverse, which is a space. You can walk through a building with many stores in metaverse, and you can buy a store on metaverse and own your own store on this metaverse. So I was thinking, oh my God, I'll buy a store and take all the storyboards from all the prisoners and put them on that store so they can see them from everywhere in the world. And that way, if people buy the art from the prisoners or local artists on that store, they don't have to be here. They can buy them from anywhere in the world. So please go through that. Maybe you'll come up with some other imagination like that. So once again, I really want to thank everyone for being here. And I know Chief Durong was here, so I want to thank him. Also, we have Ms. Emil, the lady in the back. She's been very quiet, but she represents the office of the Vice President to make sure that she learns about the whole conference. We thank her. The Minister of Tourism was here, so we want to thank him for coming and showing up. But let me give the floor to Queen. She's all yours. Give her your undivided attention. This is going to be a special day for you. Thank you, and God bless all of you. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for your amazing opening speech for today. Hello, all students. How are you today? How are you? Have you had breakfast? Have enough energy for this session? Okay, that's good. So before we start, I would also like understand more about the crowd. So who are the first year students? You are all students, right? Or high school also? Who are high school here? Wow, a lot. Is anyone here a student first year, second year? No, okay.
Some of them are seniors in high school.
Oh, okay. That's good. So it means that you guys gonna be one of the earliest adapter for blockchain in Palau. And what does it mean? It means that you guys are gonna be one of the pioneers in Web3 in the community. It means that also you guys are gonna have more opportunities to be in advance compared to many other people in Palau and grasp all the opportunities to start to do amazing things and create an amazing impact to this country. So before I start, I would like to introduce a bit about myself, how I started enjoy this Web3 journey, because like yesterday, I also have the question from many students here in Palau. They asked me like, oh, when did I join Web3? And how did it happen? And how it changed my life? So I think that this is like one of the reasons why we are here. Firstly, to inspire all the young people why we should join Web3. And second, after that, we'll go through, the workshop about the basic definition, some terms in blockchain, in Web3, and also the last part that we also guide you to open the first crypto wallet. Maybe that's the first gate to bring you to Web3. Is that okay? So about myself, my name is Queen, and I started to join crypto since 2016. And it's just like by very accident conversation between me and one of the PhD in the US during that time. So he came back to Vietnam and he see that Vietnam crypto community growing super fast. And it always one of the top 3 market over the world. And he also very surprised. So he came back to the country and he see how he can bring even more great projects into the country and apply blockchain. And at that time, I listened to his conversation, all the sharing, and I talked to myself, oh my God, I missed a lot about Web3, about blockchain. I didn't understand it. Even that during the time I was in London, I heard about Bitcoin during 2010, but I ignored it because at that time I was kind of skeptical, kind of, okay, this is new. I don't know how it's gonna be. Maybe it not be successful, maybe it's drop later, so I don't really care. Until 2016, I see that so many people over the world start to apply blockchain already. So many people become the first adapter over the world, and so many things happening, which I missed. And at that time, I started to go back and did a lot of research, how it can apply and change the world. And since then, I see that, really many companies, many communities started to apply blockchain in many different industries, even education, in healthcare, in finance, in gaming, extra. Do you believe that nowadays, even in 2018, I joined one metaverse company. So we even can create our own avatar there and then have ourselves different version, and we can put Queen walking into the company and set up our own company office in the metaverse, and can invite many other guests also, can create their avatar and do our own meeting or our own workshop in the metaverse. And we even can create another world in that metaverse. And we can apply, even crypto to exchange, to transfer money to every single one. And we don't really need to have the bank in the middle, and we cut all the fees, that kind of thing. It's just very simple, very little thing, but changing our life gradually. So I know that Palau is very beautiful country. And also you really care about sustainability. Maybe blockchain is a bit new for all of you guys. But also let's share one model about Vietnam, how it started to grow the community in Web3, and maybe we can apply some of the model from Vietnam to Palau here. So before that, maybe we can go through what have we done and grow the community in the last year. Because youth guys will become the community for Palau and become the representative for Palau and using blockchain in the early days. So it is very important because yesterday, Mr. President also shared that, Palau also very open to become one of the blockchain country over the world and invite many other crypto nomad people to come here and make Palau become the physical hub for blockchain. But it cannot happen without all of you guys, all of the community, all the ecosystem, and also not only make Palau become the physical hub, but also need many builders from Palau, also many projects from Palau, many business apply blockchain in Palau, and to make the world see that, okay, Palau and also connecting and become the gateway to blockchain for everyone. So let's go through the slide about Vietnam first. So actually Vietnam also, we have 100 million crypto user now, 100 million population. And right now we have 16 million crypto user. And for the last 3 years, Vietnam always on the top 3 country over the world in terms of growing rates for the crypto user. Why is that? Why? The question is why. Number one, because of the policy from the government for sure. The government also very open and very support for blockchain technology. Second, because we have very big population, we also have young people at the same age, like 20 to 35, which account for about 30 million. And then many of them, like you guys, very young, technology savvy, hunger for success, excited to learn the new thing, and that's how they can adapt very quickly for crypto. And many of them also like opened the first wallets for last year, and they keep doing like skin in the game, trading a lot during the last year. The third reason, because we also focus on education. Education is the key, because like to bring everyone like you guys to start understand what is Web3, what is an innovation between Web3 and Web2, and also what is blockchain, what kind of like smart contract, how we can use it, you know. And then we also start to make the student become the builder, who actually the one that create your own business or own project. So one thing very different with Web2 is the builder or the founders of the project in Web3 here, very young. And there is no limitation. I met so many amazing founders over the world, wherever I go. So many of them amazing, like this born in 1997, 2000, 1993. And they learn by themselves. And they become like the founder of the project. And many of them become the billion project over the world already. How? Because they believe in this technology. They believe that blockchain gonna change the world. And they believe that with this, there is no limitation. And as long as they have the goodwill, they can create the impact immediately. So I hope that one day, many of you Palauan student here, high school student here, also can become one of the founder of the great project and make Palau blockchain mapping over the world. And also for about Vietnam, we also, I just mentioned that we really focus on education. So what kind of education that we do for young people? So of course, it's really take time to grow the knowledge for the student, for the builder. So we also like do a lot of workshop, a lot of meetup, a lot of sharing, and also like many different hackathons. Just like to let all the students understand and also like engage them genuinely. And also here, we also have the Palau Blockchain Society. We're helping you guys after this session. Hope that we also have more workshop to engage. So about Vietnam, we also see that, besides that we have a lot of young people, and even that we have low middle class income, that in terms of the GDP for the last years, we always like the top 2 second grow very fast in the region. And for the builders in Vietnam, we also have right now 400,000 blockchain builders in Vietnam. And every year we have about 50,000 freshly IT graduate students. And that's why we really focus on this. And as you can see here, also Vietnam always become the top traffic ranking for the top project. For example, maybe many of them haven't heard about this project, but if you do Google later, you can see that they are also like one of the top blockchain, exchange platform over the world. For example, Binance, OKX, Sushi, all of them here. And then Vietnam always become the top traffic country ranking over the world. And this is the ecosystem that we're trying to build for the last years in Vietnam. The slide might be difficult for you to see, but it covers everything like education, startup, finance, gaming, exchange, blockchain, everything. And you see that on the education, we also have several company only. Our company also one of them. We really just focus for this student workshop and also builders. And for last years, each year we have done about 200 workshops, and we have done many hackathons also, and we bringing thousands of new builders in this ecosystem every year. So This is like a bit about, how to engage and bring the first step, and we really focus on the education. And then after this part, one of my teammates from Vietnam will help you guys to go through the very basic definition about Web3, about blockchain, how to apply it. And then if you have any question, you can ask for the Q&A session later. And then also can chat directly. And also for the last part that we will go through opening the wallets. And in this part, like please prepare also the notebook and also the laptop you have, and you can do the exercise immediately with the phone. Is that okay? Yeah. Yeah. So any of you here heard about blockchain? Do you have any? Do you understand what is blockchain? Can anyone share? Any idea? What do you think about this? Have you heard about Web3? Okay, it seems like very, very new. No worry, we'll go through all of that today. So we will have Sue, my teammate. She also have done hundreds of workshops for students, and then she also can guide you basically the knowledge for this part.
Hello, Sue.
Hey there, hi all. Can I share my screen?
Sue, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Quinn. Can you hear me?
Hello? Please wait for a while.
Yeah, speaker. Speaker in Palau.
Sue, can you hear? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. So I give back the session. Please go through the basic definition for the high school student. They're totally fresh, yeah? So go slow, please.
Okay,
then,
perfect.
And make sure that we also have time for questions, so to guide them. Thank you.
Okay, should I share my screen?
Yes, please. I give back the stage. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Let's get started. Okay, sharing my screen right now. Yeah. Yeah.
Be fine.
Okay, can you guys see the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, amazing. Okay, right, I hope you guys have some motivation to get started for a lesson today from Quinn. You guys I've got a lot of general knowledge from basic of Vietnam and what's happening right now in the Web3 ecosystem, and what you can do and all the potentials from the Web3 that can give you. So before you get started in using Web3, then we need to understand what is Web3, why should we use it, what is the difference between Web3 and what the web version we are using now. And then from there, we'll go into blockchain technology. That's cool. Okay, so right now we're having Web 2. So we'll have a comparison between Web 2 and Web 3, but then we're also gonna go really broadly about the history of the web. So right here, if you can see it, We have what the web is, Web 1, what is Web 1, what is Web 2, and what is Web 3. Okay, so what is the web? The web is just an information transferring process using wires, using the internet. And then for Web 1, the only thing that you can do is to read the information that is shared online by professionals. There were really few people that were using the internet a while ago, and you can only use it to surf the internet and to read the information. Then the next thing is Web 2. This is where you can write and create and post any content, anything that you want to write up online. This is where you can create and interact with the internet, because you can post, you can message each other, you can take a picture and then put it up there, take a video, put it up there, but then you're not owning your content, right? If you use Facebook, or if you use other social medias, or if it's just YouTube, then they own your content. Everything is posted on their server, but you own nothing. Basically, I said you can share and post everything, but then there's always limitations to a lot of things. Then you cannot, for example, there are some sensitive content that will always be hindered and be deleted by the controller of the platforms, right? And then as we're transferring to Web 3, then the thing is that the value is transferred also from the centralized companies to us, the content creator. And so here you cannot, you not only can read, write, but then you can own your content, own everything that you created online. The Web3 is decentralized and it is transparent. You can see a lot of transactions, everything, all of your activities online. Most of it are transactions, which are things that we're going to go through later on what transaction is, but everything is recorded online. But still there are a lot of private edge to this. And then it is decentralized, which means that it is not owned by any centralized entities. It is not owned by any authorities that has a group that controls and then delete and manage everything, right? Okay, so if you guys have any question, then don't hesitate to just raise your hand and ask. This is a really good thing to do, to check back with your knowledge every time you learn and get something new. So any question for this section right here?
Do you have any question?
Any question?
No.
Okay, all right, let's go ahead with the next one. So after that, we have the blockchain, and the blockchain is an essential part of Web3. So we're gonna go through what block is, what chain is, which create the definition of a blockchain. And then we're gonna go into what transaction is. These are pretty much your activity on the blockchain. What is the public and private key? Why you need a key to are you opening any doors on a blockchain, or what are these keys using for? And then we're going to go through one thing that is called consensus mechanism, which sounds really technical, but it's not really. So we're going to jump into a video that is really fun to watch, and it's going to cover all of these definitions right here. All right. Can you guys hear the video?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, let's go from here. Should be a bit fast. Oh, okay, it is normal. All right, let's go.
Need the voice of the video.
Oh, okay.
Louder, please. So let me do open here.
You, what did you say, Quinn? You pull up over there?
Yeah, let me play the video here.
Okay, yes, please. Yeah, because we cannot play both output at the same time. We're on a video call.
Play but no voice.
Oh, okay. Use our slide. You have to stop sharing. Which one?
Oh. Yeah.
There's no video here. Is this a video?
Yeah, they have the video. So can you send the link video?
This is not video. This is not video.
You can talk to her.
Sue, would you please send a link? Because on the slide that is not video.
Yeah, I'm getting the link right now.
I can see.
If there's an easier way to complete transactions without having to deal with online wallets, banks, and third-party applications, well, it's possible thanks to blockchain. Here's everything you need to know about the blockchain. Imagine 4 friends. Ever wonder if there's an easier way to complete transactions without having to deal with online wallets, banks, and third-party applications? Well, it's possible thanks to blockchain. Here's everything you need to know about blockchain. Imagine 4 friends, Jack, Ted, Sam, and Phil meet up for dinner. After they're done, Jack pays the bill, and all of them decide to split the expense amongst each other. Now, on the next day, when Phil sends his share to Jack via online money transfer, the transaction goes through without a hitch. Then Ted and Sam send their respective shares to Jack, but their transactions don't go through. The failed transaction cites some issues at the bank. That's when Jack comes to know about the many ways a bank transaction could fail. It could be due to technical issues at the bank. One of their accounts were hacked, daily transfer limits being exceeded, and sometimes additional charges, like transfer charges associated with transferring money. To solve these problems, the concept of cryptocurrency came into existence. Cryptocurrencies are a form of digital or virtual currency that run on a technology known as blockchain. Thanks to blockchain, cryptocurrencies are immune to counterfeiting, don't require a central authority, and are protected by strong and complex encryption algorithms.
Okay.
And in a market of more than thousands of cryptocurrencies like Litecoin, Ethereum, Zcash, and so on, one reigns supreme, Bitcoin. Now, let's go back to our previous example and have Bill, Ted, and Sam send Jack 2 Bitcoins each as their contribution to the previous night's dinner. Let's assume Bill, Ted, and Sam have 3 Bitcoins in reserve, while Jack has 5. First, Bill sends 2 Bitcoins to Jack. A record is created in the form of a block. The transaction details between them is permanently inscribed in this block. This record also holds the number of Bitcoins each of the friends own. So after Bill's transaction, Jack has 7 Bitcoins, while Bill has 1. Following this, Sam and Ted send 2 Bitcoins to Jack. A new block is created for each of these transactions. These blocks hold the transaction details as well as how many Bitcoins Sam, Ted, and Jack have in reserve. These blocks are linked to each other, as each of them takes reference from the previous one for the number of Bitcoins each friend owns. This chain of records, or blocks, is called a ledger, and this ledger is shared among all the friends, which acts as a public distributed ledger. This forms the basis of blockchain. So what happens when Bill has only 1 Bitcoin left and he tries to send 2 more Bitcoins to Jack? The transaction will not go through. This is because all his friends have copies of the ledger, and it's clear that Bill has only 1 Bitcoin left. His friends will flag this transaction as invalid. A hacker will not be able to alter the data in the blockchain because each user has a copy of the ledger. The data within the blocks are encrypted by complex algorithms. All of this is made possible with the help of blockchain technology. Blockchain can be described as a collection of records linked with each other, strongly resistant to alteration, and protected using cryptography. Now, let's have a closer look at the Bitcoin transaction between Jack and Phil and find out how it works. Every user in the Bitcoin network has two keys, a public key and a private key. The public key is an address that everyone in the network knows of, like an email address of a user. The private key is a unique address that only the user has knowledge of, something like a password. First, Bill passes the number of Bitcoins he wants to send to Jack, along with his and Jack's unique wallet address through a hashing algorithm. All of this is part of the transaction details. These details are encrypted using encryption algorithms and using Phil's unique private key. This is done to digitally sign the transaction and to indicate that the transactions came from Phil. This output is now transmitted across the world using Jack's public key. With this, the message or transaction can be decrypted only by Jack's private key, which only Jack has knowledge of. Different cryptocurrencies use different hashing algorithms. While Bitcoin uses the SHA-256 algorithm, Ethereum, which is also a famous cryptocurrency, uses one known as Ethash. This transaction and several other similar ones are taking place all around the world. These transactions are validated and then added block by block. The people who validate these blocks are called miners. For a block to be validated and added to a blockchain, miners need to solve a complex mathematical problem. The miner who solves this first adds the block to the blockchain and is rewarded with 12.5 Bitcoins.
Stop.
The process of solving the complex mathematical problem is called proof of work.
Okay,
And
stop that. So you can share your screen. You can share your screen. The stage is yours.
Okay, so right here we have the definitions of blocks, chains, public key, private key, transaction, and consensus mechanism. This definition is a bit different from the video. For the video, it is a lot more easier to understand. So if anyone want to stand up and ask anything, or if you want to just summarize the definition of these concepts that you heard from the video, please stand up and do so.
Anyone can summarize what blockchain is after you watch the video?
Don't summarize this, but
Or maybe
what do you
it's,
think of what-
yeah, what do you think about what is block? What is blockchain? Maybe there's any idea, anything you can get from it. Anything? Yeah, anything.
Say something
Don't
about.
be shy, anything. What is the keyword that you can get from that video?
It's okay to make
Yeah, it's
mistakes.
okay, yeah. We all need to learn from the beginning. Me also, like, let's go through all of this. And every single day I need to learn because this is new to the whole world, not only to us. So what is block? What is blockchain? Okay, maybe so we can go briefly again. Just the keyword.
Okay.
Okay, we have one student here.
Yes.
Okay, question please. Okay,
The ledger is basically the chain or the block, what she's really saying, that's my question.
Okay. So the question is, the ledger is the change on the block,
So like all.
or both, right? Yeah. Good.
Ledger is like one of the key term in this, you need to understand. Sue, do you have?
Yes. That is almost correct. So the ledger is the record of all of, if you said it is the record that of all the changes on the blockchain, then you are correct. The ledger records all of the changes, all of the transaction on the blockchain. And those transactions is always there in that record, and that is what we call a ledger. Right, and for the blockchain, the ledger is going to be a copy on all of the computer that are using the network. So let's say we're using Bitcoin, then all of the transaction history, this is pretty much like your bank transaction history. Everything will be on that ledger. There'll be one ledger, and all of the computers that are using the network will have a copy of that ledger. So everyone has something to compare if anything is not similar to the system or the network. If someone has a wrong copy, or if someone want to change that copy, then everyone on the network or the network itself can verify that it is not the right transaction, or it is not approved for that transaction. Right, so that is a ledger, and I was just extending and making sure that everyone understands what a ledger is and how a blockchain uses that ledger to manage all the transactions and the activity. Okay, so right here, we have blocks, right? So blocks right here, the block is the thing that contains the copy of that ledger. Right, every transaction data containers that store multiple transactions. So every time a transaction is verified and approved, it will be added to a block. There will be people that are doing the work to verify the transaction and verify the block, which was right at the end of the section of the video that we just watched. So those will be rewarded with Bitcoin. This is for right here, you see consensus mechanism. This is for proof of work network, which is Bitcoin. So for proof of work, you need to prove that you have done the work, which is verifying the transaction, so that you'll be rewarded with the currency, the cryptocurrency, which is Bitcoin. For Ethereum, they just changed from proof of work to proof of stake. Proof of stake is a bit different. Proof of stake is going to be based on the amount of cryptocurrency that you stake or you deposit into the network itself. So for these are going to be some more advanced concept that you can read more on the Ethereum library. That's just a really good practice to do. Just go up on ethereum.org and go to their document. Everything, every keyword will be on there. That is the most credible source that you can read and learn about Ethereum. Also start building or learning anything about Ethereum. Also its scalability, its scalable solution, right? Those are some more advanced concepts. Okay, and then for the blocks, when it is all verified, then it will be connected to the chains that is already existed. Right, so right here we have blocks linked together in chronological order to form a blockchain. So after it's verified, it's added to the chain. That is why we have a blockchain. Right, and then for a blockchain, we have how a blockchain works. Right, the concept that is follow or its mechanism right here, the consensus mechanism, which is proof of work or proof of stake. We also have a lot more proof of history or proof of authority. There's a lot more for other networks. So we'll go into what are some of the other chains, but then to read more into those, they have a really different mechanism than Bitcoin and Ethereum. We should, not that we should, but then most of the apps are built on Ethereum right now, which is what differentiated from Bitcoin. Right, okay. I'll go in deeper into that, what is different between Ethereum and Bitcoin. But then for public and private key, if you listen or follow up with the video right there, you see that a public key is what we have. It is shared publicly, right? And this one is your wallet address. This is the public key. But then if you want to do anything or to with your wallet or do any activity online on Web3, then you need a wallet, you need an address. And then for every transaction or your activity online, everything is going to be a transaction. Then you need your private key to sign the transaction and to approve those activity. So right here, we have a secret number that allows Ethereum users to prove ownership of an account or contract by producing a digital signature. This is similar to any documents or any approval that need your signature to be approved, right? Pretty much like a private key. Okay. Any question for this section?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay, and then just a note for transactions. Transactions in our real world is just value transaction, which is money transaction. But then for Web3 or for technical transactions, then it is also a transaction of data and of message. So a message contains data. So pretty much for this data, we can have value, which is cryptocurrency, which is also a form of data, or we can have code that is a form of message. So this transaction can be code or can be value. For code, then it can be any command that asks a smart contract or a D app or a software, pretty much like a software on the network to do something, right, for a piece of code. All right. Right here, we'll have some more for a distributed ledger, right? It is a record of transaction shared across a network of computers. And these ledgers are decentralized, updated through consensus, a consensus mechanism, and ensure transparency. For transparency, we can go up online for Ethereum Explorer. Up there, you see all of the transactions from all of any address, but then you really don't know who owns which address. So that is the private part about it. But then for any transactions, if you know who owns that address, then you can trace out what is happening, or you will know that, okay, so this is the proof that someone sent you the value or the money, or you can also see that transactions for code that got executed or code or value that got sent through the network through the smart contract. So we'll go deeper into smart contract and wallet and why they're different, and then how they work, right, and how they send value. Okay, right here for blockchain technology, then some of the core characteristic is decentralization and immutability. So decentralization is a model where control and decision-making are distributed across a network rather than centralized in a single authority. Right, this is what, like I mentioned before, that you have the ownership on your content and not other platforms like Facebook or Instagram or Lines or WeChat or anything. And then for decentralization, it provides increased security, resilience, and censorship resistance. Right, so for any content that got deleted and got censored with blockchain technology, these are all decentralizations. Then these are all decentralized, and no one is censored your content or delete or managing your content or blocking you because of anything. And right here we have immutability, which is data stored on a blockchain that cannot be altered or deleted. So data on the blockchain can only be added and not deleted. Right, this is achieved through cryptographic hashing and consensus mechanism. All right. Any question for ledger decentralization, immutability? No?
No.
Okay.
But maybe like this summarize the key character, like blockchain, security, privacy, transparent, that kind of thing.
Yes, so we have, so right here, these are the keywords that you should know about blockchain. And then for the characteristic, then we have 3 things. You only need to remember 3 things, which is decentralization, security, and one more thing is scalability. But then for that one, we'll put it into later lessons. That is, we'll relate it to a lot more scalability solution. Right, for the characteristic, then we have immutability and transparency. Right, transparency, yes. Okay. For security in the blockchain, this is assured by decentralization, cryptography, and immutability. Right, so no single point of failure, data is distributed across the network. So think about, you can think about a server, let's say Google or Apple or any traditional technology company, then they will have a whole data center, right? So the data center will have a lot of just a lot of machines, a lot of servers to store data, and it is all centralized into one place, right? So it is really prone to hacks because there's only one place to hack into. But then for blockchain, then any computer in the network owns a copy of the blockchain. So if you want to change one thing, or if you want to hack the network, then that means you need to hack all of the computer in that networks, right? And that will be really difficult because everyone, and it is spread it out on the entire world, anyone that is using the network. So it is really more difficult to hack a network with a lot of users like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Right, with the number of users increasing every day, then it is getting harder and harder to hack. There are some attacks like the 51% attack on Bitcoin, which means that if you get the control of 51% of the computers on the Bitcoin network, then you'll be able to control the network. Right, it is really just based on the number or the percentage of the network that you are controlling, then you can hack the network. All right, and then for cryptography, security and blockchain, and you have cryptography, it's secure data transmission and privacy protection. Everything is encrypted. For Bitcoin, it is going to be the SHA-256 cryptography. And then for Ethereum, then it is Ethash, right? So for different blockchain, you have different ways to encrypt the data. And the last thing is immutability, which is once data is added, it cannot be altered, right? This enhances the integrity of the blockchain. Data can only be added and cannot be deleted or removed from the blockchain, right?
So we have
Okay,
one
so-
question here.
All right, okay, please ask.
I'm a teacher at the Palau High School. I'm a member of the COFA Trust Fund, and one of the things that we discussed in the meeting is potential investment into the blockchain or into the cryptocurrency. I understand the decentralization is one of the issues of our consultants because it is decentralized rather than being centralized. What are some of the surety that funds are secure? Because if it's not recognized by the SEC or other agencies out there, what surety assures that you will not lose values of the cryptocurrencies. Thank you.
Okay, so as I heard, I can only heard some of the like a piece of the question. Is it how can we assure the value of the cryptocurrency? Is that correct?
Yes. Maybe.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
That's the first, yeah.
Okay. So how can we assure the value of the cryptocurrency? So if I understand this question correctly, then for this will be related to token economics, so tokenomics. So that this would be impacted by the usage of that network. So for each network, they will have their own currency. Right? Let's say for Bitcoin, then Bitcoin is a value container. Right? It can only contains value. It is different from Ethereum. So for Ethereum, it is one more step higher, just another step from Bitcoin, that it allows people to develop applications on Ethereum. And then the currency of Ethereum is called Ether, ETH for short. Then it is used, Ether is used for paying transaction fee. So there is a use case for that, right? And then the use case for Ether is also it is staked into the network. So with the amount of Ether that is staked, you will get the chance to vote on any proposal or any change on the network. So it is a ticket for you to involve into the governance of Ethereum. So a lot of use cases will impact the price or the value of the cryptocurrency. But then there are a lot more other types of currencies, such as stable coin. So you have USDT, USD token, or USDC, USD coin. They are backed by the dollar, right? So for each coin, it is backed, or $1 is reserved for that coin, right? So that is how they have different mechanism, right, to ensure the value of the cryptocurrency. Right, so is this make things clearer, or anything you want to extend on this question?
Is that clear your answer, sir? Yes, thank you. Okay, so we can move on.
Okay, all right, let's move on to these right here are some blockchain networks. So we mentioned Ethereum. It is a platform for decentralized application and smart contracts. Smart contracts is a really important piece of Ethereum that we'll get into later. And then we have Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the first cryptocurrency known for secure transactions, right? Bitcoin is the first cryptocurrency, and also Bitcoin is the name of the network itself, right? So Bitcoin is the name of the network, and Bitcoin is also the name of its cryptocurrency. But for Ethereum, then it is Ethereum and Ether. It's just not to make people confused, because of Bitcoin was like that, right? And then we have Binance Smart Chain. This is a blockchain for fast and low cost transactions. I'll have other examples of other blockchains later on, and they all have different use cases and for different purposes. Okay, we'll close this part up. Web3 is a paradigm shift, right? It signifies a fundamental shift towards decentralization, user-centric internet application, right? Because it is tailored for all the internet users and not any centralized entities, right? And users gain more control over their data and interactions, and reducing reliance on intermediaries like social medias, like any platforms online. Also for online transactions, then we're basically cutting out banks, right? We are directly sending money on the internet and not through the banking system. There are some advantages and disadvantages about that, but we're not going into that for this lesson. Okay, some core principles of Web3 we have transparency and trust in decentralized system. By transparency and trust, we remove intermediaries. And then we also have tokenizations and digital assets. Right here, trust in decentralized system means that confidence in the accuracy and reliability of transactions without relying on a central authority. The impact is trust is established through cryptographic verification and consensus mechanism. For transparency, it is openness and accessibility of information to all participants in a network, right? And then decentralized ledgers provide transparent and verifiable records of transactions, which enhancing trust. So right here, remember we have transparency and trust. And then we remove intermediaries. We remove the middleman, right? Middlemen are third parties that facilitate transactions between two parties, right? There are a lot of middlemen. You can think about real estate also. There are people that verify documents, people that stands there to work around between two parties that are transacting real estate, right? So right here, the impact is that we eliminate the need for intermediaries through peer-to-peer interactions, reducing cost and delays. So for banking, we reduce the banking fee. So if anyone's transfer or sent the money, or anyone that has your family member from other countries that sent money to you internationally, then it will cost a lot of fees and also delays, right? For banking, it's always 2 to 3 days or more, right? It takes a while to, let's say if you need the money right away because you have an emergency that you have to go to the hospital and you don't have the money, right? You need your family members from abroad to send you the money, and it is delayed for 2 to 3 days and you cannot do anything, right? And then the thing is, it removes intermediaries through peer-to-peer interaction, all thanks to smart contract. So everything is coded in the smart contract and it only follows the smart contract code. So no one can jump into or go around or go on the back or do anything with the rules. That is the rules, and the rules is already written on the blockchain and it cannot be removed, right? It can only be added, cannot be removed, and cannot be altered. All right, so the third thing is tokenization and digital assets, right? The third thing about Web3. So tokenization, the process of representing real world asset as digital tokens on a blockchain. And it enables fractional ownership, liquidity, and efficient trading of assets. And so this makes things easier if you want to split the money on buying anything, buying a piece of art, buying real estate, right? So right now people are tokenizing real estate to remove the process of documenting, of signing document papers, right? And also it makes fractional ownership easier. And then we have digital assets, and that is assets that exist digitally, represented and stored on a blockchain. Right? This includes cryptocurrencies, digital art, real estate, and more. Okay, so right here, so we went through the core principles. Now we'll go to the key components of Web3. Right, so for Web3, we have cryptocurrencies, we have dApps, and we have smart contracts. Okay, cryptocurrency versus tokens. So cryptocurrencies are digital or virtual currencies secured by cryptography, operating on a decentralized blockchain, and cryptocurrencies are the native assets of a blockchain network. Let's say Ethereum and Ether, then that is a cryptocurrency, right? For token is different. Let's say any other coin is built on Ethereum, that it would be token. Right? Token are built on existing blockchain architecture using smart contracts, which are mostly EIP20 tokens. This is a standard of token on Ethereum. At EIP20 token, and Ethereum is also EIP20 token. Okay, a unit of value representing an asset or utility within a blockchain ecosystem. Token represent anything else beside native token. So cryptocurrencies are the native assets of a blockchain. For Bitcoin, it is Bitcoin or BTC, right? To differentiate it. Okay, and then we have the use cases, which is digital payments. We have remittances, which is international transaction, right? To your family member. It is a store of value like Bitcoin, or it is programmable money, like for token. Token is programmable money. And then the benefits of this is borderless transactions, fee reduction, right? This is what we've mentioned before, financial inclusion. For financial inclusion, then one example can be you cannot buy stock if you're not an American citizen. But then when you tokenize the US stock, then it is a token and it creates another market for the American stock market where everyone globally can join that market, right? So that is one example for financial inclusion. Okay, we have decentralized applications. So we have the token and then we have the apps, right? So apps or the app that runs on a blockchain remove the need for intermediaries. So these are smart contracts. The apps are basically smart contracts that have all the rules that replace the intermediaries. So some example, we have Uniswap. It is a decentralized exchange. No one is running this exchange. It is purely code. It can come onto Uniswap, input 2 tokens or 2 coins that you want to change, you want to exchange. Let's say you want to change USDT into Ether, then you can do so, or you can do the opposite, Ether into USDT or USDC or other coins, right? So, and then we have CryptoKitties. This is some of the first NFTs collectibles. NFTs is also a token, but then it has the data of the art and that token. Pretty much that is it. And then we have Brave browser, similar to Chrome, but then for Brave browser, they reward people with their own Brave token if people want to watch the ad, right? Otherwise, they will block the ad automatically. If you watch the ad, then you will be rewarded with the Brave token, and you can, and there is a certain value to that token as well. Okay, this is Uniswap. This is the logo, right? Uniswap, a decentralized app or the app running on Ethereum and allowing users to trade without intermediaries. Some advantages of the apps, we have peer-to-peer direct interactions, we have transparency and resilience, reduce single points of failure. Okay, and then this is now smart contract, self-executing code that automatically executes terms of an agreement when predefined conditions are met. Basically, it's just the rules or the policy or anything that is written, but then it is there and it is you have to follow the rules right there. No one can change it, right? And there's no workaround to this rules. Okay, so this eliminates the need for intermediaries in contract enforcement. And some of the application in finance is automated lending or decentralized finance for supply chain. Then it tracks and verify the goods. A lot of coffee chains has implement blockchain network to track the progress of their coffee bean, right? Just to know of the process that go onto the beans and where it is originated from. Right? Also for real estate, that is secure property ownership and transfers. Right here, Ethereum introduced the concept of general purpose smart contract, enabling a wide range of application beyond currency. So smart contract is something that is really important for Ethereum and only for Ethereum itself. Okay, now we jump into the benefit of Web3 for Palau citizens. We have financial inclusion, right? This is for pretty much for globally for everyone. This is access to global finance services, cross-border transactions, and then something which is really important as well as data ownership and privacy. We control over our personal data or health data, right? Or anything else that we want to keep private. That is our what? And then we can secure and private transactions. Okay. So right here is the definitions and some of the impact of this. So for access to global financial service, this provides individual with access to a wide range of financial service, right? And irrespective of their location or income. Right, this is inclusion for everyone. So Web3 tech enables Palau citizens to access global financial services directly through decentralized platforms. For cross-border transactions that involve transferring funds or assets across international borders, this simplifies and accelerates cross-border transaction and potentially reducing fees and delays. Also about data ownership, then we have control over personal data, the ability of individuals to have ownership, control, and consent over the collection and usage of their personal data. And it empowers our Palau citizens to have greater control over our personal data and ensuring it's not exploited without our consent, right? And secure and private transactions conducted with strong encryption and privacy measures to protect the sensitive info that is involved. So it ensures that transactions are conducted securely and privately, reducing the risk of unauthorized access. Okay, so right now we're jumping into the fun part right here. We're just gonna go through different blockchains. I just listed out some more blockchains other than Bitcoin and Ethereum, and then we're going to jump right into setting up our first digital wallet. Right, what is wallet? And then you guys can go along, right? Everyone there, we can go along and set up our first MetaMask wallet. Okay, so right here beside Ethereum and Bitcoin, we have Binance Smart Chain, which we also mentioned before, and we have Polygon, Polygon and Solana. These are the two network that focus on cheaper, lower fee for users. But Solana use proof of history, which is a really different mechanism. And then for Polygon, they are a scalable solution to Ethereum. And so the problem with Ethereum is that so many users use Ethereum and that raise the network fee. And so let's say if anyone wants to buy something, then the price of that thing is always going up and up, right? It is the same for the network fee. If you want your transaction to go through, then you need to pay higher fee, right? So Polygon or a lot more solution is created to solve this problem. So they have lower fee. Okay, so right here we have blockchain platforms support various decentralized application, right? They all have unique features and caters to different use cases such as smart contract, interoperability, and scalability. All right, so right now let's jump into digital wallets. So right here we have, it is a software application that allows users to securely store, manage, and transact cryptocurrencies and tokens. Right, the purpose is to enable users to interact with the blockchain networks, right, send and receive assets, and manage their digital identity. Right, so your public key is the address of your digital wallet, and it is also your digital identity. So you use that address for pretty much everything on the network, right? With that wallet alone, think about sign in with Google, right? Or sign in with your username or password. That is what we are using now. But then for Web3, then you will sign in with your wallet, right? It will use your wallet address to do this. And then, but the different thing is for sign in with Google or sign in with Facebook, all of your information is stored on their server. So they store all your information. But then for sign in with your wallet, then your activity or your transaction history is in your wallet, right? Or any other information, you own it, other content or anything in your wallet, it is yours and no one is controlling it. And so basically you're signing, there's only the same, it is the same thing. It is only one button, but then it is really different for the range or the border of information and the ownership of the information. Okay, so right here we have two types of account, right, or wallet. We can call that. So externally owned account is your digital wallet that we are going to set up right now. It is controlled by anyone with the private keys. And then a contract account. So we mentioned smart contract. They also have their own account, right? Because they need to store Ether. They need to store cryptocurrency so that they can pay for the network fee or the transaction fee on their own. Yeah, so this is control. The smart contract is controlled by code and not by human. Okay, the similar is that they can all receive and hold and send Ethereum and tokens, and it can interact with deployed smart contract. So smart contract, you wrote it, but then you need to push it or deploy it up to the network to be able to use it, right? That is what deployed means. Okay, but then some of the difference is that for our wallet, then there is no cost to create a wallet. Then for smart contract, there is a cost because we are creating a contract or we're creating something on the network which takes the storage of that network and taking the storage for something that is gonna stay there forever, right? Anything on the blockchain staying there forever, you cannot remove it, you cannot change it, you can only add to the blockchain, right? Then it costs something. All right, for transaction initiation ability, which means you can start a transaction for your wallet, then definitely, because we need to send and receive, right? Send and receive money, and we want to send something to a friend, to our family, which is one click, you can send it to another wallet. For smart contract, then it cannot start on its own. But it is triggered by code. If the codes tell it to do so, if it reach the requirements of the code, then it will transfer tokens or it would do something else like creating a new contract or doing something else, right? But then for EOA, externally owned account or our digital wallet, then it can only transfer Ethereum or token, right? Only value, but not message. It also transfer message, which means that how much the balance like in your wallet, these are not transferred to the other wallet, but then it is kept on the network, right? So there is still data and message, but then you can only transfer to another wallet cryptocurrency or token. Okay, right here is how it works. Mechanism for our wallet, the digital wallet that we're gonna install. It is a pair of keys, so public and private keys that we talk about that control account activities. Then for smart contract, it is purely controlled by logic of the code, right? All right, so right here, let's set up a digital wallet. Okay, so you guys can scan the QR code right here. It will put you, it will link you to the MetaMask website. This is the most used website. More than 30 million people use this wallet. Right here, it is secure wallet, making right? Accessible to all. Okay, so is anyone or is everyone following this? Any problem following this or getting into onto the website?
Give us a moment on this. Give us a moment as they are downloading and.
Do you want
doing
to
stuff.
download this and scan the QR code yet? Anyone have any problem? No? Okay,
Problem with
Okay.
Wi-Fi or.
Okay.
Ethernet?
all of them scan. Please go ahead.
Perfect, amazing. Okay. All right, so
9 minutes, yeah. Try to make it fast. Okay. Go
okay,
ahead,
so
Stu.
yeah, so we'll go through this pretty quickly and then I'll show you some of the transaction that we can do on the test net. On the main net is what we are doing with real money, but beside the main net or the main network, we have the test network that you can send fake token, right? So we can test anything, we can push a dApp on there and test anything with fake money, really just a playground, right? But then it simulate the real mainnet. Okay, so if you already download the wallet, then this is right here. You see one or two of these. There'll be a survey. If you want, you can click agree or no. But then for term of use, then go ahead and agree with it and accept it to use the wallet. After that, create a password. Right, this password right here will unlock your MetaMask. This is a password and it is not used to recover the wallet or anything else, right? We will jump into the secret recovery phrase, which is used to recover the wallet. Okay, so right here, if you already created your password, right, then there will be, okay, you got your wallet, then what is a secret recovery phrase? Right here, is this a master key to your wallet and funds? Right, and then there are also a lot of best practices to secure and to save your secret recovery phrase. Right, you should not share this with anyone, even with MetaMask or anyone that is that says that they are MetaMask, because they're not, right? Okay, you should write down your secret recovery phrase right here. You see 12 words, which is your phrase. Right here, I have an example of the secret recovery phrase. Like here, it's just some short, right? Just some short words right there. And when you already save it, then you just click continue. Then you get your wallet up really fast. This is okay. So this will not link to anything, or you will not get hacked, right? Because you go to the right website, right? So the best practice is check for the link of the website, HTTPS, right? PS. That is, it is more secure than only HTTP. And then just double check the link. Is it metamask.com? Is it the right link that you're intended to go to, right? And then when you download it, then your browser will always ask for you if you're downloading the right file, right? You read the name of the file. Is it the right name? Right? Is it MetaMask wallet, or is it MetaMask.wallet, or is it MetaMask-wallet? Then it is not the right one, right? It should be something about MetaMask alone, not hyphen or not double A or not double K or something. Okay, right here. And then ta-da, you got it. You got your first wallet. They'll also ask for IP tracking. So I would not recommend the IP sharing or auto updating the wallet. So for auto updating the wallet, they will link your wallet to GitHub. And then it will automatically download from GitHub, which reveals your IP address, which is the IP address can reveal where you are on the globe, on the world. So it just limit, or it just close the range for other internet users to guess where you are at and and to approach you to with not good intentions. Basically, that's it. So I would not recommend I would not recommend anything automatically. Should be automatically to for your work to make it more efficient, but then not for updating stuff or like automatic with transactions, right? Everything should be manual for now. All right, right here is your UI for your wallet. Like anyone successful on installing or getting your first wallet? Good. You all get your wallet.
So everyone can create your first wallet. Everything good? So the key thing is like you need to keep your phrase keyword, the 12 keywords, right? And keep it secret and don't share it with anyone, because with that keywords, if you share and someone can have it, they can access to your wallet. So this the public key is the address of the wallet you can share, so people can transfer the money to you or you can receive it. But for the private key, the 12 keyword phrase, you need to keep it. So it means that normally all the crypto user need to write it down in many different places, in notebook, keep it in the safe key, like everything, make it safe. So that is a first important thing that you need to care about. Okay. Okay, Sue.
Okay. All right. So right on the right corner of your wallet, you will see if you're on the laptop, then you see it says Ethereum mainnet, or you can look onto the slide right here. It says Ethereum mainnet, or on top of the phone in the middle, you see Ethereum main network. You can change it to Ethereum test network, and then you can go to a faucet and ask for fake Ethereum, so you can transfer it around. Right? You can send it to your friend. You can do anything, and you will see the gas fee or the transaction fee that is all mentioned right there, how much you are sending and how much the receiver is going to receive, right? So you can test anything on the testnet. It's a good thing to start doing it and to start using the testnet before using the mainnet. All right. Okay, that is basically it for our workshop today. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer it. So please, all the students, if you have any question, there is no stupid questions. So go ahead and ask, and just to check back what you learned today.
We have one question here.
Because there's so many wallets and different websites to use, how do I know which one is safe for me to use and what's not? For future.
Okay. Okay. So there will be a lot of wallet. I would say the best thing to navigate this space or the Web3 space is to do your own work or do your own research, right? But then you need to know the credible source, right? So a lot of people are using MetaMask right now, and they are there are 1, 2, 3 more wallets to use. It's not that they're not safe, but then they just fix or add another feature that is better than MetaMask. So MetaMask is there at the early stage, but their presentation or their interface is not as good. So others are creating wallet, but it's okay. You can use any, or you can try 1 or 2, but then try later on. For now, just use some of the most credible and popular one, right? And then do a lot of research when you're entering the space.
Okay, I think that we also don't have much time left. And that's all question that we got today. But later, if any student have any question, can find me and I can help you to go through one more time, because I know that today also a lot of keyword, a lot of terms are a bit overwhelmed for you because it's all new, right? But don't worry, everyone also needs to go through this journey. And thank you, Sue, so much for your explanation for the students here. And a bit like background about Sue, our teammate. She also is a second year student. She's a girl and she studied by herself and she went to the US and studied blockchain and she's a builder, a developer, which is like many girls think that this boys can do it, but actually she's the expert. And then last year we did the hackathon for builders globally, and Sue joined one of our bootcamp sponsored by BitDown. She got invitation from BitDown, also a very big company globally, and she joined our hackathon. And she also become one of our team member, and she has done hundreds of workshops in Vietnam to help many students, many new builders also engage in this. And she also worked for us and also for many other global protocols. So hopefully after this session and many other sessions for Palau students, one of you also become the super smart builders and even do your own projects. Thank you, Sue.
Very much. I'm happy to be here.
Yes, we will have fun. I have like to have the and then after this session, we will have a panel to share with you more about entrepreneurs in Palau, how to apply blockchain for Palau entrepreneurship.
Hello, yes. Everyone, I just want you to meet Abni over there. Of course, and this is one of our leaders here, Elaine Wang. But Abni has brought you some really good snacks. Dark chocolate with almonds and all that. And they're all here and compliment of this gentleman. But maybe we just give him a few minutes to explain what his company does to the students, okay? And then I hope you introduce myself. Okay?
Hi guys, so my company is into pharmaceuticals. We do B2B cross-border pharma. We help the companies from India and China who selling their geographies like. We help the companies in India and China to selling the geographies like Southeast Asia, Latin America, and Africa, where the access to medicine is a big problem. We reduce the cost by almost 30% for the governments and pharma companies. And also we have around 1 billion products, and we are planning to have around 10 million products by the end of the year. So creating the long tail or the access to medicine, which is not there. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Elaine. Thank you for all coming today. We actually have a lot of candies brought by Abhijit from Singapore, and also some candies brought by Maggie, who will be sitting on the panel, and also later for the entrepreneurship. And there in the end, I don't know where Andy put it. There are also more gifts from Gridley, and also more gifts and candies from Stella from Carbon Base. So a lot of people brought a lot of gifts for all of you because we really want you to feel welcome and feel inspired. And hopefully you have learned something from Queen, our amazing workshop leaders for Blockchain 101. And after that, then we will have a panel of all the distinguished entrepreneurs. They are all very young, right? They are all probably your age to share their journey, and also someone who is facilitating and curating this entrepreneurship ecosystem in Silicon Valley. We want Palau, and we want all of you to know that there are a lot of opportunities in this country. Once you learn all of this, there are infinite job opportunities out there. You just need to be in Palau. You can work digitally on the internet, and get USA standard salaries. So this is a huge opportunity here. So we will explore that later in the commission, and I will be the MC there. So thank you, Abhijit.
Thank you.
Wow. Nice. Look at me. Yeah, you should put more up. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you like the candies and snacks that these amazing guest speakers from all over the world brought you. So if you have not gotten any, please, I'm begging you, don't be shy. Get some and feel the love and support. Everybody from all over the world wants to support you. They want to inspire you, want to educate you, want you to learn and grow and build something and make money and change the country. So then it comes to our okay, attention in the back. Hello, Can we sit down and let's start the next section? Hello, people in the back. I know you're having fun chatting and having tea. Okay. Please take a seat, people in the back. We would like to start the conference style session now. And if you still want to continue your conversation and discussion, can you please kindly step out a little bit, step out from this room, and there is a restaurant downstairs and bar downstairs that you can continue conversation with your friends if you need it. But we would like to sit down and keep this place a little bit quieter so people can talk and people can hear it. So we're beginning the second day of our Palau Blockchain Summit, and the theme track of this day is sustainability, which is what Palau cares a lot about, and which is also what Palau does well in the world, leading the world on sustainability. So today we will be exploring ways of blockchain technology can do in sustainability, carbon credit, and how Palau can actually capitalize or monetize on this amazing natural resources and all the sustainability work we have been doing. Because protecting the oceans, if it doesn't actually benefit you in the end, people lose motivation to do so. So we will explore a lot of these ways that you can make money out of protecting the ocean today. But before that, I would like to welcome our panelists for this next panel, which is Entrepreneurship Web3 in Palau, which cannot be more fitting after this workshop that you have just attended. So the moderator will be our beloved Ibu C from Palau Blockchain Society. A lot of you know her. She's also one of probably the only Palauians who has experience working in a big Web3 company all overseas. I will let her to lead the conversation, introduce herself later, but we will welcome Maggie Chang, partnership of eGlobal. And eGlobal is a big organization that partnering with Ethereum Foundation and hosts all kinds of hackathons all over the world in all the Ethereum conferences. Her company has funded more than 70,000 projects and millions of young people like you organizing hackathons. Then we have Shen Fan, who's the co-founder of Karma Waterfall, and he traveled all the way from New York City. He's a super smart person, graduating from college, bachelor's degree in computer science at the age of 18. Yeah, now he's only 20 years old, but he's a researcher in Harvard University, co-founded 3 companies in Web3. He can share his journeys as a very young entrepreneur, so all of you can be just like him, maybe. Then we have Jesse Sang. Jesse traveled from Silicon Valley, and he is a very distinguished ecosystem enabler. He held accelerator and incubator program to cultivate entrepreneurship ecosystem in different countries. He has invested and mentored and helped more than hundreds of successful blockchain companies and partner with companies like Binance and all that. So he can then share the wisdom and perhaps some potential links, pathway to resources for all of you. So I will give the mic to the moderator, who is the first time moderator. Oh, and Queen, yes, I forgot. Queen, we'll welcome Queen also on the panel. You have just been attending an amazing workshop on Queen. Queen has been enlightening and educating millions of young people like you all over the world, especially in Asia region. It is really our honor to have Queen here to be part of the organizing committee core organizers of this Palau Blockchain Summit. Without her, this event would never be like this, would never be successful. So thank you, Queen. Hi guys, my name is Bookie. I'm from Palau. I worked for a big Web3 company for about a year and a half. I was a strategist there. Now I'm focused on the Palau Blockchain Society. If we're looking for members, so if you guys are interested, please do join us. You can come and talk to me or do your engagement. So to start us off, I want to say Elaine gave a brief introduction to everyone, but I'd also want everyone to kind of talk about your background in Web3 and what you guys do. You guys all have different roles, so you guys can speak.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maggie. I'm partnerships at ETH Global. We run hackathons online and online and in person for 70,000 plus developers around the world. So whether you're a beginner or a seasoned hacker, everyone is welcome to join the hackathons. We run them in different cities and we also run them online.
Hi guys, my name is Shane and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Waterfall and Gerda. Waterfall is an NFT trading protocol that prices NFTs on chain through a fractionalization process. And Gerda is a CTF protocol, and we have a community of about 100 super top tier developers that build smart contracts. So before I was born in Shanghai and I moved to LA when I was like small. And in LA, I graduated from high school when I was like 15. I went to college, went to Berkeley, studied English and CS. Graduated when I was 18. At Berkeley, I realized that on campus there was like no cloud computing course, so I decided to pitch and start my own class on campus, which had about 150 students. I taught at like 17. After that, I was like exploring and like figuring out what I wanted to do like in my life, and ended up becoming a TikTok like social media content creator. So I did that full time. I had about 4 million followers on TikTok, across like other platforms as well. And TikTok was like really cool, but I wanted to try something else and found like a really cool like community within like the Web3 and the crypto communities. And made a lot of friends and started my own company, Wonderful. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jesse. I was born in a very small village in China. So, you guys, first of all, give yourself some credits. Whatever you want to do, and you can succeed. So, I was in the business 10 years ago, 2013, 14. So I've done a lot of things, projects, investor, become mining, and now I'm focused on I run a incubator and also with the fund. We'll talk more then.
Hi everyone, so it's me again, Queen. So I'm the founder of Sushi Blockchain Hub and Eat Vietnam. So before I did all the activities to build the ecosystem in Vietnam in the region, I also was like investor and invest with other co-founder more than 50 projects in Web3. And at that time, I really looked at the problem in Vietnam at that time. I see that, many projects, they can build very good product, but they also lack of some, knowledge or some global resources, and also like how to make them become global projects. And that's why I go back to the very, very basic thing that, education and bring more mentors, bring more global resources to support the builders and also the projects in Vietnam and the region. Hopefully that we also can, have more builders, more projects, and solve the problems in our world.
All right, thank you. I'm going to start with a pretty general question, but I'd like maybe all of you guys to share some insights since you come from different roles. What are some tips that you can give entrepreneurs in Palau who want to start a Web3 project? Also considering people who don't come from a technical background.
Me? Well, I think you guys already had the blockchain 101, right? And now you're in. That's all it takes. And don't think of blockchain as something like, oh, really, yes, it's hard to understand, but you know, it take approach where very hands-on, download wallet, make a transaction, and you're an expert. That's it. Now, whatever your interests you, you know, it's a classic like a rabbit hole. You dig further. You learn all the way. First of all, I mean, you have to get inspired to be an entrepreneur. Like, look at Shang and Maggie. They're practically the same age, you know, same with you guys. So be bold, take the first step, take the courage, do something different. That's all it takes. So whatever, you know, you learn, you fail, you fail, and you learn all the way. So all the way, you will find people who will help you, because if you have pure heart, you want to do something, people definitely want to help you. So that's the first thing.
Yeah, I can give a more personal, a way of like how you guys can dive into the space. I know that this might seem like very overwhelming. Like, how do I start a project, right? Like, I don't know about anything. So I only got into crypto in 2021, unlike a lot of people here in the room, which got into crypto like very, very late. At the time, I thought crypto was like really big already, and I couldn't like get my hands on. But what you like, the first step to do is to be on social media. So Palau is in a very unique place where like it's not very like accessible to like other countries in the world, right? So like you can't go to a lot of these conferences like you are here right now. So like on Twitter, on other different like social media platforms, you guys can make an account and follow everyone who is like speaking about the space and like figure out what they did to get to this role. And when you do start a project and figure out like what projects like what stuff is needed to be built in the space, you guys can like take up a project and try to build it yourself. Pitch the idea to some friends, pitch it to like some people online, and then you guys can get funding for it. For me, I didn't meet any of my investors in person when I got my funding. So we, Waterfall, we raised $4 million from Electric Capital and Pantera Capital, and I didn't meet any of my investors like until after I got after I signed all the contracts and all that. So just get on social media, start like talking about yourself, talking about your products, getting to know people online, and then start your projects, and then you guys can just like figure the way out from there. I know it's overwhelming, but you guys can do it. Yeah.
So similar to Shane, I actually got into crypto a year ago. So it's anything is possible. It's never too late to get into this space. And this space is actually still very early. So there's actually a lot of opportunities to get involved. And one thing that I think like is also really interesting is that we mentioned earlier, you don't have to be technical to get into crypto. I'm not technical at all. I come from a business background. And so literally all I do is like, I only know how to talk to people in like a high level sense. If you ask me about like the underlying infrastructure, I could probably talk to you for 5 minutes and pretend like I understand and just nod my head at you. So you don't have to understand like everything, and no one expects you to, right? I think the beauty of crypto is actually the people that are involved in it, the community that is here. And so actually, like as someone who is non-technical, as someone who is just starting to learn about crypto, don't actually think about like crypto first. Actually think about like things that you care about in the world, right? Especially for you guys who come from such a beautiful island and a place that is, so remote, but has so many things to offer the world. I think something that you can start thinking about is like, what are some things that you personally really care about? What are some problems in the world that you notice and that you really, really want to contribute to and want to help solve? I think using that as a starting point and then going online, like Shane said, and actually like trying to follow the people that are working actively in these spaces, and then also looking for ways that you can incorporate crypto into that element. Not everything actually has to be about crypto. Crypto is actually just like a tool and a mechanism to solve a lot of the problems that are existing. But crypto is not like its own separate thing. It should be applied to things that are already happening. So start thinking about just like things that you're interested in, and then also now ways like you can use crypto as a technology to actually solve those things. And then from there, I think there's a lot of people here in this room today that could be like really, really good mentors for you potentially, or people that could help introduce you to other people in the spaces that you care a lot about. So I would say, like, there's a lot of people here that are really, really willing to help you. So introduce yourself. Like, we would love to meet you guys. We would love to learn more about what you guys are interested in, and also how we can help you like meet the right people to talk to, so that whatever you're interested in, we can actually like help you understand it more. And then I think the second part is like, once you find your niche, or once you kind of find the thing that you care about, there's a lot of resources online that you can actually look at. So for me, I work at ETH Global. ETH Global is a community that wants to basically bring in like the next billion people into crypto through like different resources and guides, and also hackathons. So for those of you who may not have heard of hackathons before, it's essentially like either a couple weeks or a couple of days where like we bring 1,000 people together and just like learn about how to use crypto to solve different problems, which is what I talked about earlier. So before you attend these hackathons and go to different conferences and stuff, like what you can do is actually just go online and like search up, introduction to like smart contracts, introduction to wallets, introduction to how to like build on wallets, introduction to like all these things. You can actually learn everything completely online. And once you spend like enough hours actually learning these things, then you'll have more context, and then you'll be able to have like more meaningful conversations with people, and then like ask more specific questions related to those things. So that's what I would say from like a non-technical perspective. Obviously, if you're technical, like cool, go do your coding thing. But like if you're non-technical, just like, talk about things that you care about, and then people will come to you.
Well, I think that like all the speaker cover all the, ideas about that already. So I just want to share one more small thing that, just don't limit yourself, because like, don't even care about like what age that you should start, or am I a technical person or non-technical person? It doesn't really matter. What is the problem that you really want to solve? What is the impact that you really want to create in the real life? And technology is just like one of the things, the tool that help you. And then also with Web3 is like, it's still in the early stage and no limitation. And as long as you start early, it means that you also one of the pioneer, the early adapter, right? And this is also a lot of opportunities for you guys. And learn, do a lot of research. That's the key thing. Make mistake, accept the fail. It doesn't matter, and learn from that, all of that mistake. I lost a lot of money also. I also like did so many stupid mistakes also, but I keep learning, and I learn from many other amazing, mentors. And that's how I just keep doing things and never give up. That's it.
Thank you. So are there any inspiring examples of Web3 initiatives in other developing countries similar to Palau that have already made a positive impact? What lessons can aspiring entrepreneurs draw from these successes? Maggie, I know we spoke about the beach cleanup in Honduras.
Yeah, that's a really great question. I think so one of the key examples, and someone that I'm very, very honored to know in this space, is actually someone named Carlos. So Carlos is actually based in Honduras, and Honduras is in Central America, and then there's like a very small island called Roatan. And Roatan is actually very similar to Palau, very, very beautiful diving destination, a lot of beautiful fish that I got to see, and where I actually got my diving license. So I'm really excited to do that here as well. But something that was really, really unique about Roatan in Honduras is actually Carlos did an initiative called like literally just a community beach cleanup, which is actually something that you can even start here. And the way that this is related to crypto is actually, he actually got the people, like the tourists that were at these dive shops, as well as the local restaurant owners and like the local students, all gathered up like every single week just to do like a beach cleanup together. And as a part of this beach cleanup, you actually have to like set up a MetaMask wallet in order to like receive an NFT as your proof of attendance of like going to this cleanup and contributing back to your environment. So that was like his literal direct way of onboarding people into crypto. It was literally like, hey, let me teach you how to set up your wallet after you go and do this cleanup. And then after the cleanup, everyone gets together at a dive shop for a drink. And then you talk about, why is crypto so important? How can crypto be used in this community? And then he actually used this as a vehicle to bring crypto education to the community by hosting more soccer events. And so like, he would create multiple teams of soccer teams, like basically from locals and tourists together. And then in order to sign up for these like soccer tournaments, you would actually have to like have a MetaMask wallet, and then he would like give you an amount of crypto that you had to transfer and learn how to transfer to another wallet as your sign up fee. So this is like a very grassroots movement of like how to use crypto in a community that doesn't really have a stable currency, which is like why they're using like Bitcoin and USDC as their main form of currency. And it's something that like I think is something that you can also start here. There's a lot of like different grant opportunities that you can apply for to actually receive funding to fund these types of initiatives, and one of them is Bitcoin. So that's like one example of something that's happening elsewhere. I don't know if anyone else has anything.
Okay, I think before we close, I'd like to open it up to you guys. If you have any questions for the panelists, please do ask. And also, I know that getting into the crypto space, you don't really know which resources to use and stuff. I'm always a resource. You can ask me where I started, and I'll send you like the links that I know as well. Just a single Instagram is the way. So don't be shy, ask away. But yeah, does anyone have any questions?
Okay, how did you start? How did you actually get into crypto? The Palau.
Okay, well, I was fortunate enough to live in New York. I studied computer science at NYU, and then I started learning about NFTs kind of online, similar to your Shane. I joined crypto Twitter and got really interested. So I went to NFT LA, where I met the executives to the company that I worked for, Gala Games, and I fell in love with the whole concept of crypto. And so I actually snuck my way into a VIP party to talk to them and ask for a job. And so it's like, don't be shy, find your way. Like there's always going to be obstacles. There's going to be doors that are shut in your face. Climb over the fence, do something that's either metaphorical or not. But I don't know, if you're interested in something, don't be shy. Chase your dream. That's pretty much all I have to say. And then just ask questions on Twitter, on Discord, anywhere you can find those resources, and just start like playing around. I also got into a bunch of projects that I lost some money, but that's how you learn. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Great information. As you know, this panel is on sustainability, and Palau is leading the international stage on sustainability in terms of environment. I understand that mining data will use a significant amount of energy, which promotes fossil fuels, which Palau is trying to get into more more reusable energy. In terms of Palau, if it gets into this space, will it affect its carbon footprints in terms of environmental sustainability?
Well, people have been talking about, energy problem. I think the most because Bitcoin POW, there's a lot of compute power. But it comes to Palau, I don't think we are going to set up any Bitcoin mining here to start with. And technically, it might not be the truth if we're only talking about Bitcoin mining, because economic-wise, it actually utilize the abandoned, power station. For example, in China, there's so many abandoned power stations along Changjiang River. Actually, it's not using like foil energy. but that's a different question. That's not very important. In Palau, as I was saying, the businesses we can engage probably something, there's so many businesses you can do in three, not necessarily like a Bitcoin mining or something. And yeah, I think if I get the question right.
Yeah, I think just adding on as well. I think actually one thing that's really unique about Palau is I've heard at least like the digital connectivity over the past few years has been growing. So I think like, for example, I heard that a few years ago, like the Wi-Fi was not as good as now. And I think the interesting thing is that like a lot of the stuff that happens on Web3, it just relies on like a secure internet connection that doesn't actually have that much to do with I think like the carbon footprint side. I'm not sure if like this is completely accurate, but I think like basically what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of things in terms of like learning and in terms of like just like wanting to in terms of like getting into the space, like wanting to build projects, like you can just rely on existing infrastructure that you already have without necessarily like contributing any negative things to it. So I think it's like very doable in that sense.
I know that Palau also really care about sustainability, one of the big topic here for this country, and that's why you have amazing, beautiful ocean here, right? But also, I think it is still early to think about this kind of problem, because I think that for now is still not the big problem to care about. Because like for now, maybe for Palau, it's like also number one that we think like how we can make Palau become also the physical hub for, the crypto nomad over the world come here and even stay here and also the view and create the impact. And also the second thing also like, can how Palau even can build the infrastructure for the project or even one, commercial or project enterprises here to apply blockchain and bring more people in this journey first. Because like for mining or for other things, I think that is less a problem for now. But I think that also not the big thing yet. Even that compare in terms of carbon or other things that affects the environment, even for example, high fast fashion even can create much more carbon or waste, right? So I see that's my personal opinion. All right, any more questions?
What kind of job can a Palau and not technical Palau get? Specifically, what kind in Web3?
Maybe I can start first since I have the mic. I think that like many of you here, maybe not the developer, not the right, and you think that this is like maybe people this like even for the workshop a bit like a lot of technical term, But I mean, in Web3, have many jobs that non-technical part, right? For example, like BD, business development, marketing, community, also like, everything related to growing ecosystem. So a lot of things that you can do non-technical also, and also for the technical part, as for many of you, if you want to even become the developer, the builder, actually build the project also, you can do many part from that, yeah. Or even beside that, you also can build your own project.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. So a lot of people work remotely in crypto. People don't usually go to an office for like people that work in crypto. So most companies they hire abroad anyways. So as long as you go online, make some friends online, and try to see what like career options align with your skill sets. The first introduction, a lot of people from developing countries take is community manager, and just like manage like companies' discourse and just to get to know about their projects. This is the very entry level, and then people like it's not too much like onboarding required to get to that point. And then I think being technical is actually very helpful in crypto. But a lot of people in crypto, like they worked developers before and took just 1 year or 2 years of studying online to get technical enough to land a job in crypto that requires technical skills. And these jobs can pay a lot, more than like big companies in the US even, like just working remotely. So if you guys spend the time just playing around the space, taking up like a non-technical job, but still working to develop your technical skills, you can build your own projects or like enter a company like getting paid like a very decent amount in the space. Yeah.
Be careful who you make friends with online. Just following what you said earlier. But yes, to make friends, but we do be careful, especially. I think one thing that I also want to really emphasize is that non-technical talent is actually equally as important in crypto as technical talent. And I say this because crypto is a very new space still. You might hear that people introduce themselves as getting into the space in 2014, 2016, 2017, when I was still a kid, and I assume a lot of you guys were still kids. And I think like the reason why I say non-technical is just as important is because the space is so new that a lot of people don't fully understand like what the value of crypto even is. And so from a non-technical perspective, you can actually, if you can understand and spend a lot of time researching and just understanding why crypto is important, then you as a non-technical person, your value add is like the ability to communicate that value to other people that don't fully understand crypto. And that's actually like a really, really, really important role across like the entire ecosystem. So adding on to what Quinn said earlier about like supporting with marketing, supporting with business development, supporting with ecosystem growth and community, on top of that, there's like so many other roles where like your entire job is to just understand one project and communicate the value of that project to other people in the entire ecosystem. And if you just spend a little bit of time, like 6 months to a year, understanding even one project and be able to communicate that one project really, really well, then your value, like you could be like the top 10 person, like top 10 people in the world who understands that project very, very well. So definitely don't discount yourself. If you feel like you haven't started or like you don't really understand anything, there is still so much time for you to explore. And another thing I would say is also like, I think given that you guys are still students, you have a lot of opportunities to like try different things. And so I would say like take advantage of the fact that you still have time to explore like different things as well. And just try to like find people that you feel like you really resonate with or people that you really want to just like learn from, and just ask if you can like, help them with something. And if, they're able to take you under your wing and introduce you to a lot of people, that's much, much more valuable than trying your best to like just get a job just because of like money, for example. So focus on like the experience as well. And then eventually, like if you invest in your time, then you'll get a lot of rewards like in terms of monetary stuff later on.
Okay. Okay. So could we give a round of applause for our panelists?
Thank you, the amazing panelists and Buki. Again, any of you, when you see Buki in Palau, just stop her and ask her questions. And please also join Palau Blockchain Society. They are just like you and want you to learn and also want you to help you to learn too. So we think that all of you here already have made an amazing first step to get yourself educated and get your foot into the entrepreneurship in Web3, which is actually not as hard as you think. It's actually very simple. You just need to get connected. Get on the internet. Then you can be just like them. Be amazing people. Okay, now with the next, we have a short keynote by our beloved Belinda Zhou, who is the founding partner of Shenling Capital, and she's going to talk about something that's slightly different also from the sustainability, but also very related. Decentralized finance and what is the current trend from decentralized finance, DeFi to network scale. These are the buzzwords you will have to learn too. So thank you, Belinda.
Thank you, Ellen. Hi, everyone. My name is Belinda Zhou. Very happy to be here today. And I want to help you demystify some of the terms here in crypto. I think it can be very intimidating when you just start it. And I know a lot of you probably just enter the space and wondering what's possible in this space and how to really get to know what's going on and everything. So hopefully my sharing will be
helpful and inspire you to look into what's possible. So before I start, I will just quickly use a slide to introduce what I do. Maybe next slide. So essentially what I do, Shane just mentioned that he received like investment from investors funds that he's never met in person. So I basically allocate capital via the internet to the early stage founders who I believe have the potential to contribute to a more decentralized future. And how I started this journey. So I started crypto back in 2017. I was a trainee, sort of a consultant role for the Dubai government in terms of their marketing. Interesting enough, it's in the Dubai tourism. And I got to know a lot of crypto projects back in Dubai in 2017 because they were doing a lot of roadshows. So I was helping them with PR and marketing efforts. So non-technical people can be also very helpful in crypto. And naturally, you know, they sent me crypto. I was reading a lot of white paper. I was testing a lot of the products, etc. So you really get to know what's going on. And after my training program with the government, Halas finished, I become a full-time CMO and occasionally angel investing, because when you really get to know how they do marketing, how they do product, then you have an easier time identifying what are the good projects out there and what are the solid ones. So I gradually allocating here and there into the project that I was very confident about, and luckily my angel investment did relatively well. So for the past 2 years, I've been operating this fund, Shari Capital, out of Dubai, which is sort of a rising crypto capital at the moment, and also investing along with a couple of DAOs. DAOs stands for decentralized autonomous organizations. So basically, it's a group of people with similar intent gather together and do things like voting, making decisions, etc. You guys can also form a DAO, right? The Palau Blockchain Society essentially is also like a small DAO. And I think it will be a future form of companies. So yeah, so this is how I started my crypto journey. And before I start sharing the trends, I just want to quickly share some definition of the terms you hear all the time. I understand, you'll probably hear all this repeatedly from talks, like on stage, from conversing with people, etc. But I think reading about their definition definitely helps a lot in the beginning, because then whatever you come across later on kind of validates what the concept is about. So Web3 basically, it is decentralized, a function of blockchain technology in an open-based web format. So this is Web3, and to better understand Web3, you need to understand what is Web 1 and Web 2. So Web 1 is basically like a portal. It's like a newspaper. It's read-only. You can read, but you cannot do anything about it. You're more like a reader in Web 1. And in Web 2, you can read, write, and share. So for example, when you use Facebook, when you use Instagram, you can share your posts, and then you're more of a content generator role. And then in Web 3, you can read, write, and own the data. So whatever you have, the data, the assets, it's owned by you. No one can tamper with what you have in your wallet, in your own accounts, etc. So that's essentially Web3. And then DeFi, you also probably hear it a lot. So it stands for decentralized finance. It's basically any financial instruments offered on chain without any middlemen. So for example, banks, it is centralized finance because they control your money. Like whatever they show on your mobile banking, it is just number. It's not actual money there. But in DeFi, you have your own wallet, and the Ethereum or the USDT that's shown there, it's yours. No one can tamper with it. Yeah. So I also want to share some keywords. Next slide, please. Share some keywords about the Web3 space that essentially motivates us to keep being like intellectually curious about space and also very optimistic about space. So like what I mentioned, self-sovereignty of personal data and property assets. That's key thing. And open, borderless, permissionless innovation. I can receive Ethereum, I can receive USDT instantly, but if you do international bank transfer, etc., it requires processing hours, it requires a lot of documents, it requires permission from like banks, etc. So it's just very cumbersome. But like yeah, it's very convenient, and they involve heavily community creators, and it's 24/7. It's global movement, and that one exciting thing about the space is that it's moving really fast. So it actually inspires you to also learn as fast as possible and digest as fast as possible, and then externalize it in a very like a explicit manner. So it really helps you with your learning journey. Yeah, so very quickly, I will share a list of the trends currently going on in the crypto space. Next slide. Don't get scared if you don't understand anything that's on the slide. So feel free to take a photo, and then when you go back, research every single term I have here, and really read the definition like the way I showed you just now. Then you'll be able to comprehend at least a little bit, and then get to know more about it like in the next few weeks or months. So then you'll be really comfortable with all these terminologies. So I personally, because I have been doing investing for a few years, like my framework is it's very personal, but what I basically identify is like three sectors that three areas that I currently look into and see what can potentially be done there. For example, in the finance world, basically the key is anything that can help you enhance capital efficiency. So now we have LSD5, basically stands for liquid staking derivatives. And then we have LP5, like LP liquidity providers, derivatives finance, and things like real yield and liquid risk-stake tokens. And then we have a broader level, we have on-chain RWAs, which stands for real world asset tokenization, and stablecoins. And stablecoin essentially, it is RWA. It's basically US dollars or any country currency that you put on chain. Yeah, maybe next slide, because I will dive a little bit into what's the DeFi. So here's the journey for DeFi. Like back in I would say 2018, 2019, there was a DeFi summer. So that's basically DeFi 1.0. The main form of it is the project or protocol itself issue their own protocol token. For example, I run a project, say I have a sushi swap, then I launch a project called sushi. I launch a project token called sushi, and I reward people who interact with the protocol. That's a lot of projects are like that back in the days, and still like a big percentage of the project are still in the phase of DeFi 1.0. But in my opinion, the biggest issue is that because you keep issuing the token, it's like a nation, right? And if you keep issuing your national currency, obviously the value gets diluted. So the price of the token might go down, and then people's confidence on the protocol might get swayed, influenced. So it will affect the sustainability of the project, which you still see a lot of projects doing something like this. And if you understand the journey, then we'll be able to categorize later on when you see a project, hey, they're still in DeFi 1.0 phase. And then DeFi 2.0, the main form is like basically it's like a DeFi Lego. They add more on top of what's basic use. So for example, if you look at treasury bonds, T-bills, they are like they probably give you 5% every year. That's a basic yield. So now they'll give yields for stable coins or quality assets like Ethereum, like that level, that range of yields. And then what you can do is you can basically add the more incentives on top of that and make it maybe 15%, 20%, etc. So it's like a DeFi level you add on top of each other, which really enhance capital efficiency. It's sort of a little bit like leverage, but on the safer side. The challenge is that it will involve multiple contract interaction. So potentially if you get like there's more vulnerability here because potentially one contract get hacked and then your assets will be affected. And currently DeFi or crypto space they have relatively limited liquidity. So now it's still PvP as in peer versus peer. But DeFi 3.0, the main point, like what we mentioned, is stable coin, it's real world asset on chain, it's US dollars, it's commodities, it can be fossil fuels, it can be carbon credit, etc. So that really usher in a lot of potential new liquidity to the space. So of course there are also issues that could potentially arise. For example, like how do you verify it? How do you if you put the mortgage like the housing, the property on chain, if you put the artwork on chain, how do I know it's actually there, or how do I know it's a real Picasso, etc. So there's also challenges there, but definitely it's how the industry is been moving forward. Yeah, so that's on the finance side. If you're really like keen to explore this area, I think that's some areas you can look into. And then personally, I really also like projects that help make the experience help with user experience, because using crypto product is very hard. Like for example, I don't know if you guys have used a crypto wallet before, but if you need to use a crypto wallet, you need to create a wallet and then you remember the private key or the seed phrase that you need to store somewhere, and then you need to transfer funds into the wallet and make because you will need these coins to pay for the transaction fee, which we call like something like gas, like a gas station gas. And then sometimes you need to do some signing when you interact with certain protocol, etc. So it can be very, very complicated and can also be very dangerous if your accounts get hacked, etc. So there are like concept like account abstraction, which helps with the user experience and also account security. And then there's also a something called intent-centric protocols and infras. So intent essentially is like a user-centric protocols and infras. It's like, if you know about the intent, then the developers of the product do the heavy lifting, and users just get to know the product, use the product regardless of your Web3 knowledge, regardless, smart accounts, etc. You just go with it. So you don't really need much education. So that's something that personally I'm very excited about. And then entertainment is a big part of people's lives. So, and it has an easier time to achieve the network effect, etc. So there's things like social fi, like, there's something called token gated chats. For example, if I want to talk with, say, Ellie is a superstar, I want to talk with her. And then the token gated chat basically, chats basically means I purchase a token issued by her and I get to talk with her on a one-on-one basis. So that's something also quite trendy and very understood by the general public. And then there's also like GameFi, GameFi, on-chain casino, like speculation, right? Sports betting, etc. So that also got a lot of people's involvement if they're interested in this along these lines of things. Yeah. So I personally think like there's a lot of things you can work in the crypto space, and now it's actually kind of a slow market. Like it's a kind of a bear market at the moment, but bear market is perfect for building and learning. So, and there will be a lot of exciting things happening onwards. We already see a lot of mega, like a traditional institutions trying to file ETFs, and if ETFs really get approved, a lot of institutional money will enter the space. So then it will be nice to join the ride. And then we also have Bitcoin halving happening soon. Halving basically means the reward of the miners will get slashed in half. So naturally, BTC's price will need to kind of catch up to help with that. And then we have RWAs like we said, real world asset on chain. So basically, they will also bring a lot of new liquidity into the space. Regardless of this catalyst, if you want to run a good project, it's not just about how the market is doing, it's also about like what you know about the space and how you actually do the project. I know it's relatively early for you guys, but you know when you study the project, it can be something that you look into if they have these metrics. And you need to have a good idea, but also the technical expertise to ship the product. And then you also need to have like strong people leading, aligning all the team members and people doing the marketing to provide the exposure of the project, and then very detail oriented so that like there's not many hacks or exploits for the project. Yeah, so basically I think like there's a lot of things you guys can look into, and the first step is try to read as much as possible, as extensively as possible, and ask questions. But rule number one is be safe, and be careful with your personal safety and also asset safety. All right, I think that's so much for my sharing, and I hope it's helpful for you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Belinda, for this really thorough introduction of all these buzzwords and all this hot trend in Web3. And I hope you guys have a little bit understanding of what are the actual sectors that's happening and the trending right now. If you have more questions, you can ask Belinda. I will have audience ask one question before we move to the next panel. Belinda will be on the panel, so you can ask her more later. But one question. Then let's move on to the panel. So this next panel will be about the privacy. The privacy and security. It's the privacy in crypto, either in software, hardware, and all that. Is that a security threat? So we have Belinda, the experts of all the overall DeFi sectors and all that to moderate this panel. So thank you, Belinda, and please take a seat. And we also have Victor G, the founders of Manta Network, to be on the panel. Manta Network is also a security-focused infrastructure company and focusing on ZKP of a lot of different Web3 or blockchain technology. ZK is zero knowledge proof. It is one of the most, I guess, the biggest buzzword at the moment, and a lot of people are trying to develop that. That is to really access finance and do all the transactions, authorizing and authenticate without actually knowing who you are. Is that a security threat? We will see what he thinks. And the next panelist is Robert Wen, the CEO of Innova Technology. Is he here? Yes. Thank you, Robert. And Robert, that Innova Technology holds the hardware and also software securities on the bank card too, which is being used in USA government. So we will hear what they share about that. So thank you. Mike goes to Belinda.
Thank you, Ellie. Hi, everyone. So here is our panel about privacy and governance. You guys already know me just now, so I would love to have our panelists to quickly introduce themselves.
Thank you, Belinda. Thank you for the organizer. This is really great event. About myself, I'm Victor, co-founder of Manta Network. Manta is we start from privacy, but more like general ZK application platform. So basically, we have like layer one for the Rust developer build the ZK application, and we have a layer two for like Solidity developer build ZK application, and they can build on top of us like faster, cheaper, and easier. So without knowing any cryptography. The reason we started this project like back in the day, like 3 years before. At that time, like most of people don't believe ZK will realize in next 10 years. But we just thinking, this is kind of the trend. And before I started to know crypto since 2016, like at the time I worked at Israel, and that time a lot of people in Israel work on startup, and I'm kind of understand crypto like there, and I studied in States. Afterwards, I studied at Harvard Kennedy School. I took a class under Gary Gensler, who is the current SEC chair. It was really nice, like before, about crypto, but right now it's not that nice. Yeah, we been research on ZK and like all of this technology related to government back in the days, and we find back in 2020, working with government is kind of slow for a lot of governments, but we find it's working adopt ZK in the decentralized world. So it's quite clear. And we start to build a privacy protocol, and on top of that, we build a layer 2 recently. And this year we already finished all the infrastructure, and we focus on adoption. And right now we have around 350K addresses in our chain, and also 500K ZK. So that's kind of a pretty big number for the use cases, and we keep doing adoption. And I think we are one of the largest ZK use cases for in the privacy or general application space.
Thank you. My name is Robert Wang. I'm the founder of Innova Technology. I specialize in building cryptographic ASIC. It's an application-specific integrated circuit. So when I'm here, I heard lots about crypto, and I actually put all the cryptographic algorithms inside a single chip. And that single chip performs all those cryptographic functions, including SHA-256, SHA-512, and RSA-2048, ECC, true random number generators, and deterministic database, etc. But our chip works at physical layer, so it's a very low layer. If you started understanding about 7 layers of the network, our chip works on the link layer and the physical layer. And Defense Department took 7 years to evaluate my chip before they decided our chip is a good chip, and they started using them. So they waited for 7 years from starting company year 2000. And I guess they have a good reason to do that. I can think of right now is because they want to see if you can sustain yourself. And second, you can continue to bring up the upgrade, which is quite important because that shows that you can actually invest into your own technology and you believe in it. And third, which is quite critical, is to test if you would fail. If you go down, there will be no business. So from that waiting period, we keep enhancing ourselves, and we did all the cryptographics. And on the chip level, of course, we need to bring up the maturity and reliability of the chip. So our chips currently deploying over US defense, Australian defense, Israel defense, mostly in aerospace domain, unmanned vehicle, and unmanned aerospace. So briefly, do I question for you, audiences? Do I look serious to you? Am I a serious person? Can't blame me. Because the people I'm dealing with, they are so serious. They are serious in protecting their critical infrastructures. They are serious in protecting their critical information securities. And those people where I was talking to, I can't make a joke. I can't laugh. I'm so happy I'm here because I heard about crypto. I get to meet lots of younger generations. I'm still getting so vivid. And this may be the business I should be in. So briefly, introductions. Oh, by the way, I'm also a certified information security professional, just so you know, SCI SSP, which I will encourage you younger generations to look at the information security is actually the underlying technology that execute your crypto operations. So it's information system security that will be most critical for your success with software integrations. Thank you.
Awesome. Wow, impressive. I think I'm like all the students here also learning what Robert and Victor are doing in the privacy space. Obviously, you can see Robert is more on the hardware side, and then Victor is more on the software side. So maybe quick question for Victor. Because I know mental network actually completed very successful fundraising. They raised over, I think, 25 million, right? Yeah, from like top funds in the US and across the globe. I have a quick question, right? Like for Victor. Why are you building in the privacy like a vertical? Why are you so bullish on this?
I think I started to research about like privacy back in the 2019. I think this is kind of a basic human right. And then you start to basically when the time I studied at Harvard, I was keep thinking how to do something that can impact the society. And there are different verticals, you can solve the poverty issue, like sustainability issue, or other different kind of issues. But I think privacy is kind of big issue, especially when you want to do something like in the tech space. Basically you can avoid the data leaking and all of these kind of issues. And especially we find in Web3, like this is kind of a very big issue because the whole blockchain is public, and you have to keep it public. That's why Vitalik said, like, there's three problems of this area, like, scaling and, like account abstraction, and another is privacy. So basically, this is kind of one of the most important. And this is going to be like more serious issue when, we upload more data on top of, blockchain. And right now, besides, like only DeFi data, right now we also have like, the all of the identity like data and the other this kind of data. So that's kind of crazy to keep everything like fully transparent. So that's why we need ZK, to basically through this some key information, but still can verify this key information. That's how zero knowledge proof, can be adopted in this space.
Awesome, thank you, Victor. When students, feel free to take notes, like, if you come across some terms that you don't understand. For example, Victor mentioned ZK, it basically means zero knowledge. ZKP, zero knowledge proof, and I feel free to research after as your homework afterwards. Like recently there's something happened about the privacy protocols. I'm not sure, Robert, have you heard about it? So there's a project called Tornado Cash. So basically it's a crypto mixer. Think of a washing machine. So people who want to hide the fact that they're the owner of the funds, send the money to the washing machine, and then after it's washed, then people don't know who the owner of the money is. So this is actually a very good, very convenient tool for a lot of crypto users, but they obviously some hackers or some money laundering groups also use this tool to basically anonymize their identity. So I wonder, right? And recently the protocol developers was arrested by the Justice Department. So what do you think of like the need for privacy to be regulated? I would love to hear both of your perspective. Maybe Robert can start.
Okay, I can start. That sounds like a money laundering to me. I hope not. But privacy, as my view as an information security expert, I see privacy as two fronts. The first one will be personal identifiable information. Let's go PII. And the second one is protected health information, PHI. So healthcare may be the next good trend for blockchain technology. So speaking about protecting PII and PHI, you have a very formal and test-proven algorithms and methodologies and regarding with information security management to try to take care of it. And that's at least what I did for my past 20 years. So we talk about anonymizations, we talk about tokenizations, we talk about sharpening of the database, we talk about masking of the database. So there are database management technology that is able to do all this. But I'm not clear about, how do you put the name or did not anonymize the name from the crypto pool. What I did was very traditional. It was what we call it's a legacy IT. Now, when anything that's not crypto is called legacy. So legacy actually is not a bad name. It just means old and past, just like me as an old school. But what we did actually secure lots of vulnerabilities. Thinking about an IoT devices. The IoT devices has a basic operating system. It has a CPU, it has a memory, it has a ROM and a storage. And then there are attack surfaces everywhere. Well, starting with the entry door, that would be your operating systems. So your operating systems is actually your major weakness. And that's what we'll be focusing on, reducing those attack surfaces and make a configuration of an operating system and healthy baseline. And that's in our terminology, we like to reduce that possible potential attack surfaces. And then we start from there. We build much more healthy CPU. So we understand what's our CPU calculation capability. We understand the level 1, level 2 cache. And we understand how the instruction will be doing by moving all the data and the pointer and registers. I'm getting too much technical, which is not the major topic of the crypto society here. But that's what we do. We secure PII and PHI. It's because of regulations, because there are laws that deal with these regulations, such as in Europe, you heard about it. It's called GDPR. It's a General Data Protections.
Awesome.
Yeah, and the United States, as will be HIPAA, HIPPA. It's the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. So we need to look at those laws, and then we need to deal with it by an information security methodologies.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think what's happened to like the tornado tax is something like we're really sorry about that. I think it's kind of unreasonable from my perspective because the devs they just build something like or as a platform, but like some people using this platform doing some bad things is cannot blame these kind of devs because they're not like basically try to encourage this kind of like bad things happen and laundry things happen. Because I mean Vitalik used the tornado tax, I use the tornado tax as well. So like if there's so many people using that, that means they're all of the guys doing money laundering. Maybe they just want to keep their privacy. So that's from my perspective. But I think it's kind of like but I do agree like privacy should also like follow the compliance. That's why like I think this year we focus a lot of things on the like credentials, privacy credentials, and we have like, ZK KYC. It's basically like, we take KYC from finance and this finance KYC, like kind of things can use in different DeFi and, other like social fi protocols. And so you basically, if you want to use like, this kind of privacy payment tools, you have to like verify through your like ZKBAB, like we call it, is a ZK KYC, like, SPT. So basically, you can KYC on Binance and then you use this privacy payment. And if there's anything wrong, just talk to Binance, don't talk to me. That's how we work, and I mean, like they're potentially use pretty good user base from these like Web3 protocols. But I do agree with Robert, we need to like also expand more use cases in like basically like legacy, like Web2 world, and especially like this year. We also talking with some healthcare like companies, working on the data, this kind of like data privacy, especially for like DNA data, these kind of things. And I studied in Boston for 5 years, and like in Boston, like so many biotech companies, they really suffer about these things because they do want to sell this data, but they don't want to get trouble, because of selling this data. Because if they sell, they definitely don't get trouble because it's all humans, like real data. So we help them solve this problem. It seems that's kind of space works really well.
That's awesome. Yeah. So basically, I guess Victor suggests like for this privacy protocols, they can also introduce like third-party credentials to avoid like extreme cases like the Korean-based Lazarus group using the tools, right? It's a Korean kind of North Korean state-backed hacker group, Lazarus. That's cool. Just now I heard both Robert and Victor mention some use case of privacy. So I'm keen to hear, since we're in Palau today, right? Can privacy be adopted by the Palau society? Any sectors they can potentially benefit from privacy and governance? Go ahead. Like potential use case in Palau, and then how they can benefit.
Okay, let me think a little bit.
Okay, maybe Victor, you want to start?
Yeah, I think there are several things. I'm really surprised first, like, I think Palau government is basically, I think it's the best government and lesson, willing to lesson about blockchain and, especially zero knowledge adoption. I'm really surprised, Minister of Finance can talk about zero knowledge. And I never heard any of other countries' Minister of Finance talking about this world. Like, and it seems he actually understands this technology. That's something really impressive. But I think in general, like, how can we, like, there are several ways I think potentially can like adopt privacy or even like the whole general ZK, how to adopt this in this country. Like basically the first thing is the CBDC, the potential, like there's can be potential use case on the, the CBDC and the like, the stable coin. And if you want to do this, interbank transaction or blockchain transaction, basically you have to like the difference of like CBDC of and the decentralized stable coin is you have to know the identity, and this is something potentially can use. And we've been working with like monetary authority of Singapore before, back in 2019 under Gary Gensler. I read the first paper about the ZK KYC at that time, and it's still on MIT's website. And I think, that is something potentially can use in Palau as well. And another thing is, I think, is the ocean protection. Like, a lot of ocean protection, like use case about, like how the sea lives, protection. These kind of things can use like a ZK for this kind of to mint the credential, mint SPT, and this SPT can represent something and can do can help on donation, can help on like the credential for this kind of donors for protect the sea lives. And also like in the blockchain education, I see a lot of students here. That's amazing. Like if there's a lot of DK like education and this kind of knowledge can use in like a lot of places, and basically students can learn this kind of technology and they try to understand the technology and then use the technology in the future. So that's kind of another thing. I think I'm really ready.
Okay. So security is complicated. So is life, I understand. So zero trust or zero knowledge is the first time I have heard right here. But in our terminology, we call it zero trust. And zero trust actually is on the same communication sessions. And you have a multiple authentications and multiple authorization during the same sessions. And what I mean by same session, because the entire 7 layers of protocol, there's one of the layers called session layer. And that session layer is where transport layer security and happen, and as well as the application layers. So again, I'm getting into too much technical, but I just want the government to understand that no blockchain software will be secure, or I cannot say that so boldly. So let me rephrase. Blockchain software will be likely to be more successful if the underlying information security technology is solid and sound. And in order to build a zero trust, which is only part of the authentication technology, it's not a complete picture. And then there will be more technology, such as access control, such as authorization, such as database. We talk about lots of database, and I believe that crypto is basically operating on the database technology, and that database engine require more thorough evaluation and examinations. Such as, you can do a tokenization database before the actual database, so that tokenized does not reveal your true content of the database. And so people, you may ask me why I'm here. Well, I'm here to support one software company, crypto company from Taiwan, and they're doing a beautiful software for cross the border transfer money, which I believe that you should meet after this panel. So this is the thing. Security requires thorough considerations. You need to be well architected before any execution. Just by cryptographic alone is not going to be sufficient. Cryptographic is just one of the control. So when we talk about data security, we talk about confidentiality, integrity, and availability. That's our short abbreviation for CIA. And the CIA is not Central Intelligence Agencies. Actually, it's the CIA. So there are controls need to be in place to secure the CIA. And those controls can be administrative controls, can be physical controls, and it can be technical controls. So what we're talking about mostly is about technical control. We pretty much ignore all the administrative and the physical controls. So this is an entire infrastructure layer need to be laid out in order to secure whatever application executing on the operating systems. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm learning so much from the two of our distinguished panelists, and also the space is like very collaborative. Just now, they probably see something, some sort of collaboration they can have. And if you guys are hiring our students, feel free to look into what they do. I think you'll learn a great deal of technical knowledge from these two panelists. Maybe like one last question from me, and then later on I will open up the question for the audience. We're running out of time, right? Okay. Yeah, like maybe last sentence for the students here today. Yeah.
I mean, it's just enjoy your life. I don't have much of stuff, like, you guys are so young, there's such bright future.
I do encourage all youngsters to engage and to persist. And actually, I do this shit, it's pretty tough, extremely tough. I have to do shit from the original concept to 7 years later in order to have the first customer. And I can't fail on that. So you have to persist. You have to persist and you have to believe in what you're doing. Okay?
Awesome. Persist while having fun. Everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Feel free to stop them and ask them any questions that you may have in terms of privacy. So then now we will have lunch break. So thank you, Belinda. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Robert, again. So for lunch break, so just a few housekeeping items. For those who did not come yesterday, we have the Wi-Fi, shuttle bus, QR code, and also the most current agenda QR code on the table. So you want to know what's happening in the afternoon, scan the QR code so you know the talks and the panels and who are speaking. In the afternoon, we will officially start the track 2, which is sustainability. So all the sustainability talks, all these carbon credit initiatives are going to be in the afternoon. And so don't just leave, make sure you come back. So lunch boxes are to be picked up downstairs in the restaurant. So everyone will get a free lunch box. Same as a lunch box for Tori. So go downstairs, grab one. We have vegetarian options too. And come back here. We will start the session in the afternoon at 1 p.m. sharp. All right, thank you. 1 p.m. very special friends and also partner companies that have also been helping Palau for a while. Also was the host of the dinner last night. Founders and CEO of Engine Starter, Prakash, and his company has helped hundreds of companies to fundraise using the instruments on their platform. And he's going to talk about unlocking Palau's potential using a disruptive blockchain strategies for ocean conservation and sustainability. Thank you, Prakash.
Hi guys, hope you guys had a good lunch. So this afternoon you're going to be hello.
Not working.
Oh, it's not working. Oh. Hello. So this afternoon you're going to be hearing a whole lot of ideas around sustainability. There's going to be a lot of discussions around carbon and definitely a lot around sustainable agriculture and so on and so forth. So what I've put together in my presentation today is a suggestion, right? And it's more a call for participation. The approach that we take as ecosystem builders is to bring as many partners as we can to kind of co-create a solution for Palau and also to leverage Palau as a hub so that we can serve the region, right? So that's primarily what I'll be discussing today. My company's name is Engine Starter. We're a launchpad. And what we do is we specialize in funding, right? So we help projects raise capital from early stage to even tokenized fundraising. So that's primarily our strength. We're launching a regulated launchpad in Dubai at the later part of this year, and it's purely focused on impact and sustainability. And carbon credits is one big area that we're looking at. And again, what we're looking to do is to build connectivity from this region to the UAE. The UAE is going to be hosting COP28 this year. It's a massive, carbon is a massive narrative this year. And what we hope to do is to kind of bridge these opportunities together. Right, so we see carbon as a new asset class. And while all the countries are now racing towards this net zero ambition, where large corporates are soon going to be taxed if they are, polluting and they're contributing a lot of carbon footprint. Soon it will become important for these guys to actually purchase carbon credits. Countries that are actually contributing a lot more carbon footprint will actually be buying carbon from a lot of developing countries, right? So this is where we see a new wave of financing being unlocked. And this is where a lot of capital from all around the world could reach developing countries like Palau, and they can tap into a global economy, right? So we see it as a big movement, but we believe that we need a platform, right? Anything to be done on a much more scalable way will require a platform. And that's why we are proposing being able to kind of create a platform that will be localized for this region, right? So I've used the working title of RAI, which is the name of the stone money that you guys may have visited yesterday. Coincidentally, it's also a stable coin on the Ethereum platform, which Vitalik has been promoting, right? So, tomorrow when we actually see Vitalik, I think this is something that we should kind of build that connectivity. And I believe the RAI or the stone money that you saw was the original and the first store of value, right? So in the blockchain space, we always talk about store of value and a ledger. And I think the stone money was kind of that beginning of it. And now to kind of bring it back with a blockchain-powered strategy, I think it's going to be very interesting. This is where we can tie back the local culture, the local belief system into the future. And this creates a platform that we all can grow together on. Right, so we feel that Palau being small is actually an advantage. They're very nimble and they move very, very quickly. They've already shared the ambition to be a global blockchain hub, and the fact that we've managed to bring so many top talent to Palau to kind of spend 3 days with us to kind of discuss blockchain ideas, I think it's a major achievement. But this is now an opportunity for Palau to stand up. We've seen countries like the Cayman and the British Virgin Islands in earlier years being a hub for of setting up of companies and a lot of funds were actually set up there. We believe Palau can now play a key role in this sustainable financing world that we're going to head into, right? So what we're looking at doing is kind of starting a platform, and everyone here is welcome to kind of join us. It's meant to be collaborative. It's going to be an ecosystem effort, and we eventually would find local partners like the Palau Blockchain Society to kind of play a key role in taking this to the next level, right? We believe that we should be aligned to the 17 SDG goals. You would have heard Ilana talking about it. This kind of puts a lot of validity to the work that we're going to be doing. We will be internationally recognized. And a lot of the water-based carbon credits, SDGs, 13, 14, and 15, once we align to that, it kind of gives whatever that we're doing a much global appeal. Right, so but there are a lot of challenges, right? So in the morning we kind of hosted a roundtable, and we understand there's a lack of knowledge, there's a lack of understanding of what's happening. But this is where we can now come together as an industry, as an ecosystem, to share best practices of what's happening, and we can co-create this solution, right? It's a new and exciting space. It's going to move very, very quickly, but that's kind of why we need to do this as a collective, right? So that we all can advance very, very quickly. And I think the biggest challenge that we see with a lot of project developers that we meet, a lot of them want to be creating carbon credits, but the cost to actually create some of these carbon credits is very costly, right? So if you go to Vera, in order for you to get carbon certified, it's going to cost 70,000 US to at least up to 200,000 US, right? So the cost becomes a challenge, but this is where through various fundraising exercises, we can actually try to bridge that by providing capital. It could be in the form of a loan, it could be in the form of equity investments, and some of these things can actually be unlocked. So we see carbon as a growing asset class. It's a global demand. So in the carbon market, there are two different kind of carbon markets. One is the voluntary carbon market, where large corporates choose to actually purchase these carbon assets to offset their carbon footprint. And there's also the compliance market. This is where 193 countries have signed an agreement. It's called the Paris Agreement. And this is where everyone is now going to be looking to reduce their carbon footprint. And carbon credits are a key part of that, right? So it kind of starts that catalyst towards unlocking green financing. And as we start moving into renewable energy, as we start moving into more sustainable energy, the carbon asset becomes a new asset class, right? So the cost of a carbon asset at this point in time is about $8 to $10. It could go up to as high as $100 as a benchmark. So we see this as a business potential too. Right, so there are a lot of emerging markets that are now looking to tap into this. And the beauty really is a lot of the carbon sinks are found in developing markets, right? So this is where developed countries in Europe will be actually buying from developing countries, right? So this kind of unlocks a new way that trade is going to happen. So this is the entire value chain that we look at from a tokenized carbon credit perspective. A lot of it is based on projects that are looking at raising capital, but there's also a lot of business development opportunities by selling some of these carbon assets or getting large corporates to actually invest and participate in some of these projects. I'll share my slides later. So the key thing that we're looking at developing is, and you will ask, where does the blockchain come in this, right? So what we're looking at doing is sourcing high quality carbon assets, tokenizing it and bringing it onto a blockchain. And why you being asked, right? So the biggest problem in the carbon credit space today is that carbon credits get double counted, right? So the same asset gets sold to multiple partners and there's no provenance, right? So by bringing in the blockchain will track where these carbon credits were created, what's the value of these carbon credits, what's the value that is being sold, who's going to be the beneficial owner. And when these carbon credits get bought, they get retired from the blockchain. So this brings in a lot of trust into the ecosystem. And through this trust, the value of the carbon assets actually goes up. Right. So what we're looking at doing is really playing onto Palau's strengths, right? So Palau is a global name when it comes to ocean conservation, and working on blue carbon credits is one great way that we can actually unlock this value, right? So we talked about what was it? Krista, what do you say is the something capital you mentioned? Next, nature-based capital, right? So this is where we can actually unlock the power of nature-based capital, and this is something that's abundant in this region, and this is where we believe carbon credits will actually come. But of course, it's a new industry. There's no standard at this point of time for the region, and there's no platform that we can actually put this, right? So this is where we feel we potentially could come together as an ecosystem to build this standard. And we could also build a marketplace where some of these high quality carbon assets are going to be placed, and this generates revenue for the entire region. So the various areas that we potentially could focus on, we could look at ecotourism, blue carbon is something that we're going to be talking about. And also there's a bigger narrative around blue economy, right? So anything around the ocean, whether it's fisheries, or anything around renewable energy, all of these have the potential of being, creating carbon credits. And this is one exciting area that we look to explore. Of course, the conservation aspect, you're going to hear more speakers sharing about that later today. And this is where Palau potentially could also play a key role, right? So, we've kind of built out an entire value chain. This is where we can help projects from an early stage by providing advisory to eventually helping them from a fundraising perspective, right? So the key platform will actually have a carbon tokenization platform. It will be a central body, and this is where all the different projects that will come out from this region can potentially be placed here. We could potentially have a discussion with the Ethereum Climate Platform, which was an initiative that has been launched at COP27 last year, and they're going to be at COP28 this year. And this is potentially where we could also align with them. And Palau has actually launched the Palau Blue Prosperity Fund. They were trying to raise 35 billion. This was launched in 2022. They've already raised 10 million so far, and there's potentially a funding gap. And this is where we potentially could bring this onto the blockchain and raise capital in a tokenized way. So that's one of the key opportunities that we're looking at. And lastly, for any project here who needs capital, do come and speak to us. We can figure out what's the best way that we can support you. Right, so these are some collaborations that we already have in place. We have been in various talks with the Ethereum Climate Platform. They do need some support with the crowdfunding piece, which is what my company is supporting them with. But they have a company called All Infra that has developed an entire standard for creations of bond, and is backed by a digital MRV platform. So this is where we can measure, we can report, and we can verify all the different carbon assets that are going to come from here. We do have other carbon standards that potentially could be explored. And I think the last thing is really the exciting thing. We're working with a group called the Convergence, and they are creating a documentary to showcase the journey Palau is taking towards COP28. There's going to be a lot of content we're creating, and if any of your projects are suitable, we could fit that in. We can showcase that in Dubai at the end of this year, and it will be a great way to get a huge amount of awareness for the projects that you guys are working on. So yeah, this is my ask. We are very open to collaboration. We look forward to working with as many partners as we can. We love to present some ideas to the government before we leave. I think tomorrow we're going to have an interactive session on the Rock Island. And I think the key outcome that we want to achieve out of the summit is to be coming out with ideas that we can actually move forward to implement. And I think this is one key thing that we're looking at. If you guys have any other way that we can work together, feel free to reach out, and we'll have to stay connected. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Prakash. Prakash is also one of the organizers of this summit or ecosystem partner. and definitely has done a lot for Palau and worked together in partners here, including myself. So yeah, everybody just feel free to reach out to Prakash, connect, and also this is meant to be a very collaborative environment. I know a lot of you may feel that you're working in a similar field, but we want everybody to really brainstorm and work together instead of compete. So thank you, Prakash, for the talk again. And now next, we are going to see a video recorded by the researcher, Professor Dr. Hong Qi Zhang from NYSYU University in Taiwan. He has been working with the Palau Ocean Foundation on developing and establishing the matrix of measuring blue carbon in Palau. And he cannot make it today, so he sent us over this recorded video to explore the importance of blue carbon and the potential of seaweed farming in Palau. So let's play that video.
National Tanya Center is importance of blue carbon and potential seaweed farming. Every year, the Earth produces 10.6 gigatons of the carbon dioxide, and then we go to the three pools. One is the atmosphere, accounting for 50%. Another 25% will be taken up by the soil, forest, and the ocean. And the many gases taken up by the ocean is through biological pump, or we call it biological pump in the physical pump. Then when the ocean take up a lot of the carbon dioxide, then you can see the ocean account for many very important carbon dioxide too. For example, if we take up the atmosphere carbon dioxide in the Earth and the ocean split together, then we call this is 100. Then the ocean can account for 93%. Then the Earth, including the soil and the forest, only can account for 5%. Then the atmosphere carbon dioxide, which affect our weather, is only account for 2%. So that means the ocean carbon dioxide storage is much higher than the atmosphere and the forest. The two major components of the carbon dioxide in the ocean are the DIC and the DOC. The DIC is like the soda water, and the DOC is like coffee in the tea. We can easily understand. For example, in Taiwan, every year we produce 270 million tons carbon dioxide. Then we plan to reach the carbon net zero by 2050. We only account for forests, which can take up about 21 million tons. Then, in order to reach the carbon neutrality, we need to have either cut our carbon dioxide emission, or we need to have a huge amount of negative carbon dioxide emission. So scientists always think we can plant lots of trees, or we can use the coastal blue carbon. So now let's talk about what is the blue carbon I think most people are familiar with green carbon, which is the tree. It do the photosynthesis to convert the inorganic carbon dioxide to organic carbon. Then similar, so much main food, seagrass, they also do the photosynthesis to convert the CO2 to the organic carbon. But what is the value of the blue carbon in Taiwan's coastal water? Then this graph shows blue carbon come in Scotland or UK. You can see the carbon sequestration is about 40.3 million tons per year. Then seafloor sediment is another huge amount of the blue carbon. So we can understand phytoplankton and the seaweed are the two major components. In this example, you can see carbon sequestration. In this graph, you can see inorganic carbon only account for 1.8 million tons. The organic carbon contain 26.4 million tons. Then all the organic carbon are contributed by health, which is about 31.6%. Then the rest of the organic carbon are mainly from phytoplankton and account for 68.4%. So why the blue carbon are important, especially in the open ocean. You can see here is the structure of the open ocean. The upper layer we call the vertical zone, means the light can penetrate to about 1% of the surface light. That is from 0 to 200 meters. Then below 200 meters to 1,000 meters, we call this is the twilight zone. Then the carbon dioxide or organic carbon enter this step. They will stay here for 100 years and take to the surface water. If they go to the 3,000 meters or 5,000 meters, then they will stay here at least for 300 years, 500 years. So if based on the definition of the carbon storage, then that should be less longer than 2 years. It also can go in the deep water or the sediment. So blue carbon is an important reaction to carry down the carbon dioxide and store it in the deep water. Then, as I just mentioned, the carbon dioxide can be carried down to the deep water by the biological carbon pump. Then we can use the floating sediment test to measure the biological carbon pump or the marine sediment trap. Both are created vertical sinking particles in the open ocean water can be deployed one day release for 6 months. Then after that, we measure their carbon because this is the biological carbon pump. Then you can see the green part is the coastal blue carbon. Total, including the SOMAS, seagrass, in main food is about 0.45 million tons. Then the deep water blue carbon total amount is about 95.6 million tons. So you can see the figure and figure out the oceanic carbon sink can account for 33.5% of Taiwan carbon dioxide emission. So the cost of the reducing in the North Atlantic Ocean into the global warming will reach in list several billion US dollars reported by a UK scientist. And 2 years ago, a group of the scientists in MIT, they estimate into the global warming, the total value of the oceanic blue carbon in reach about 500 billion US dollars. So it suggests that blue carbon in open ocean are very, very important. So to start measuring baseline of the carbon sink, some idea is been proposed to study the blue carbon sink or how ocean can take up more carbon dioxide. One is to run the oceanic fertilizer, or second one is to restore coastal blue carbon ecosystem. And the number 3 is to do the seaweed and phytoplankton application. Number 4 is run the artificial upwelling, which can bring more nutrients to the subsurface. Since in the subsurface there are not sufficient nutrient can be used. And the 5th one is to increase alkalinity efficiency. And the 6th one is to increase the fish coconut cultivation. So here is an example talking about the potential carbon flux in Palau's water. Since we have the cruise in Palau's water in July 2023, we are still measuring the biological carbon pump data. And if we use the Taiwan's original water data, then it's about 20 milligram carbon per meter square per day. Then we can estimate the total carbon flux in Palau's EEZ zone is about 4.6 million tons. And now Palau has about 600,000 square kilometers. So we can easily estimate the total carbon credit in Palau's water is 230 million US dollars per year. So I suggest Palau's water contains a lot of the oceanic carbon credit. But we need to have the real scientific biological data in Palau's water. Hopefully, we can get all the sample done by the end of 2023. So we can estimate the real carbon credit or real carbon sink in Palau's water. And here is an example. If we don't, if Taiwan doesn't account for the blue carbon, that means we want to reach net zero carbon emission by 2050, which is mission impossible. You can see the scenario in 2020. We have about 250 deficits of the carbon dioxide. Then if we can use all the electrical cars in Taiwan, then we can reduce about 36 million tons carbon dioxide. We still have about 150 carbon dioxide, 150 million tons need to be buried. So we need to think other approach to increase our negative carbon dioxide. What we can use is the seaweed cultivation. So we want to find the potential seaweed from subtropical oceans. And here is an example. We if the seaweed population in Palau Island, then we cooperate with the Palau Ocean Foundation and also support by our national standards in our National Science Technology Council. Then you can see the seaweed, they grow so well in the comfort zone. So with this knowledge, then we hope we can do similar work in the Palau. So I summarize the different seaweed. On the left-hand side is the Sapodia. In the middle is the Sapulata and the Graciliaria. You can see most of them are higher than the carbon capture rate in forest of the RN forest in Taipei. So my conclusion in the future studies, ocean blue carbon is the key to reach net zero emission. And we need to help island countries investigate oceanic blue carbon baseline and restore coastal blue carbon ecosystem, and to find potential seaweeds to scale up to 1,000 tons, and to extend marine conservation regime. Okay, today I'm ready to share my knowledge about the blue carbon here. And thank you very much. If you have the question, please ask now. Thank you.
Can I ask now? Thank you.
Okay. But in summary. Okay, so basically in summary, this professor in a university in Taiwan is helping Palau Ocean Foundation and Palau to explore seaweed farming here. And in this seaweed algae apartment, they call it, the growth of the seaweed can be confined in one area, so that allowing measurement of that and to calculate the amount of carbon credit that it can be generated over a certain period of time. So that will be one of the projects that we are working on here in Palau. So that's my 1 minute. So after that, we have Kevin Milwaukee, the founder of Bitcoin, to give us a, again, recorded talk. I'm so sorry. Because he cannot be here today, but still want to be supported of Palau ecosystem and Palau's blockchain community. So he said he is going to talk about this refi's perceptual potential, and also to unlock opportunities in Palau. Basically, how Bitcoin can support all these refi projects in Palau. So let's listen to Kevin.
To give a talk at the Palau Blockchain Summit. I really hope to be able to make it there in person next year, but for this year, a remote talk is going to have to do. In my talk today, I wanted to talk a little bit about the regenerative finance space, and then I wanted to get into how some of my work at Bitcoin, which is a crowdfunding platform and protocol, supports the refi space. So my definition of the regenerative finance space is a financial system. We want to build a financial system that regenerates over time as opposed to degenerates over time. And the technical definition of that is a financial system that has more resource availability over time, and especially is not fragile to shock events. So it's anti-fragile, it hits a shock event and it recovers as opposed to degrades over time. And when I'm talking about resource capacity, I'm not just talking about financial capital, I'm talking about spiritual capital, things like spiritual attainment, cultural capital, which builds community, experiential capital, which builds embodied experience and wisdom. There are 8 different types of capital, and when I think that we're building a regenerative finance system, we should be regenerating all of these types of capital. A third attribute of the regenerative finance space that I think that we could be building towards is an ecosystem that is not subject to the Matthew effect. So this is a law of economic systems that says the rich get richer. So if we aim to build a economic system in which the rich are not just getting richer, but the poor are getting richer too, then that's a financial system that is, I think, desirable. So my definition of the refi space is that it's regenerating over time, all different types of capital, and it's not being captured by an elite. So this is the refi space that I want to be building. And I think that CoinDesk recently called the refi space to be more of a vibe than a hard and fast category. Well, I think it's good to have a definition of our North Star that's very tangible and precise, but I think it's also valuable to have a broad tent of what the refi space is building. And so the fact that CoinDesk is even covering it is great. And the fact that they called it a vibe more than a hard and fast category is fine too, because that lets us build broad tent of the ecosystem that we're building. And what I would like to see from here is the refi space expanding its legitimacy across what are called holons. So a holon is something that is simultaneously a whole in and of itself, as well as a part of a larger whole. So basically, going from humans to teams to DAOs to industries up to the global system. We want to build coordination mechanisms that regenerate our ecosystems, that fund our public goods, and distribute money to people who are contributing value to our public goods. This is something that I think that you see really nicely in the Ethereum ecosystem. We've got multiple DAOs within the Ethereum ecosystem that are regenerating the ecosystem. Optimism, retroactive public goods funding, DAO drops, Bitcoin, ClearFund, Giveth, and Protocol Guild are all examples of projects that are funding the commons within the Ethereum ecosystem. And what I'm really excited about is the pluralism of these funding and distribution mechanisms within the Ethereum ecosystem, and the fact that they all complement each other. So the way Optimism funds its public goods is complementary to the way that Bitcoin does, is complementary to the way that Giveth does. We've got multiple mechanisms for funding the commons within the Ethereum ecosystem. And this is really exciting to me because it means that if you look at the ecosystem from an intersectionality standpoint, we're all in different circles, in different holons that we're trying to regenerate. And I can imagine a world in which people are getting so much money from public goods funding mechanisms like Bitcoin and ClearFund, but in their own community, because they're intersectional in a bunch of these different holons. So basically, I think that in a world in which the refi ecosystem is maximally successful, it will not only be funding our digital public goods, but it'll be solving our local and statewide, countrywide, and global coordination failures. Okay, so we're funding public goods within each of the holons that comprise of human civilization, both from a physical perspective, but also from a digital perspective. So you think about all the different digital communities that many of us are in today, social networks, Telegram groups, Discord servers, WhatsApp groups, Reddit communities, email lists. These are all different holons, which all could have different public goods that we're funding. And one of the things that I'm really excited about with the crypto ecosystem is how do we build a cross-pollination of mechanisms and money in geographic-based public goods, which are funded with trillions of dollars of capital from governments across the world. The digital public goods, which are funded right now, depending on where they are, crypto has a $1.2 trillion market cap. So in what ways can we start to take tools that were pioneered in the refi space and in the crypto space and help them with our local public goods in places like Boulder, Colorado, where I'm from, or Palau, where all of you all are listening to this talk. So That's my vision for the refi space. Refi is a vibe. Refi is a space where we're regenerating ourselves on many forms of capital and creating a financial system that cannot be captured. And I think that it can scale out to fund the world's public goods if we can make it work for our own public goods and then scale it out into all sorts of different all different communities in the public goods. And I want to give a tangible example of a product that I have been working on and Gitcoin has been working on in order to make that happen. So if you're not familiar with Gitcoin, I'm one of the co-founders of Gitcoin. It is a project that in 2017 launched and in 2021 became a DAO. It is primarily known as one of the top crowdfunding platforms and protocols out there. And basically the way Gitcoin works is that every quarter, Gitcoin has a funding round in which it funds the Ethereum ecosystem's public goods. So far, it has done about $50 million worth of impact since 2019 when Gitcoin Grants was launched. And so basically, that's about one round per quarter since 2019. If you want to check out the impact that Gitcoin has had, you can go and check out impact.gitcoin.co. As I said, there's been $50 million worth of funding across 4 million unique donations to causes as diverse as Ethereum public goods, to supporting the Ukraine, to supporting local public goods in places like Africa and Latin America, to supporting diversity, equity, inclusion by supporting SheFlag. All different types of public goods are funded on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's secret sauce is a mechanism entitled quadratic funding. This is a website that we built entitled WTFisQF.com, which is designed to help you understand what quadratic funding is. Quadratic funding is based off of a paper by Vitalik Buterin, Zoe Hitzig, and Glenn Weil, and this website is designed to help explain it to you. So basically, quadratic funding helps you unlock the power of quadratic funding. Unlock the power of community funding. Quadratic funding is a crowdfunding mechanism that amplifies the available resources by inviting community members to make donations, big or small, with active votes on how to allocate the funds. The broader the support, the bigger the match. So let's go through a little example of how things work on Gitcoin. On Gitcoin, every quarter there is a matching campaign that is allocated to the results of a crowdfunding campaign on the basis of which grants have the most broad base of support. Okay, so in this calculator example, there are 2 grants that have raised the same amount of funding. Oops, I got that wrong. The same amount of funding, and the project that has the broader base of support is going to get way, way, way more of the matching pool. Okay, so we're building a signal aggregation mechanism that helps everyday donors signal which public goods they care about, and they allocate a matching pool when they do that. And what's cool is that even a $1 donation or a $10 donation can be matched with hundreds, if not thousands of dollars of funding. The broader the support, the bigger the match, which is really, really cool because people actually will fund public goods in this way because their dollars are actually having an impact. Another neat thing about Gitcoin grants and this signal aggregation mechanism is how it builds a signal preference of what your community actually cares about. So this is a view on Gitcoin grants at round 18, which is a crowdfunding campaign that's running right now. Each edge in this network is a transaction. Each node is a user or a grant in this crowdfunding campaign. So we're building a high resolution map of which public goods in the community the everyday citizens actually care about with quadratic funding. Now I'm going to do a little demo of Gitcoin's crowdfunding platform and protocol. I've just gone to grants.gitcoin.co, and I'm going to go into the climate solutions round, and we are going to fund a climate project or 2 in that round. So I'm going to pick a couple of projects. If I wanted to do more research on each project, I could click in and look at the grant and see what they're doing. This one happens to be doing high impact solar in emerging markets. Hopefully they'll come to Palau soon. And then I'm going to go over to the checkout page, and I am going to be giving a donation to each of these projects, Solar Pump, Nomads, and Helios, which is the solar project that we just looked at. I click checkout here. I'm going to sign a transaction, And we have just supported public goods on Gitcoin. The demo took 30 seconds or less to go in and to fund the projects that I care about, that are doing meaningful work in the projects, in the climate space. So Gitcoin is a set of tools that allow you to fund what matters in your local community. Anyone can take Gitcoin Grant Stack and run a quadratic funding round for their local community. I'd love to help the nation of Palau do funding within their community and help build a map of what Palauan citizens actually care about in their community. You can do it without me. You can go to manager.gitcoin.co and you can create it yourself if you want. But there's also peer support through the Gitcoin Operators Guild, people who are really care about public goods and are using Gitcoin in order to fund what matters in their community. So that is Gitcoin Grant Stack, and that is how we are helping to realize this vision of building the refi space. And I want to be clear. I want to go back to this slide and make a point for a second. Bitcoin is only one of the DAOs that is doing impacts in this meaningful way, and community and building tools to help you fund what matters. I believe in pluralism. I believe in the entire community of tools that are helping to make this happen. And I just highlight Gitcoin because as a co-founder of Bitcoin, it's the one that I'm most familiar with, and some $50 million worth of impact, which I think is fairly legit. Alrighty, so again, I'm Kevin Owaki. I am one of the founders of Gitcoin. You can reach out to me at twitter.com/Owaki. I would love to help your community run a quadratic funding round, and I would also like to help you build the refi space together. So thanks so much for having me to speak at your blockchain summit. And like I said, next year I really hope to be there live. Peace and love. See you next time.
Kevin did told us many times that he really wants to help to get funding. And there is a grant proposal deadline actually for this latest round, not specifically for Palau, but Gitcoin round ending tomorrow. So if anybody wants to just like submit a proposal today, you can do that. But afterwards, we will make sure to work with Gitcoin to get us Palau specific round to fund projects that are here. Okay, so next one, also a refi talk. We are going to have Jimmy Cohen, the founder of Children. And that is a project that is, as far as I understand, also spun out from one of the Gitcoin founding, right? Yeah, so it's one of the Gitcoin projects. You can see how Gitcoin is making a lot of impact here. So we had Jimmy Cohen from Children to talk about the future refi, how to grow the movement. Here to me.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jimmy Cohen, the co-founder of Gens, and we are growing a movement of regenerators all across the world through the most rewarding and transparent tree planting. So we're going to delve into those two specific problems and how Web3 can solve them. We're going to talk about how to grow the movement. And by the end of this talk, I think you guys will know the meaning of life. Does that sound good? All right, let's go. Okay, so next slide. So I do a podcast called Max Impact, and I've done almost 350 episodes. And the first question I always ask people is, what is your why? What gets you out of bed in the morning? What helps you burn the midnight oil and ultimately all of the amazing things that you do? And so I'm going to start today by talking about my why and why I do what I do. And for those of you who don't know, Simon Sinek is like the most popular TED Talk of all time, and both started by definitely check it out. But basically, my journey towards positive impact started when I was 4 years old. I planted my first tree. My mother's an environmentalist, and she was cutting down all of these trees, overdeveloping in a small town in Australia called Avalon. And so we were planting trees, stopped from cutting down. That's sort of planting the seed for the work that I'm doing today, if you will. But really, when I started getting involved in this, it was in 2019. Next slide. I was watching what was happening in the 2019 forest fires in Australia. Roughly 3 billion animals were burnt alive, which is the equivalent of over 300 Holocausts approximately. These are sentient beings, able to experience both pain and pleasure. And it deeply affected me watching these videos of these animals being burnt alive, and it really brought me to tears. And I wanted to do something about it, and so I launched a fundraiser and raised a few $1,000s. And instantly I started to feel better. I started to feel fulfilled. I started to make more of an impact. Before this, I literally felt like I didn't have any purpose and had low energy and was in a bit of a dark place. But then once I started to make a positive impact, everything completely changed. Believe it or not, you might not believe this now because I'm really talking all the time, but I actually was a pretty introverted person. I was kind of in my shell a lot, and even sometimes I saw people that I knew, I would sometimes look the other way, just have less interaction. I don't know, very different person back then, but like once I tapped into something, this insurmountable energy, I was able to push through any hesitation to speak with everyone that I possibly could to make my vision a reality. And so that's one of the reasons why I do Max Impact, to help other people, tap into what their calling is and what ultimately will give them the energy that they need to pass through any obstacle preventing them on their way. And so that's what I want for the people, and that's one of the most important things to do in life is like find purpose, find fulfillment. Okay, so we're going to talk about transparency for a second. So for 7 years of my life, I was raising funds for good causes. I was knocking on doors, convincing people to donate every month. I was selling products to raise funds for charities. I was throwing transformative charity music festivals and all to give funds to charities, right? And I was hoping that they would be transparent. They would give us clear updates so that I could show those updates to the people that funded us, such that we could hopefully raise even more funds and people could connect with their impact, right? Well, that wasn't always the case. One time, I was following up with a charity literally a year later to try to get some form of an update. I was following up and following up persistently. And eventually they said, all right, we'll come deliver you the update. Deliver, just email me, but whatever. Of course, you're welcome. So they came to my office and they brought me a printout. And this printout, this is for a clean water project. It didn't have their current logo on it. It didn't have their previous logo on it. It actually had the logo before their previous logo on this update. It's this recycled update that was clearly given to so many different people. That's the logo. And so it was very clear that something's broken here, right? And a lot more funding would flow towards where it's really needed for the impact if people were completely sure that their money would go to where it needs to be, the impactful solutions, right? The reason why we were able to fund and plant more than 1 million trees in the last month or so is because we are radically transparent. We haven't even launched everything that we're building yet, but we are radically transparent, and that's why people believe in us. We have more commitments to do another 3 million mangrove trees next month. And so this is how we're tackling this problem directly. It's called NFU's non-fungible updates. So we developed an AI tree counting technology whereby we can use drones, or even people can use their smartphones with decent enough resolution to film the land beforehand, and then they film the same land afterwards with GPS coordinates. It counts exactly how many trees have been planted far more accurately than a human can count. And then all of those updates then live on chain in the form of NFT videos. And we're also building a globe interface so you can see every single update that exists, and your update is your update. Very important. It's no one else's update specific to you. It's non-fungible and it lives on chain to provide valuable transparency. So that's how we're tackling that problem. Okay, and the next challenge is around incentives. So currently, our economy values the degeneration of nature a lot more than it values the regeneration of nature. That's the reason why we live in the world we do with so much deforestation. There's a very clear economic impact. When you cut down trees, they can be used as charcoal and wood, etc. And so we're trying to tip the scale such that the regeneration is valued even more. And so we're starting with something called tree tokens. So one tree is a mangrove tree. And basically, when people using that AI tree counting tool can prove that they planted the trees, right? Initially, they get a sixth of the tree token every 6 months over the course of 3 years. They do health checks. And so after 3 years, they can get 1 tree token per tree. Now, if you hold that, we're stacking all kinds of different rewards to incentivize them to hold on to these tokens, or they can sell them if they wish. So we're using proof of plant. The only way to issue this token is through literally proving that you've not only planted, but are growing the trees. And it's starting with carbon rewards, but there are all kinds of other rewards that we're getting into as well. So this is one of the keys to exponentially scale regeneration. So it's the beauty of carbon forwards. So when we plant a mangrove tree, it'll take 25 years to sequester approximately 308 kilograms of carbon, and it happens according to a bell curve. So the first 5 years, there's really not that much carbon that's being sequestered. And in my view, the purpose of carbon credit should be to reinvest back into the thing, right? Back into carbon sequestering projects. But there's a big time delay between when you're able to do that. And so by working with impact investors, we can essentially sell the future value of those carbon credits in the short term. Sure, it's at a heavily discounted rate, time value of money, and there's risk involved, but we're able to de-risk it in a few different ways. And it's still an order of magnitude more money than what it costs us to plant the mangrove trees in the first place. So that means we can reinvest back into approximately 9 times more trees every time we do a carbon forward deal, and rinse and repeat to exponentially scale these trees. And we take a portion of those carbon forward revenues and we reward the holders of the trees token. This way people can become bullish on regeneration, they become bullish on funding these trees in the first place. And that's how we can grow those incentives. And there are other incentives, like, for example, if you build on the optimism chain, they have a grant for 100,000 to 200,000 OP tokens, which is roughly $150,000 to $300,000. But you can't actually liquidate them and sell them for your own purposes. You actually have to give them out to people in your community. And so this is another award that we can give out to people who are planting the trees through these different grant systems. We actually got, you heard about Gitcoin just now. We got voted first place in last Gitcoin Climate Solutions round. There were more than 100 startups in there. And so, hey, thank you. I'm alive right now, by the way. It's the last day of Bitcoin. I'm matching 2x. But essentially, these are different rewards that we can give to these holders, right? There's also biodiversity credits, and then there's also a whole other form of rewards, which are it's about social signaling. The reason we buy any brand clothing or or use any kind of cars or etc., we try to communicate something about ourselves to the world, right? The reason why we buy these things. And so actually online, people see your profile picture a lot more nowadays than maybe the shirt that you wore today, particularly if you're posting on social media and stuff. So that's the benefit of non-fungible token NFT profile pictures. And so what this is, and this is really where I see NFTs going in the future, is something called dynamic NFTs. So this is actually the world's first dynamic semi-soulbound token. So it's actually dynamic in 2 ways. You see there's a light on the mind and there's a light on the heart. So the light on the mind actually gets brighter according to how many trees that you fund. It actually changes and you can influence that data. So it's more interactive and engaging. And the light on the heart gets brighter according to how many trees that you plant, both of which are verified by AI initially. And then we also are setting up a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, that review all kinds of data to give the final approval check. So you're not filming the same locations and back and forth, etc. And so it's semi-soulbound. So soulbound means non-transferable, right? And soulbound tokens have a lot of use cases, but actually the most successful NFT projects actually get the majority of their revenue from the resale royalties, right? A percentage of every resale goes back to the project. And so what we're doing is semi-soulbound. So you can still trade the artwork, right? You might resonate with a cooler, different artwork and trade them, etc. But those impact metrics, those likes which are overlaid, they are non-transferable. So you connect to our DApp, our decentralized application, whichever profile picture that you select that you want to use your main NFT, those likes will then be overlaid on top of that. And the reason for this is because we're gamifying tree planting, right? We're gamifying it in a way. Imagine you're playing pinball and you have a high score. You would want someone buying your high score, right? And so that's why that's not transferable. We also have leaderboards, and yeah, this is fulfilling stuff. It's engaging. We're making tree planting fun. Like the reason that I was able to break the world record for most trees planted in a day twice, the second time with Guinness World Records, is because I was able to tap into something that was deeply fulfilling for me and gamified. I knew that there was a record, wanting to beat it. And by the way, we're growing a movement so that we can break a new world record, which is most trees planted by any number of people in a 24-hour period. So Ethiopia actually set this record at 350 million trees in a day. And we're gearing up to break that record next Earth Day, which is April 22 next year. And but we can't do it alone, right? There's like, this takes a movement. This takes everyone coming together, right? So, Yeah, there we go. Take the green pill, and so this is what Kevin Walking, person you just saw, is pioneering. So this is green pill chapters all across the world. So when you take the green pill, you know what major pill is the red, and there's the blue pill, right? Well, the green pill, if you take that one, is really going down to see how you can use Web3 technologies to exponentially and to scale regeneration, essentially, and how those things can be used. So a lot of people are taking the green pill just as a tic tac, right? But it's a green one. And so these chapters are all across the world, educating people on this technology, growing the movement. There's also these network states called Refi DAO, who have chapters in all these major cities across the world and towns across the world. We're educating people and unifying people under this Refi umbrella. We're also involving Rotary Clubs, which has 1.4 million members across the world. We're also involving the official Earth Day organization. We also have 3 points of contact with Mr. Beast, who's like the biggest YouTuber in the world, so that we can involve him and really grow this movement such that we can all kind of unify under one umbrella to make history together on Earth Day. And that will set the regen movement in full swing and in full motion. So I said that you guys are gonna find out the meaning of life at the end of this talk. So, so the answer to that question of what is the meaning of life is actually hidden within the question itself. So if something, and it's hidden within the word meaning. So if something gives your life meaning, what does it give you? It gives you a sense of fulfillment, right? It gives you a sense of aliveness, a sense of purpose. And of course, that's different for everyone because you have your own talents, your own ways of making an impact in the world, but you were born to do something, right? And your body has an interesting way of letting you know when you're on the right track, right? It also has an interesting way of letting you know when you're not on the right track. If you really can't bring yourself to do something and you have low energy, you're not on the right path. But if you jump out of bed in the morning or have a surge or rush of energy to do something, that's your body's way of telling you that yes, you are on the right track. Do more of that thing. And so that's the meaning of life. That's and that's interesting. That's if you haven't found that yet, I recommend you try different things to experiment and realize what that is for you. Next slide, please. All right, so this last section is interactive. Okay, can I get everyone to please stand up? Stand up. All right, stand up. And if you could just scooch together a little bit. As part of the movement, certain words and terminology is important. So, instead of what people say, wag me, like we're all gonna make it. What we say is we're all gonna make impact. That's the meaning of wag me or LF grow. But also we say let's grow, a little bit more PG. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna count to 3, 2, 1, and I want all of us at the top of our lungs to say the 2 words. Let's grow. Are you ready? As loud as you can. All right, don't hold back. All right, okay, we're gonna go there. Okay, ready? Okay. Ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Yes.
Thank you. Oh my God, I got goosebumps for that. What an amazing, inspiring talk. And yes, so I want the audience to ask any questions. Now I have 2 questions. If not, it's here, so you can ask. Yes.
Thank you, Jimmy, for the great talk. Feel so pumped. I wonder, right? Like, what's your end goal for doing what you do?
So, I really feel like I'm gonna be like 100, or maybe if I survive, I think I'm gonna be a 100-year-old person like working towards some. I don't feel like there's like one thing once I hit that, then it's like okay now. Because even if we solve climate change, which is possible, but if we do that, it's gonna be a massive challenge. There will be other ways to make a positive impact. So we have a goal for next April, right? We want to scale exponentially to the billions of trees, right? Starting with 1 million, if you do 9x, like 5 or I think 6 times, then you end up with 500 billion trees. So that's another goal, is like finding impact investors, leveraging carbon forests, scale regeneration, right? But yeah, I don't think that there is like an end. I think this is my life's work. That's the reason why a lot of people say, oh, I'm doing a project. Can you support my project? That seems like really short term, like I'm just doing this little project. Like, no, this is my life's work. I'm gonna be doing this until the day that I die. The final impact might vary, the path to get there might change, but I'm not gonna stop until I'm not alive.
Well, you want to talk to Laura and Brandon, who they talked yesterday to so that you don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's all right.
Okay, well, thank you, Jimmy. Yes.
Can I? Yes.
There's one more.
Yeah, I got the phone. Okay, I can phone, okay. Thank you, Jimmy, very much for your presentation. I'm also actually working in the sustainability industry, and I'm really like interested in specifically the part that is that it is incentive kind of ecosystem to incentivize individuals, especially normal people like us, to be engaged within this ecosystem. So I have two questions. The first question is that you said that you're gonna like update the condition of the trees, mangroves, every six months. And I wonder, do you use like manual kind of process in terms of the data monitoring and also validation, or like the automatic way? And what would happen to a tree token if a tree unfortunately dies?
Right.
And my second question is perhaps a little bit straightforward. So so a lot of people are saying that planting trees is a good thing, right? And we highlight a lot about reforestation, but actually compared with the mature forests like rainforests, it absorbs so much more carbon emission than the new trees. So like, how would you see this kind of situation? Because we're talking about preserve the existing trees instead of like spending too much effort to plant new trees. Thank you.
So both important questions. So first of all, automation versus manual. Right now, it is a little bit manual in the sense that our current process versus a process from V2 is, okay, you go to the trees, you film them. First of all, if it's a health check, they're already planted. If not, then it's you film the land beforehand. Then you upload to a Google Drive. Okay, you put the link in a spreadsheet. You take the pin of the GPS coordinate on Google Maps. You put the pin of the GPS coordinate. And then like a few other data points. And and then our AI team takes that video, downloads it, put it in the software, counts it with the AI software, and then lets you know how many trees you planted in, and then it gives part of the rewards before and after. So that's our process. But what we're moving towards is an app whereby all you have to do is open up the app, film it, and that's it. It'll submit it off. It'll take your location and all that data. So it has been a bit of a challenge, Google Drive getting a shareable link in some places where they're just getting started using a smartphone. It's been a bit of a challenge. We have to do a lot of trainings, but I think with this app, it'll make it a lot easier to onboard people. And was there a part two of the first question?
Yeah. What would happen to tree token?
Oh, index. Yeah. So so with Web3, like owning your tokens is an important thing, right? So to be able to like take them back isn't really our. So what we're doing instead is, instead of getting one tree token just when you plant the tree, right? It happens over the course of a 3-year period, right? So you actually get a sixth of a tree token, right? Initially. And then after 6 months, you come again, you get another sixth of a tree token, etc., until it comes to full maturity. And if they're not there, then that gets reflected in that way. So that's our approach to dealing with that, and also incentivize people with conservation. And yes, conservation is absolutely crucial. And it plays a huge role. There are many solutions to the kind of problem, right? There's no one silver bullet. And definitely, of course, needs to be protected. It's absolutely crucial. And actually, what we're doing with our DAO, so when we make these NFTs, 50% goes towards tree planting directly. The other 50% goes to our DAO treasury. And so all the members, the holders of the NFT, will be able to vote how that money is used. And I'll have a vote. And one of the proposals that we put forward is to support regenerative businesses adjacent to the existing mangrove forest. So for example, mangroves actually create the most delicious honey in the world. I will stand by this statement. It's dark in color. It has antioxidants, which means a lot of health benefits. It's very nutritious. Of course, these are natural mangrove forests. There's no, it's organic. And so by supporting beekeepers adjacent to the mangroves, it changes the mentality of how people see these natural forests, right? They see them as valuable while they're alive, and that's what we want to ultimately accomplish. You can say the same thing about fishing, because it actually filters the water. You can say about crab farming. All of these industries thrive around the mangrove trees, and so we're directly going to be supporting those industries, which directly will help with conservation. In Kenya, for example, you can go to prison for cutting mangrove trees, but it actually happens all the time. I go there and I find and I see these cut down mangrove trees. It's illegal. But you still do, because if you have to put food on your family's table, you're gonna do whatever it takes, right? And you know, gotta get medicine for your mother, whatever. You'll go at nighttime across the street, right? But if you can get more value from them while they're alive, then that'll change. So that's our approach to conservation, is definitely part of it.
I'll get your face.
So, good pitch. I'm gonna ask you a better question to get, investor might ask you, or governor might ask you. So, can you tell us a little bit about you said you want to get more in terms of getting people to customers, obviously one part of that is community, individuals, DAO, movement, right? But the other part of that is obviously you've got to have massive contributions, like the Bitcoin, that you need to have that from one place. So what are the metrics that you have? You can talk about in terms of how somebody who invested in this early on, where do they stand now in terms of that? And what do you expect in terms of growth? The other question is, if you want to talk to governments which have massive grants to put towards this, right? And public credits, otherwise, in the EU, for example, what is the one metric that you propose to them, say, here's what your grant amount will achieve in terms of change or in terms of power reduction? If you don't have the answers, man.
Right. So we are, even though we did 1 million mangroves last month, we are actually still pre-launch. We haven't actually launched the NFT, we haven't launched the token. But we do have the AI tree counting, and that's why people believe in us to plant the trees and have a tree planting organization as well. So to say what do people get as an ROI for early investors hasn't happened yet. So and I'm a little bit hesitant to give numbers because there are all these different incentives that we're giving to those. So let's say if we bought a tree token, right? So our preliminary plan is to take approximately 10% of the carbon forward revenue and give that back to the tree holder. So it costs us 10 cents to plant a mangrove tree. They sequester 350 kilograms of carbon. So it costs about 32.5 cents to plant enough trees which will eventually sequester one time, right? Now, a carbon forward credit, instead of mangrove is normally like $30 a ton, but as a whole, it's around $5-6. So if you take 10% of that, that's like 60 cents, on your 5. So that's a pretty big return. So that's going to kind of drip fed over time. And the way that we're kind of like diving this whole securities thing is because this is like you actually have to work to make this token, right? It's not like it's just typically investment, though they can sell it to someone else and the rewards will go to that person they sell to. So, but then there's all these other incentives as well, right? I mentioned like biodiversity credits or from optimism chain and those other things. So it's not, we're not going to say you're going to get this ROI for sure. We're just going to say we're going to reward you. And oh, second part of the question? No, we'll talk later. Yeah, I'm going to take so much time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jimmy. Amazing talk, and we're so inspired. Now we have Guillaume Lefty, the co-founder and CEO from Carbonable, sitting in front, going to talk to us about refi and climate tech. And he's fine. Okay, he's here. So before Guillaume's talk, we have heard from Engine Starter, we have heard from Bitcoin, and we have heard from Jimmy, the projects from Bitcoin, all the investment opportunities to engage the power community to really do something good for refi space. And here Guillaume is going to share with us the refi and climate tech and how are some of the things that can help support all of this. Good afternoon, Guillaume.
Hello. How are you?
Wait a
Do you
minute.
hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Oh. You guys tell me. Yeah,
Hi.
it's okay?
Yeah, yes, it's okay. I can hear you. We can hear you perfectly. Yeah.
Perfect. Awesome. So, hi everyone. Nice to meet you all. Even though virtually though, I would have loved to come and discover this wonderful country, but yeah, a bit too complex flight-wise and whatnot. So yeah, I'm co-founder and CEO of Carbonable. Our mission really is to re-engineer trust in the carbon market and especially in the carbon contribution side of things. So so yeah, a little bit of context. I think all of you guys know net zero right now is not a goal anymore. It's actually a requirement. It's a requirement for the planet. As we know, climate emergency is bigger than ever. We also know that now, like for companies, and especially in Europe, which has committed to net zero by 2050, there are plenty of legal requirements that are coming into place. So now there is like a compliance, one of them being called like the CSRD, which is actually including sustainability as part of like business model of companies, and which is going to be reinforced for over 50,000 company by next year. More so, you know, also that now not only those companies are affected, but also all their partners and providers, etc. Because when you do the carbon footprint, it affects also like scope 2, scope 3, and so it affects like your providers, and so it's like a snowball effect. So the point is just like this global movement towards net zero is moving faster than ever, and that's good for the planet. That said, like it's a pressing challenge for company. But it's pretty complex. Like the two first steps are, let's say, not streamlined, but have like strong solutions in terms of measurement. You have like plenty of like softwares that exist. You have plenty of consultants that provide that help to do like a good carbon footprint. But when it comes to avoid and reduce, you have also plenty of software. I think of Greenly, I think of Sweep, I think of like plenty of good softwares and also like consultants. When it comes to carbon contribution itself, excuse my language, but it's still a little bit like the Far West. And the truth is like it's the last step towards net zero. It's an essential step. Even when like IPCC clearly said it, but not only IPCC, actually like the UNEP, World Resource Institute, etc., reinforce the fact that we need more removal. Like we need at least triple investments in that field. So it's a requirement for the planet and for companies, but it's a very complex at this moment. Like it's a very risky step. Why so is that risky? There are three main components. Let's say the first one is booming prices. When you're a company, and that if you don't anticipate enough, the cost toward carbon contribution and toward net zero is going to be much bigger than today. We've seen already the prices like during time 1 and time 2 and time 2 and time 3 in the past few years, the past couple of years, and when you see the forecast from Bloomberg, McKinsey, etc., prices could increase drastically by 2030 and 2037. Now, like that's so if you lack of anticipation, high risk financially. Now, the second risk is the one that everyone knows, and maybe like the biggest threat right now in the market, which is greenwashing. So that's why like our mission is to re-engineer trust more so. Greenwashing is affecting this market in a bad way. Carbon contributions, like when you ask people what is the first word that come to mind about like carbon offset, that's actually scary, but that's greenwashing that comes to mind first, and it's due to plenty of reasons. Some are just like, you know, the let's say the convictions per se of the companies are not necessarily right, but more so it's also a lack of monitoring, it's a lack of transparency, it's a lack of traceability, it's a lack of capability as a whole. It's a very mature market, and there's not the infrastructure required to actually help providing trust. And third, and not least, last but not least, like there are no tooling right now in the market, like dedicated tooling to manage carbon contributions investment and to manage those assets once they've been financed. So there is a big lack of tooling. There are plenty of investments, like the market is growing fast, but there is not the infrastructure right now required to actually manage those assets. And so what we've been creating at Carbonable is really like the infrastructure, fully decentralized, or like as decentralized as possible, and with the aim of being like fully decentralized, to re-engineer trust, as we said, but like with the aim to actually like provide trust, provide traceability, provide transparency, to help scale and standardize carbon contributions through integrity. So that's like the global mission of what we're doing. In the concept of this presentation, I'm showcasing more like, let's say, the product side. which is like what we deliver to partners that are already working with us. So we have like, let's say, 4 pillars. One of them is we help companies to invest in tailored projects to actually create their great portfolio. We optimize, diversify the investment and minimize risk. So that's the first pillar. Second one, we actually help them manage their assets. So we unify the data and we help them aggregate all the data in one place under one single platform, and we guarantee automated accounting and auditability. And then beyond the investment, beyond the management, comes then the monitoring. And so we are working with independent DMRVs, which provide an unbiased and ongoing digital verification for all projects under management. And last but not least, you've invested, you manage, you then help monitor, and last, you need reporting, because as any investor in carbon contribution, whether you're a corporate or whether you're let's say an hedge fund, when you invest in those assets, you want to be able to report on those, because the value of those assets here is inherent also, like, to the quality of the projects, is inherent to the reporting that you're able to do. So we've created like a back office that helps gathering all the data from all the different projects and to streamline it and unify it, and we then provide ongoing automated, personalized reports. So if we go a bit more in the details on the investment front, so as I said, like, we are helping companies to create the best portfolio, so that's more a service. But behind this, we've created like a protocol, so it's again, like, fully decentralized protocol, which provides the mean for anyone to invest in projects, so project funding, so forward financing, as my fellow the fellow guy before was presenting. So we created protocol that helps, like, the forward financing of projects, that helps then companies to actually invest in only like part of projects with the very same budget. It reduces cost as well, because we are fully digital, and since it's tokenized, we make investment fully transparent, traceable, etc. So accessibility and immutability are two of the key elements that we provide through our protocol. Standardizing, we help centralize all carbon assets. As you know, there are plenty of certifiers right now in the market. So we deal with companies that actually have funded like several projects, from 5 to 10 and more. And those projects have different certifiers. Those certifiers have different naming conventions. All those projects have different carbon credit calendar emissions. And so to manage all of this is a nightmare so far for companies. And so what we've been creating is, again, like a protocol that helps, like, managing all of this, and to make it like very streamlined, all under the same naming convention, and it provides continuous accounting and auditability. So it's really like the right hand, like the ERP of a company for carbon contributions, but the ERP powered by Web3. It's integrity as keyword. Bringing contributions, monitoring and verification through DMRV, so digital measure, rate, and verify solutions. They help provide, so they're based on satellite imagery and intelligence, and artificial intelligence, and they help provide like standardized tracking along the way. Again, the idea is to have like the very same way to monitor all different projects at the very same time. You like, because right now, like, again, if we take the same example of companies investing in several projects, they will have each of those projects by default is going to have a different monitoring solution, and again, like, it creates a big complexity for those companies to follow them through, and it provides also, like, there is the big challenge of, you know, you're the judge and the party when you're a certifier and or a project developer. When the project is funded, you have all the interest to say that everything is going well. obviously, so the idea is to take a third party angle, a third party opinion to increase the trust in the monitoring. And last, as we said, like ESG reporting is very important. So we created that back office with the same example of a company investing in several projects. All those projects will have different reporting solutions, and for a company to actually consolidate those different reports into one that they want to communicate to their let's say internal audience or external audience is very, very time consuming and pretty also like let's say prone to errors. So we've created like automated and very like let's say user-friendly reporting solution that provides customized reports in an ongoing way. A little bit of let's say feedback from our clients. So we like all the names that you see below are partners of ours. So our clients, like one of our big clients, Piafa, which is like one of the leader in cosmetic in Europe, says plenty of great things about us. So we are obviously like very proud and very humbled by this. But the thing that I would like to explain here today is when we talk with those companies, we don't necessarily mention, let's say right away that we are powered by Web3, because as you know, in the corporate world, this is still not like understood 100%, and sometimes it scares a little bit like companies. But in the end, when it comes to is that when we actually get to the point of how do you do this, how do you provide integrity, how do you guarantee auditability, etc., then we come to the how and to the blockchain, and we see clearly like this is a very, very competitive advantage. So we are proud to say that we Web3, and especially in this type of meeting, we are fully Web3. Actually, we have like a full house of engineers in the team, and this is like the core of what we're doing is the decentralized infrastructure. There you go. So Carbonable, really like the idea is from strategy to action, a trusted carbon contribution gateway. So happy to answer any questions that you might have, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Guillaume. Stay on. So anybody have questions for Guillaume about carbon assets management? All right, so I think everybody is blown away. So no question in the moment, but we will ask you through messages and emails if people pass us questions. So thank you, Guillaume Lati, for this very thorough and informative, amazing lecture.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye. So we were supposed to have a break that's on the agenda, but because we have a delay of the schedule, so we're gonna push the next speaker up first and see how it goes. If we have time, and I will allow you to have a break, but if not, let's just do one more talk, okay? So now we have Sabrina Tech from the head of the payments and fintech of HPAR Foundation, and she's going to talk about stablecoin and asset tokenization. Sabrina.
Thanks everyone. Am I able to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So nice to meet you all. I'm with the HPAR Foundation, and my role is to grow the ecosystem in fintech and payment space for the Hedera Layer 1 protocol. And today my task is to cover stablecoins and asset tokenization in 15 minutes. So it is ambitious. I will try to be relatively quick. So let me just share my screen. And unfortunately, I'm not here in person, so I will use this beautiful picture of Palau instead. There we go. Hopefully you can all see my screen. So jumping right in, so starting with a very short history of stablecoins, really, because the first stablecoins were issued in 2014. And the early experiments were often using collateralization by cryptocurrencies, which were not stable, and then relying on stabilization mechanisms such as algorithms. A lot of these early iterations didn't go too well. So you had the pioneers like Newbits, and then more recently you had the Terra Luna that didn't go so well either. Even some more of the high-profile projects like DM, which were following a more conservative approach to collateralization, where eventually discontinued. But some stablecoins have stood the test of time, and the ones that did, they were typically using fiat or equivalents as collateral. And today, the picture is not very diverse. I have to say about 95% of the total market cap for the top 10 stablecoins are USD denominated and backed by fiat or USD-based financial instruments. And the top two by far are USDT for Tether and USDC for Circle. But that's something that will change, and I will go over that in the next slides. We will have more diversity going forward. So the early use cases are mainly very crypto focused. So things like crypto trading, supporting the use of DeFi protocols, supporting the use of some P2P payment use cases. That's also changing. And what we can see in this next phase of growth is that stablecoins are growing out of their crypto niche into traditional finance, where they have a potential role to solve some of the real world problems. There are a few drivers for that change. First of all, regulations are making it possible. There's a number of digital asset-friendly jurisdictions that are now coming up with frameworks to regulate stablecoins. Europe was one of the earlier ones with the MiCA. And then more recently, maybe as recently as a couple of weeks ago, Singapore finalized their stablecoin regulation, and you also have like Emirates, Japan, and a few other digital asset-friendly jurisdictions coming up with frameworks for that. And we see that the issuers are also changing. Earlier on, there were a lot of maybe more DeFi protocols and pure play fintechs issuing stablecoins. Now we're going kind of up the food chain into financial institutions and even major fintech players that are driving stablecoin issuance. So the latest example would be PayPal, which recently announced the PYUSD. That made quite a splash in the stablecoin world. And so now stablecoins are being increasingly equipped to tackle problems with sizable real world addressable markets. So the first one, and I'm going to cover all of these with examples. The first one is FX and cross-border payments or remittance. That alone is a $190 trillion market. If you compare that to the current market cap for the stable coins, which is around about 120 billion, that's several orders of magnitude more. Second is payments. So as you're probably aware, merchants have to give up some of their margin to finance the payment networks. So stable coins, they will also facilitate retail payments. But only if they can allow real-time payments, so atomic settlements, and if they can allow low fees. And Hedera can manage both of these aspects. And third is the tokenization of capital markets. So stablecoins will be needed to bring capital markets on chain. So we expect this to be a key driver of their growth in market cap. So starting with cross-border remittance, you're probably all very aware of the existing pain points. This is just an example of Thai baht versus Indonesia rupee transaction. And, even though this is a transaction that's happening within Asia, it's going through 3 different time zone changes from Thailand to the US back to Indonesia, 6 different institutions of 4.3% in transaction fees, and it takes days to settle. So as you can see, there's definitely room for improvement there. Here's an alternative with stablecoins. So this was a pilot that was done recently on Hedera with 3 financial institutions. Shinhan Bank in Korea, SCB TechX in Thailand, and the largest bank in Taiwan. I'm not going to have time to go into the details of this architecture, but essentially it leveraged smart contracts as well as Hedera native stablecoins, and the results were quite stunning. You can have operational a system that's operational 24/7, transactions that takes about 2.5 seconds, and the transaction costs for the network are only 5 cents. So there's definitely margin for that for the banks to add their own business model if they want to. Second use case, of course, payments. Definitely some pain points there because payment networks are not cheap. Your average, your average credit card network is charging from 1.5 to 3% on average. But not only that, there is fixed fees. The fixed fees amount to 15 to 20 cents. And so that is making micropayments impossible, essentially. If you want to send a 5 cents payment, then your fee is going to be more than that. One of the examples that we have to show how to address this issue is Drop. Drop is also Hedera-based micropayment platform for small value purchases, and they use also USDC, Hedera native USDC. They have SDKs, so you can deploy very easily. It's almost as easily as a Stripe, for example, through a WordPress or a Shopify merchant site. And you can see how the transaction fees compare. It's, in some cases, it's 10 to 20x cheaper. And the third use case is the tokenization of capital markets. This is something that is still not on the radar of a lot of people. It's still relatively small market cap here, but we're estimating, not me, but BCG is estimating that by 2030, the total market cap for tokenized assets is going to be 68 trillion. So essentially, we're seeing the existing capital markets being uploaded and being decentralized on the blockchain. And just like stablecoins were very essential to crypto trading, they will be essential to those decentralized capital marketplaces. So that's my segue into asset tokenization. Where are we at in 2023? We're actually a bit earlier even than stablecoins. It's already very early for stablecoins, but it's even earlier for asset tokenization. But we're seeing some very strong signals already. Now the market cap of tokenized assets is around 90 billion, and only 20 billion of that is in the secondary market. And that's because a lot of these has been dominated by proof of concepts, but these proof of concepts are not maturing to commercial grade products. And so we can expect the secondary market to increase in volume. The leading use cases for asset tokenizations currently is bonds, equities, and real estate. Those are the largest numbers of use cases. The regulatory landscape is quite fragmented. It's even more difficult to regulate tokenized assets than to regulate stablecoins, and that's why it's taking time to come together. If you look at the old world, so typically Western countries, US, Europe, there's usually no dedicated treatments. In the US, it's following the existing SEC rules. In most of Europe, it's following MiFID, but there are a couple countries within Europe that have their own digital asset regime, places like Switzerland and Luxembourg. In the rest of the world, notably, there are a few jurisdictions that are very progressive. For example, the UAE have multiple regimes depending on the tax-free zone. Hong Kong as well as Singapore, they clearly lay out how security laws apply and what kind of licenses are necessary. So we expect these jurisdictions to be kind of driving force for asset tokenization. I'm going to spend a few more minutes covering asset tokenization examples on Hedera. But first, before I get into that, I want to cover a little bit of some of the differentiators of why some of these projects and institutions have chosen to work on Hedera. Hedera is a third generation public ledger. It's high throughput, then you really need high throughput for things, for example, like payments or high frequency trading. So 10,000 is the transaction number of maximum transaction per seconds. It's on par with some payment networks. The average fee is very low. It's 0.0001, and it's also pegged to the USD. So even though it's payable in crypto, you can budget very easily. Typical transaction takes 3 to 5 seconds to finalize. And the carbon footprint itself is extremely low. Actually, there was a comparison that was done between the more well-known proof of stake chains, as well as Bitcoin for reference. You can see Hedera is orders of magnitude more energy efficient, since this is the watt hour per transaction, and even more energy efficient, about 70 times more energy efficient than a centralized network like Visa. So for that reason, we've become the layer one of choice for a number of green projects. And actually want to give a shout out to Carbon Base, Stella Jo, who's going to be in later in this session in one of the panels, so she can discuss some of that. So a governance model is also quite unique. These are the companies that are the 29 companies that are running the network and also making the decisions for the network. You will notice some pretty well-known names like Google, IBM, as well as some financial institutions like Shinhan Bank, Standard Bank, Nomura, Aberdeen. Overall, this provides a lot of reassurance, especially for the enterprise sector, and a lot of transparency. Hedera has actually made some design choices pretty early on to make sure that it has compliance-friendly features. So here is an example of some of the admin keys that you can issue when you're issuing tokens. You can have a supply key, which allows you to change the token supply after initial minting. You can have an admin key, will allow you to wipe out an entire token supply. A freeze key allows you to freeze a specific account. So assuming you have identified an account that is fraudulent, you're able to freeze it. You're also able to wipe the balance off of that account. And you can also, if you hit pause, you can pause transactions for the entire token base across all accounts. And then with the fee schedule, allows you to change the fees after minting. On the left side, you also see royalty fees. How you can fix the royalty fees. That's allowing you to get a cut, for example, on secondary trading very easily without having to do any kind of smart contracts. So these are all native features. And finally, Hedera is also spending a lot of effort and resources into building infrastructure for carbon accounting. At the center of this diagram is bubbles, is the Guardian. This is the tokenization engine for carbon accounting. So you can take in methodologies like Vera or Gold Standard. You could take in data from IoT devices, and there could be very high throughput information. And that goes into the Guardian, and that allows you to mint carbon credits, renewable energy credits, etc. That can be used for not only carbon markets, but also conservancy, green bonds, ESG accounting, and a number of use cases. We're also working on building the automated market maker for this, so we'll have the entire infrastructure necessary for carbon accounting. And just want to close maybe a couple minutes on use cases, so you have an idea of some of the examples. For asset tokenization, one that's quite interesting is diamond tokenization. This is typically a very illiquid asset, a $1.2 trillion market, so definitely a not negligible one. And next, we have an example of a money market fund being tokenized. So this is with Aberdeen and a marketplace called Archax. They tokenized a part of the £15 billion money market fund. Of course, real estate is a very well-known use case. So working with the Red Swan, the commercial real estate marketplace, so one of the pioneers in CRE tokenization. Then now we're platforming on Hedera, also working with Arcadia, which is building a white label tokenization platform on Hedera, starting with real estate, but also looking into other types of assets, such as commodities and ESG assets. All right. Now going on to more green assets, we're working also with EverCity on the green debt and the carbon origination. This is one of the many dozens of ESG related startups that we work with. So definitely not all of it. This is just a small slice. With this, I invite you to get in touch if you're interested in stablecoins or asset tokenizations and ESG and all these types of themes. Feel free to reach me. Is my email as well as my LinkedIn, and then the hbarfoundation.org or hedera.com if you want more information about the technology itself. Thanks a lot for having me.
Thank you, Sabrina, for this thorough introduction about what HBR Foundation has for assets tokenizations and stablecoin projects. In the interest of time, then Sabrina will regret to ask people to email you and reach out to you on Twitter if they have questions. Thank you for staying with us and sharing with us about all the amazing things you have done in this sector. You. Bye. Yes. Okay, so now let's have 15-minute break, and we'll be back here to listen to back in at the meeting. Island with us to registration desk. Put on your name. It's $50 for the permit if you have not had one. If you already went to Rock Island tours, snorkeling, kayaking, before within this week before, then you already had a permit. Then you don't have to get a permit. If you have not, come back here to register, and then so that you can come with us. 5 minutes. You got that tomorrow. Whole day of process. Swimming with a spear fishing, snorkeling, everything. And okay, so we will start the afternoon second to last section, all about tokenization, specifically tokenizing Palau's ocean or real world assets, RWA, which includes real estate, Palau's real estate, Palau's Dolphin Park, Palau's algae apartment, seaweed farm. And this is a collaboration project of my company, Metropolis Global, and Desmond Lab here. Joey, the co-founder of Desmond Lab, will give this talk, and I will supplement later.
Thank you, Elaine, for the introduction. I'm really happy everybody is going back for the summit. So Ali. So good afternoon. My name is Joey Zong, and I'm really happy to introduce TurtleX to Palau and to the world. So, what is TurtleX? TurtleX is a project for providing the financing supply chain and bridging the real world economy on chain. I think this is really something could be meaningful and with some significance. So we try to build the first Palau native real world marketplace, and there's a lot of good projects will be involved on this platform. And as Elaine has introduced, this will be a project by our collaboration with Metropolis Global and the Desmond Labs. So let me introduce what is our technologies behind this platform. So simply saying is artificial intelligence and ELT, or we call it blockchain, whatever. So AI enable automatic sorting and logical processing, because this is more talk about the compliance and regulatory technology. And in the real world asset or real world economy, they require lots of paperwork. You need to provide a lot of contract agreements if you want to purchase some real world assets like real estate, properties, and this kind of stuff. You need to have like auditing documentation, and this we need to do a lot of OCR. But in a traditional way, it's quite complicated. That's where we embedded AI to drive the whole system. And thanks to the distributed ledger technology, we try to facilitate and accelerate the legal and financial services, like in the KYC parts, KYB parts, know your clients and know your business. And here, I want to make it clear to have more awareness. What is real world assets? I personally want to classify them into the high liquidity assets, low liquidity assets. So liquidity is actually the ability to describe. You can turn an asset into cash. So when it's much easier to turn the assets into cash, then it's more liquid. So some high liquidity assets, including cash, the physical cash is actually the most liquid one, and also stocks, bonds, this kind of stuff, and also the stock money, maybe in that period. So what is low liquidity asset like gold or real estates may have the risk to lose value like in 1 year, 2 years due to some issue inflation. So I'm going to give you some figures for real estates total market size. There's about $3.6 trillion in total for property market size, and about $12 trillion in environmental, social, and corporate governance related projects and products like carbon credits, and everybody was talking about carbon credits today. And here I want to explain tokenization in a way more intuitively. So I think for most of people really confused about tokenization and relating to cryptocurrency only. But in our case today, we are not talking about too much about cryptocurrency, but as new way of organization of data. So here we see tokenization as a more advanced way to aggregate or wrap all this metadata into a token. So we see there are different real world assets, including bonds, commodities, and currencies, and also the properties. So you can see you go to a supermarket, you will use the bar scanner, and it's a way of mapping the products of what you purchase. So token for me is a wrapper and encapsulates all these metadata in one object. So it's a replicant of your assets. And here what this TurtleX want to do is actually want to building a more sustainable financial supply chain platform, and has two vertical use cases. We're doing tokenization of real estates, and also doing tokenization for ESG, the green blue projects. That can really bring a lot of benefits to Palau. And so about ESG, it's a very wide concept. You're calling like people want to do crowdfunding or plant coconut trees here, or they want to rebuild a dolphin park. Yeah. So let me introduce more major case in this TurtleX platform. So for real estate and ESG project is only one of the two use cases. And actually, all these over-culture tradable assets can be listed on this platform as the primary and secondary platform, and as a more decentralized way to do fundraising. So the most complicated part is the KYC onboarding process in the traditional way, or in the bank. If you want to open accounts, you need to provide your ID. You scan the first front, back, and the back side of your info, and you do the OCR. And for us, we developed a digital wallet. It's mainly to manage your digital identity in a more efficient way, because nowadays nobody can control their own data, but controlled by a big company, big tech company like Facebook, Google. And for us, we want to restore the data control right to people, to our users. Only user can authorize their data to the app, the third-party platforms, but not the data companies. So here we have a built-in anti-money laundering and KYC solution that fragmented the whole personal information into different granular identities. Like you can do proof of your age, proof of your residency, like for different jurisdictions, and that's so complicated in our real-world assets tokenization process, because you need to consider nowadays in this world, there's a lot of country has been embargoed and sanctioned, like a blacklist. So the first you need to fill out this user when they're trying to use a platform. Like I know it's always a question: are you a United States resident, or from Iraq, from Iran, etc. And so the KYC become necessary when you're doing the compliance part of this platform. So we simplify the user experience because you can log in with the traditional social media, and when talk about blockchain, most people feel difficult. And blockchain is mystery. The cryptography is like too far from our life. And what we are doing is actually we want to building a very streamlined process for user to use, just like what's your daily use software in Gmail or something. And so this is the one-stop solution based on our tokenization standard. So we actually created two tokenization standard called ERC 3475. It just brings more data from real world. Nowadays, all the tokenization standard, they don't really attach enough information to let you know what kind of things you buy. But with us, it's provide a more flexible and extendable container to put different data inside. Yeah, and let me see this more technical part easily. So we have a metaphor to introduce these two tokenization standard, which is actually the current solution. I like just like smartphones with a physical keyboard and one solution for one case. And for us, we turn them into a touch screen. It's easily to customize, and you can put different use cases in one smartphone. Oh, here we will introduce mobile compliant, like reporting CBDC in the Palau, and they have SDK. So we want this for integrates with the stable coin. We only for some very popular stable coin like USDT and the USDC, etc. And it also supports transactions can be done with only fiat and maybe crypto money. Because in this world, there's almost all these countries are involved with crypto knowledge. So let me go quickly to have a glance of what we achieved so far with the Turtle X, and this is already alive in our testing. So here you will be able to check all these properties info in this Turtle X page, and you will find all the more details like about the risk level, the categories, and who's the issuer, the manager, and you're going to have all these comparison. And the investor, they will know if they have interest to buy a piece of the tokens, maybe like $50 because it's been fragmented, and everybody can like own a small piece of the house, and they can enjoy the future income and or receiving the dividends. I think it is really bring the future in a way like if you want to build a house, but it's very difficult to get money from the National Development Bank. Instead of this way, I think the future economy is open markets. Everybody can freely choose which money they can put to get the future income and get more specific service from buying this kind of tokens. Yeah, and I give more example like how we do a couple of sets in this platform. Like there will be more geological application when they try to do like estimation and calculation carbon CO2 emission in some area. For example, you will compare like 5 years ago you invested in some coconuts, and 5 years later you will see the difference with not real time monitoring, but with like some satellites comparison. And here's like this the certification, and they are all has been audited. So this will be a little complicated. I'm not trying to dive into too much details, but simply it's like you find the right people to buy and find the right people to sell. So we also have the secondary marketplace. And let me talk more about what we are developing now in Palau. We have been investigating some projects like the Dolphin Pacific, Dolphin Park in Palau. And for this part, I want to invite Elaine to introduce more.
Thank you, Joy. It's our joint project. Of course, we here in Palau, we all know that getting a loan to build a house, getting a loan to build your pig farm, getting a loan to build your taro farm is difficult, and then it requires a lot of interest. Sometimes you have to put all of your assets as collateral. And we want to change that because now we have this huge number of digital resident community we can engage them to actually crowdfund and accelerate development of Palau. And in exchange, anybody, not just a digital resident, anyone in Palau, you can also crowdfund, like putting a little money to invest, say, the amazing condo project I'm going to build in Nico Bay. And if you just put in, say, $100 and you buy like one piece of the ownership and property, and then you get 8% dividends per year. That's better than saving your money in the bank. So this is the crowdfunding tokenization platform that we're building, and we want to then democratize investment, democratize development. So tokenizing a lot of different properties here, and also ESG products, ocean project, and so on and so forth. The product platform is now live or in alpha as well. TurtleX.xyz, because turtle is my favorite animal, and it's also the spiritual animal in Palau, and X stands for exchange. So come ask us for questions later. You know me, and Joey will be also sitting on the panel to talk about water organization of Palau Ocean. Thank you. So stay on. So now after this, we have a panel to then talk, discuss in more details about tokenizing Palau's blue carbon, and which is also one of the RWA real world access. This will be moderated by Gwendolyn. Yes. Wendy is the founder of One Question. He used to work in BNB chain and was leading the unconference session earlier in the work there. And we also have Stella Lowe, Chief Product Officer from Coverface. Yes, and we had Joey, who you just heard. And we also have the superstar speaker, Christoph Evell, the founder and CEO of, is he here? He was here. He was here. Okay. Christoph. Sitting behind me. Okay, Nomika. Founder and CEO and Nomika Triscale, Christoph Evell, where are you?
Okay, it's outside.
Okay.
He's just outside. It's outside. I'll grab him.
Well, everybody heard his talk yesterday. He's talking about using Palau's natural resources as a backing for the CBDC project, which means to translate the real world assets into CBDC. Another approach of tokenization. All right, I will give the microphone to Rain.
Thank you so much, Elaine, for that fabulous introduction. Welcome, Christoph.
Hello.
Red carpet, right?
Yeah, I signed up for the Rock Island trip, so last minute.
So that was 4 p.m. Yeah, right? You made it in time. I think. I don't know. Okay. But well, good afternoon, everyone. Well, the last two sessions, I think. So thank you, Joey, for that presentation of TotalX. I did not know there are quite a few projects already. So today, our panel, the title is Tokenization and Palau's Blue Carbon. So if you've been here the afternoon, we've heard a lecture, a talk on blue carbon already, a bit academic, and there's a lot of good material there. We had an introduction from Bukash, on Palau and the potential there is. And so today in this panel, I want to go deeper a little bit into tokenization, but also specifically blue carbon and how we can really kind of explore this opportunity for Palau. So before I get started, I'll do a very quick introduction about myself. So my name is Gwen, and I've been in the crypto space for several years. I'm in sabbatical now, so chilling out and doing nothing, which is great. But I just spent 2 years at BNB Chain and Binance, where I built and led the investment fund for BNB Chain, and I was also at Binance Labs, and really just looking at an ecosystem, working with startups and projects to bring them on BNB Chain. So today I know nothing about blue carbon, right? So that's why I was super interested to really hear from the panelists. And so let's go down the line a little bit. So I would love each of you to kind of do a very quick 1-2 line intro about what your company does and how you're contributing to the general sustainability space and perhaps blue carbon specifically.
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Stella, the Chief Product Officer of Carbon Base. So a very quick introduction to what we've done and what we're doing right now. So for the past 3 years, we try to provide carbon calculation service and also consultancy for big companies like real estate companies, Porsche, like Piaggio, and also like Schneider, kind of thing like that. But along the way, we found that people are lack of incentives to do that. So that's why we actually initiated a reserve to earn model that we will reward people who spend $1 to purchase carbon credits with 1 token, and they can use that token to purchase NFTs and also redeem as a discount voucher or like coupon to purchase food from a restaurant in Hong Kong. And also we found that there are so many things we can do to improve existing registries, from like optimizing the end user experience to integrating IoT sensors to collect data more efficiently, and to using tamper-proof DLT to collect data more to guarantee the data integrity, something like that. So we're closely working with the HBAR Foundation, like Sabrina just mentioned us. So we're working closely with them and trying to make carbon credits on blockchain as an NFT market and without writing smart contract ourselves. So in terms of the blue carbons, I would say like, first of all, blue carbons also is kind of like carbon offset projects, but it actually comes from ocean. And that's why I wear it like this today. So it's green carbon offset and blue carbon offset. Yeah. But anyway, so I would say, so Palau actually have very many, like so many abundant resources from the marine system. But the more importantly is we need to find out which can be modified or which can be transformed into the carbon credits, because later we may talk about something about additionality, which is very crucial to carbon offsets.
Amazing. Thank you, Stella. Joey. I guess people have just heard what you do, but for Total X, but I didn't talk about Decimal Lab.
Okay, thank you. So Decimal Lab is a French fintech company. And what we are doing is actually building an on-chain sweet settlement system for real-world assets. So we care about the cross-border money transferring, and also we are developing regulatory technology for anti-money laundering and for like small media enterprise easier get funded in a more decentralized way. And we have different use cases based on our platform. So we are more talking about the data rights authentication, and also in the intellectual property application based on the immutable and shakeable blockchain. So like in real estate tokenization and the carbon credit tokenization is actually like our first trial, and we have been successfully doing few use cases in this related field.
And Total X is the latest one.
Yeah, Total X definitely is the most significant project that I really have confidence and it's very promising and creates a social impact in Palau and even worldwide, because in the Micronesia area, I think a lot of countries they really find how to bridge in the real world economy on chain, but not like only the fully native crypto assets. It didn't really bring a lot of millions to the local people, and that's the challenge and the question I'm still like trying to figure out.
Okay, thank you so much, Joey. Christoph.
Thank you so much. So I'm the founder and CEO of Nomica. Nomica is a company that sometimes I describe as an ESG mining company, which is not always well positively connotated. But what we do is we provide infrastructure for projects, for ESG projects, specifically carbon, but also plastic, social projects, etc., to safely originate this directly on chain, which means we put the metadata Joey just mentioned in his talk directly on chain, which means we have an unbroken chain of traceability. We also have a marketplace for those products, be it carbon credits, be it biodiversity credits, or others, scope 3 insets if you want to get more technical. Our main philosophy is, however, and this is our focus, is to surface the ecosystem services value of ecosystems, including on a country level, and this is what we're also discussing a little bit here with Palau, and we have conversations with the central bank in the Maldives about this, and Mongolia, to bring to the table this value and make this liquid as well. So in order to do what I think Carbon-Based also believes in, is to make the existing or like intact ecosystems more valuable than let's say extractive projects in general.
Thank you so much, Christoph. So let's dive into the potential in Palau. So we've all heard that Palau has seas and oceans that's the size of France, right? Way bigger than the amount of land. And yet this is just, it's still unexplored. It's very, very nascent. We have a few associations already in Palau looking at the blue carbon space. So it's really, really the start of it. So it's extremely exciting. So going to that, where's the opportunity here? Stella, you talked about kind of which part to
use the word, I think, extract value, right? So from your experience and looking at what Palau has in its diverse ecosystem, where do you think is the biggest opportunity for Palau in blue carbon?
I think first of all, so for carbon offset project, it has to be, like additionality I just mentioned. I think this is a like really challenge for Palau because additionality actually refers to carbon emission reduction wouldn't occur without support from purchasing carbon credits. For instance, if there were more mangroves were planted in Palau for tourists to do paddleboarding, and although it will be like absorb more carbon emission objectively, but it can't be certified as a carbon offset project because it would benefit anyway. It would like the emission reduction would occur anyway due to the economic like benefits from the tourism. So and tourism makes up the largest part of Palau's revenue. Yes, true. And so I think it's really like a huge challenge for it. But I think Vera actually developed like a mangrove forestation kind of methodology, and methodology is quite new. But we are looking forward to new methodologies come up here. And I saw there is like Palau Ocean Foundation out there. They're trying to build their first like blue carbon methodology in Palau. I think it might take like 1 or 2 years to do that from Vera. But there is another interesting thing is that so Queensland government in Australia actually just released kind of like create a reef credit scheme that actually they want to improve the water quality to protect Great Barrier Reef and work similar to the carbon credit scheme. And definitely it has their own rules and guidance for product developers to do that. And they must be registered with a specific NGO called Eco Australia Market. And then they can be rewarded with some reef credits. So it is kind of like initiatives taken by government and want to do that, from the top down. How successful is that project in Australia? So it's just like released last month. Yes, it's quite new. And from the other hand, I think that so Palau runs way faster than any other country in terms of adopting cryptocurrency as national currency. So I think another opportunity is that they can actually build the registry on the blockchain. Because, like on the blockchain, the carbon credits will be showed as NFT kind of format with specific metadata, like different parameters, different locations, different aims with that specific NFT. And also they can use that NFT to tell a good story. Because I got the inspiration from the conference this morning, and they said, only matters is to tell a good story. Because what we want to do here is trying to have like scale up the more benefits and more capital without having so much footprint here.
So I want to link to bring to Christoph, right? So we talk about provenance of blockchain all the time, and something that we discussed and you kind of said earlier as well is that when we look at the work that you do, it's all about verifying the origination, the source of the carbon credits. So it goes to something like this where blue carbon is completely new. Australia has tried to do some work. The Ocean Foundation is starting out. How do we really kind of determine the origin of these stories and that these stories are true?
Yeah, so I mean, there are different ways, obviously, and there is also a pretty solid body of scientific research in terms of those methodologies. The problem is just the methodologies aren't standardized in any way, so basically everybody tells their own story. In terms of creating trust around this, I think that's kind of one of the questions we're discussing here. Technology, at least, can to a certain extent bring that in the sense that we can create water quality or biodiversity quality with measurements like eDNA. That's kind of the DNA that's dissolved in the water, and you can find out basically who swam there in the last 14 days, whoever passed through there, and you can make a baseline and then see, what measure.
So is that from skin cells or pee?
It's just from all the cells. I mean, who swam? I mean, mostly meaning the fish, pooping, everything that comes off of you, basically, as a fish, mostly, or a turtle. Well, I guess people too. So, anyways, you can find out what happened there. That's one way, and bringing this directly on chain, this data you're creating, you can create a delta between like what happened there like 2 months ago and what's happening there now. And then you can correlate that with an action that has been taken. And then you can see, you have this baseline, you have this additionality, you can create that delta. Similar things can be done with infrared from space or drones or other water quality measurements. Sediment in terms of low carbon, visual sediment checks can be done very easily with probes. So again, you can establish those kind of parameters. Then you can establish deltas, and those can translate into carbon. They can translate into biodiversity. And what's I think really interesting, and also going to be, I'm just going to spin this a tiny bit further. In terms of what's actually getting onto the market, what we see today is carbon that has additional benefits, not just carbon, but also a biodiversity component. They tend to fetch higher prices than just your regular carbon offset per se. And last point, in terms of the origination and the trust here, I think what we always have to remember is that we are doing this inside of a social context as well. And we should kind of refrain from just kind of dropping in tech solutions onto an existing, population, existing also stewardship that's already there. So in a way, blockchain also provides the possibility to integrate ancient wisdom to a certain extent into those kind of origination.
What do you mean ancient wisdom?
Well, I mean, there are usually practices around, let's say, I know it's a little bit from the rainforest situations. There are practices that are agriculture practice or fishing practices here that are actually in sync with nature, and they're not degrading nature. They're actually sometimes actually enhancing it, or certain farming techniques. And these can be integrated as part of the origination story and make it also in a certain way. Since we're talking about story, this also brings value to the asset itself. Right?
Okay, basically try to quantify these ancient pieces of wisdom into a methodology.
Yeah, or at least integrate them and also, then create maybe social benefits that come from that.
Okay, very cool. And in terms of this then, for Palau, you talked about, having probes looking at sediment and stuff like that. And we're talking about hardware now, right? About assessing and verification. So for that, which would be the lowest hanging fruit?
In terms of sensors?
Yeah, sensors.
Yeah, I would say probably sediment visuals, like optical sediment analysis would probably be one of the most sort of direct ones that would look at the carbon as a sediment. But also, anything that can establish correlates between a parameter that changes on the x-axis, so to speak, and a parameter that changes on the action on the impact piece.
I'm not sure whether any of you would know the stats here, but what timeline are we talking about? Like from day 1 and day, I don't know, 90, month 3, will we see changes?
Yeah, it depends on, okay, so I think we have to distinguish 2 things, right? We have to distinguish action-based additionality projects that say like we're changing something in order to generate a benefit, and that delta is what we're selling, so to speak, expressed in carbon or expressed in some kind of other benefit, right? The other option that we have is to look at, and this is, I think, something I would suggest looking into here, is to assess the ongoing services that this ecosystem, as it presents itself today, provides to the planet, and assess that value and make that value available to the market. And that would requires a little bit more in a sense, let's say, and this is why I'm talking about it in the context of the country, because in a country you can have the legislative and let's say international agreement support that can actually make this happen. And if my proposal that we're doing for countries in, especially in the global south, is to make that available as a value, and this is like billions per year, right? So that's a little bit different from like having impact projects that are that are creating a delta from what it is now to what it is in the future. To your question, though, in general, it's a couple of months, depending on the parameter you're changing. If it's cleaning up water for a reef, it can be pretty quick.
Yeah. So let's go to Joey, because your work with Turtle X, I think, is new.
right? And there's various projects Eileen and yourself kind of just talked through in your talk. So for that, are you looking at a specific, how are you assessing, the project, the success?
Yeah, so first, the turtle X is a very interesting point, like, ancient times, just like the president is showing you the turtle shell, they call it look as a money. And so I really want to say, where there's turtles, there's whales. So what's lacking in here is actually, they don't have the base for bringing out the digital economy. And the digital economy must be highly connected with the local industry, like they have seaweed farming projects, but where the money can provide for the launch, they need the individual fund to launch aqua farming projects. And actually not big money, maybe just like few thousand. So in this way, it's easy, we can do it efficient P2P fundraising and helping this kind of group projects, and they get a start in money and up. Maybe this maturity phase is quite, in special reason, it takes like 6 months to harvest. They can share these seeds into anywhere in this, Japan, in the sushi restaurant. So this would be formatting the agricultural supply chain from financial supply chain to the food supply chain. So what I want to emphasize here is actually when we started like listing more tokenized projects on TurtleX, it's going to bring huge impacts for anyone. They're going to learn how these works, how run these projects in a more efficient way. Not like lending money from the government, from the banks. This has high interest, and in this way, they are the owner. They are a part of the ownership. Because the projects bring the best benefits is fractional ownership. So everybody can really feel they own the stuff as a proof of existence of their assets.
Which is actually, that part is interesting, right? Because it's retail, a person, right, could just go in, individual person, and I think Stella did something also the carbon-based offers, right? I, as a retail person, I could buy $10 worth of carbon credits. So maybe from your perspective then, when you talk about Palau and the blue carbon opportunity again, right, and you're talking about additionality, maybe one thing I'd like to, maybe to simplify a little bit, maybe Christoph, kind of what you talked about, another angle to look at is also what is claimed to, what will happen, for example, sediment increase, right, or more seagrass increase, and what may not happen, where we're talking about in the green world, like deforestation. Right. So, in the green world, the current traditional carbon credits world, there's greenwashing, as there's double counting of carbon credits. And one thing that I think a big problem also happens is that how do you prove a counterfactual? How do you prove that something would have happened, but did not happen because of your efforts, right? So I think that's a very, very difficult problem to solve. And I wonder whether anyone has any thoughts.
Yes, I'm glad that you mentioned like greenwashing. So it is also, we have a greenwashing. And I think the principle between two of them are similar. So I think there are actually many ways to prevent that, but the most important two ways I want to mention is that first is that we want to encourage product developers to develop high quality, high impact project in Palau, like try to support more sustainable development goals as many as possible, like support no poverty, provide more job opportunities to indigenous people, and try to cultivate a more like gender equal environment for women, this kind of thing. So in this case, the cost of the carbon credits won't be too low, and they can mark their price a little bit high. This is the way to prevent companies from purchasing low price carbon credits and declare that they are carbon neutral because they purchase carbon credits. But on the other hand, they actually emit so much carbon emission, and they don't make an effort to reduce their emission from supply chain.
Or to repeat what you just said, right? So you're saying that this is the baseline for what a typical blue carbon credit will cost, for example. And are you saying that because it also adds on a whole other slew of positive externalities, like what Christoph kind of mentioned, that the price should increase, should be priced in? Are you saying that?
it depends, actually, it depends different methodology of the how carbon credits are issued. So for example, for mangroves reforestation, it actually costs a lot of money and effort because it requires hardware and also divers to plant grasses on the segment. So basically, it will improve the cost of the carbon credits. And then to make some money, to sustain this kind of carbon offset project, they can mark up a little bit to their carbon credit price, and they can sell it to the real carbon credit buyer. So if I were a company that I wanted to greenwashing, right? So I tend to purchase like $10 per ton instead of like 50% per ton, but their results are the same because one carbon credit is equals to 1 ton of CO2 removed. But in the same time, so if the carbon price is too low and companies are purchasing low, like the price of the carbon credits, and they can declare that, oh, we're carbon neutral, we're carbon negative, but they actually didn't try to do anything to cut their emission from their supply chain and making goods for their production. Yeah, and the second thing I want to talk about is very interesting. So there is a mechanism called CBAM, stands for Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. So it is actually developed by European Commission. So basically, you can imagine as a carbon border tax, and it urges high emission companies like fertilizer, electricity, cement, something like that, to start keeping track of the carbon emission related to the goods they import. So it will actually it prevents companies, outside the European, trying to move their industry to the places with weaker environmental governance to avoid carbon costs. And also, this is the way to bring all the companies within the EU and also outside the EU kind of thing at the same part, at the same page when it comes to environmental commitments and carbon pricing. So I think, so if they don't meet that CBAM, they will be punished with carbon border tax. So it is kind of like a penalty, and they would have incentive, to reduce their carbon emission for their supply chain, and also they would purchase carbon credits in a reasonable price in the EU. So this is something that we think we can, Palau can think about how can we issue this kind of mechanism to incentivize this kind of production to prevent blue washing.
Yeah, I just have some piece on the pricing, and I think it's important to understand the drivers for carbon pricing, right? So, but obviously we have the voluntary market, which, by the way, I mean, right now you can buy a ton of carbon offset for 89 cents, right? So it's not even close to 20 or 30 dollars at this time. It crashed since February, pretty much by an order of magnitude. So that's really a problem. The drivers you mentioned as well is obviously regulation, and the EU is pushing ahead here very clearly. That will impact about 50,000 companies in Europe plus their entire supply chains. So that's quite significant. It's not clear how that's going to affect the voluntary market. I mean, it's definitely going to. You're looking at the regulated market in Europe. We're talking about $80 a ton, right? So that's a big difference. But they're interesting, things just to give you an idea of the complexity here. If you're trading scope 3 insets, which is kind of like inside of the industry, practices that can be traded in terms of carbon, you're talking about $150 per ton. Plastic at this point at some point gets to $600 a ton, etc. So what we're looking at here is quite a complex market structure with different diverse drivers. One big driver that's going to come up now is also the trading under Article 6.2 in the Paris Agreement, so the trading between countries, which is something we're focusing on, which will probably drive the price per ton, even on the voluntary market, to probably around $30 or so a ton, this will vacuum up a lot of the voluntary carbon that's currently on the market, and potentially some of the lower quality stuff. So the industry will change quite a bit as a function of that. And I think to be successful in this market, to make sure that we're actually, getting those returns to actually finance this project, we have to understand this from a data perspective and understand what the drivers really are.
Okay, so just to conclude, kind of last question for everyone, to make it more concrete, right? So blue carbon again in Palau is just starting. Realistically, or from a visual or practical perspective, what can we as individuals see or feel if blue carbon really takes off in Palau, say over the, I don't know, next 5 years? Joey?
Yeah, I think the most like you can feel intuitively is that you see more very blue project that's happened around your living space, right? That's usual. You grow C-suites or some energy projects, and also you may plant coconut trees. But with this enterprise, they try to deceive government and people is that they want to overstate what they contribute to the social responsibility to protect environment. And the carbon price like varies, and also nowadays we try to avoid blue washing or greenwashing. And the reality is that they actually paying the rights for pollution environments. It's the reality. What they try to purchase carbon credit to pretend they have enough social responsibility. And what really can make this change is we must have a clearly track what's the money going into these projects, and we see the changes here that happens in Palau. Yeah, and we need to really see the project and not just on the numbers of tons of carbon they offset.
Thank you so much, Joey. Stella?
I think the most direct impact is that we can bring more Palauans from other parts of the world back to Palau to contribute themselves to this beautiful country. And for example, to implement carbon offset projects, it actually requires a lot of like expertise, like you need to be a really good scuba diver, right? And I heard that from Palauans, like every Palauan is a mermaid. So that's their thing, right? So they can do it easily, like to plant seagrass on the segment, and they can like treat coral reefs really better than anyone else if they don't understand, what's the condition below the water, something like that. And also I want to, step back further a little bit and see a big picture is that actually Hong Kong has their own kind of marshes as well, but it hasn't been certified as a carbon offset project because it is managed and also conserved by WWF Hong Kong. So, but although we don't know how much carbon emission it actually helped reduce every year, we don't know the exact number, but I can actually see the how the marshes can cultivate biodiversity by providing habitats for water birds, migrants, and others. And so I did it there several times. And I see like the birds nesting, giving birth to the babies, feeding their babies, spending time with their families. And I believe that, and also Palauans want to leave their families looking at the stunning sunset together, right? Having dinner together. So, and also one impressive story I heard from the staff is that actually they found one of the birds, they put a ring on its foot for research purpose 19 years ago, was found 19 years later, again, in the marshes. And the rarity is 1 in a million for catching the same bird in the same route. So it is really stunning, right? And I believe that, Palauans should have more compelling stories to tell, because I mean, you guys live with the mantas, with the jellyfishes, with the sharks, right? You guys have got to have to tell a really good story and interpret it as a like kind of like intellectual property. This is our Palauans. This is belongs to us. This is what we have. This is what we can only find in Palau. So that's kind of like the message we want to convey to Palauans.
Okay, so more coconut trees, more Palauans, scuba divers come back. Christoph.
So yeah, I agree with what has been said. I would also caution maybe to not reduce Palauans to kind of like their environment.
Yeah.
And so you have to always be careful. I mean, we tend to romanticize that from the outside and maybe have a little bit of a, I'm guilty of that myself, obviously, and we have to be careful not to have a neo-colonialist attitude towards what you guys should be doing. Having said that, I think what we're discussing is very relevant. And from my perspective, what can be done very immediately is so we're talking with, UBS and Allianz, for instance, who are really interested in blue carbon as an asset, right? So if we are able to get together and originate some really high quality, a safe, traceable, auditable blue carbon, there is demand for that, and I think that's something that we can, if we can streamline that with the local authorities, if we can streamline it with all of us as a as a consortium perhaps or whatever, we can actually bring this to the big institutions. And we don't, let's not be afraid of them in the sense of that what we're doing is we're redirecting sort of extractive capital to regenerative capital. So that's what we're doing. We're going into those institutes and we're kind of hollowing them out in a certain way from the inside and using the tools that we have at our disposal in collaboration with the country.
Okay, that's a great ending. Thank you so much. So thank you, Krista from Nomica, Joey from Desmolat, Stella from Carbon Base, myself, Gwen from On Question. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my God, this is one of my favorite panels because not only I'm a collaborator of Turtle X, but tokenization is the next step for Palau. So any questions from the audience in terms of tokenization of Palau's blue ocean, blue carbon or renewable assets? No?
I'm curious, obviously, carbon credits is a positive. I wonder, how does the blockchain help it? And is it actually necessary to have it on the blockchain versus just trading it online on any other platform?
So I think blockchain was aiming to solve some questions like data integrity, because right now, so I like perhaps some of them have heard that Avera actually has some PR thing in Red project that they over issue the carbon credits that should have been issued. So that's kind of we need to ensure the data integrity, because right now all of the data were stored in a centralized database on their server, and we need to have a distributed ledger that we can put the data on the chain that everyone can access at any time. So this is one aspect. And the other part is that, so right now, the MRV stands for Measurement, Report, and Verification process is very manual. People have to send specific people to go on the site and take down on their notebooks, saying that, hey, this is, how much weight is the wood before cooking, and this is how much weight after cooking a meal, and take the delta and calculate with specific formula. And this is how they collect data and also monitor data. And what we want to do on the blockchain is that we want to connect IoT sensors and also satellites. Because we're in Hong Kong, we have so many strengths finding IoT companies in Shenzhen. It's like a Silicon Valley in China. So there are a lot of IoT suppliers that they can improve and also implement the IoT sensors, to test CO2 in density, humidity, wind speed, temperature, something like that, and they can be implemented to a specific area or a specific clean crystal to monitor data directly and also upload the data to the blockchain. And blockchain can, we have the formula on the blockchain, they can automatically calculate it and send the data to that. So that's kind of what blockchain technology can help.
Okay, are you convinced?
Partially, because obviously an IoT sensor can just connect to any centralized database. And I think there's also solutions for data integrity, but I think maybe the data integrity piece would be the more compelling one. I just would like to understand one.
Yeah, it's probably, you're right. Can it be done with no blockchain? Of course it can be. That's how we did stuff before. It's just going to be cheaper and safer with blockchain. Blockchain in this case, in this particular case, it's just tech. right? So it's just easier, better, quicker, and also the products you have, everything's natively on there, and then you can connect to all kinds of other applications. And since you already have it in digital format, you have a certain amount of transparency. It just brings down the per unit cost of a carbon credit in that sense, right? So, and it helps to improve the quality overall. It's not a magic bullet that solves all the problems, but it increases the efficiency of the entire system by quite a bit.
Right, let's give the panelists a round of applause. And we will have another whole day long conference tomorrow on the ocean. That would be a fantastic time to talk about this. So thank you. Yes. So now let's get to the last panel, which I will be moderating. So this last panel will be slightly at a different topic, but it's also a topic that I personally really care about, and also is an existing problem and challenge for Palau. So we're gonna explore the healthcare of Palau and the challenges and the solutions. So let's welcome Pearl Harumoto, Executive Director of the New Wellness Center. The Wellness Center Hospital in Palau. Yes, please sit. And we also have Abhijit Kaliha, founders and CEO of FarmMate, a pharmaceutical chain company and website from Singapore, and wanting to come to Palau to solve the problem. So we have another one. Okay. So I'm Elaine Wayne, founder and CEO of Chocolate Global. We've been just here in Palau, helping Palau to do a lot of the regional initiative and help educate the public on blockchain education. But me personally, I hold a PhD degree in biomedical engineering. I worked in Columbia Hospital and Stanford Medical Center for more than a decade. I was a researcher in genetics, stem cells, regenerative medicine, and also cardiovascular medicine. So I do care about medicine and healthcare a lot. And hopefully one day in Palau we can establish a special administrative region that allow all kinds of innovations, especially in biotech and longevity. Also one of the passions. So let's talk about the healthcare in Palau, since we're in Palau and we want to talk about healthcare. So Pearl, what is the current situation of the healthcare system in Palau and what are the challenges?
Let me start with in Palau tradition. I have to stand because you guys are the audience, but you have to sit down anyway. So we've been talking about blockchain, but I have to do this in a disclaimer. I have no idea what is blockchain. I cannot even operate a really simple smartphone. So, but we, as a group of Palauans, been here for the last couple of, grew up here, and we are so dedicated to improve the human health aspect of Palauans. We are so famous with the environmental health protection that is so high that I'm very fascinated that this conference is talking about blockchain and environment. So I know we are in pristine paradise, and thank you for coming, but I'm going to show you a little bit of a not so pristine in terms of our healthcare system because we are a developing country. So next slide, please. So, as you know, in the world, developing countries are not so rich. So maybe blockchain is another way to make something better, but we are so rampant with non-communicable diseases. So these 58% of our population are diabetes and 72% are obese. And these are the national data from the hospital. And then we spent $25 million in the last 10 years for 2,000 patients that have cancer. Next. So we're a small country. We're about a mid-sized university that maybe blockchain and all these people in this room can reform our healthcare system. So we have one hospital that 80 beds with a switch capacity of 100 that can serve about 20,000, but living on island are probably about 50,000. And then we have one ER, so don't get sick, so be careful tomorrow. And then we have 8 community centers, which is spread around Palau, that are connected by land and then also separated by oceans or the sea. We have 4 private clinics and 1 pharmacy. Medical records is where the interest in this summit. So it's still paper-based. Palau National Hospital is doing a project trying to digitize their records, but systems are still a little fragmented, and we do have national insurance. The challenges, Elaine, is looking at paper-based medical records. Every day, our records, our identity is compromised because it's paper-based. So if it goes through the chain of services, somebody see whatever. And so, knowing that living in a small, very, very small community, there are always that coconut wireless, like, oh, I saw you have that disease. So that compromised every aspect of that medical record. And medical errors are very common from small to big because we're still developing our systems. And service providers do not share information. So I can go to this first clinic and then I don't feel satisfied. So I go to the next clinic tomorrow and the information doesn't get exchanged. Also, emergency access, we can improve that, but nobody can access any patient records or medical records. And also we can use that improvement to see all the patient records in the times of disasters and emergencies. And these are small, and there are a lot of like my dream of how maybe Elaine can help come up with all these solutions. But I was been learning for the last 2 days, and I'm such a believer now that maybe looking at blockchain is a possibility to improve healthcare systems, to protect the privacy, and then also share the information in case of an emergency. But I would like to have my personal records in my hands, so I can determine that wellness outcome for you as an individual. I think that's the power of what I've learned today and yesterday, is to have that information on my hand to determine if I want to improve my health status as an individual. So next. So thank you, blockchain and this summit, for trying to transform our human health protection to be as parallel as the environmental pristine paradise in Palau.
Please sit down. So let's start the panel. So we have just heard the status and update from Pearl. Thank you for these presentations about the current status of the healthcare situation in Palau. So we have learned that you just shared most Palauans had diabetes and cardiovascular diseases, and there's only 1 ER, and everybody has health insurance, but the records is not being shared and transparent in between hospitals. However, people in the healthcare service center then can get access to the privacy data, and will be, people will get poked fun to. So that privacy is compromised. Yeah. So, but in addition to the healthcare records, I want to explore a little bit more on the actual therapeutic side, because we know there's diagnostic, there's therapeutic, and there's like data storage. Let's explore a little bit on the therapeutic. In the therapeutic, what I know is there's pharmaceutical or there's surgery procedures, and that's remove the surgery because that involves humans. How about pharmaceutical situation? Are the medicines very readily available? For example, diabetes patients will require their medicines on a regular basis. Are they readily available? Will there be a shortage of that? And also, is the price transparent or is the price expensive?
Well, one of those points in that busy slide was pharmaceutical and medical supplies chain, and it's not always available. So one glucose stick can become a life-threatening if you go into the ambulance to pick up a patient that is diabetic, but then you don't know how to, we cannot test the current sugar level because we run out of glucose because none of all the vendors here doesn't have it. So that kind of inventory, supply inventory, and that transparency of where there's the sourcing out, it's just we don't know who has it and who doesn't have it and when does it arrive. So that is the black hole in terms of pharmaceutical and medical supplies too.
I see. Follow-up questions on that. Where do you actually acquire or receive your pharmaceutical supply? Is it directly from USA or Taiwan or Japanese government? Because I do know that Palau receive regular supplies from USA, Taiwan, and Japan.
It's depend because there's private clinics that have their own pharmacy and then they have their own vendors. And then the government has their own vendors. So it's very fragmented. And suppliers can range from the US based all the way to India and Taiwan. The other country donates medical and pharmaceutical products, but not necessarily it matches the formality where we use it on a daily basis.
I see. So I'm hearing that it's a very heterogeneous source of pharmaceuticals, and sometimes it requires availability or donations, basically the kind of the expense of other countries. Another follow-up question on that is, what is the procedure for the, say, a pharmacy here or a clinic to acquire pharmaceutical made directly from Africa or India? Do they have to pass through like certain levels of approval process, or is it only distributed by governments, or how does it work?
Individual company can order their stuff as long as they have a license from the Ministry of Health. So you can own your pharmacy. There's a regulation in there, and you can open your pharmacy, but you're free to choose your vendors to come in.
I see, understand. So now I want to then explore solutions with Abhijit, as we have explored the challenges for the pharmaceutical. So I will let Abhijit to first introduce his company, and maybe he can provide one of the solutions here.
I think Pearl is very right. And like there are three predominant problems that is across there in emerging countries. Like we are also company which solves or addresses the global south. So whenever you go to the global south countries like Latin America, Southeast Asia, and Africa, these problems are very rampant. One is access. Like most of the countries don't have the access to the medicine, which causes in 10% of the deaths that should not happen if you just have the access. It's not about the pricing. Pricing is a different thing. And then comes the pricing. Like pricing is a big problem because one Panadol or one paracetamol in Singapore is $1, but when you go to India, you can buy 100 paracetamol in $1. So the price arbitrage and the price difference is huge across different geographies. And the third is the quality. Like there are different kind of regulations, like WHO GMP is the minimum, then EU GMP, then there is the Latin America FDA, and there is the US FDA. So a lot of times the countries who are not getting the medicine and they're paying the higher for a lower quality price. So these are like the very common problems across geographies in the global south, emerging countries. So now I can tell you like what we are doing about it. So maybe I will bore you with a video. So that's how it works.
When he's getting ready for his videos and slide, I also want to share that I know in Palau that when one person gets really sick and requires really big medical procedures or attentions, they will go to Taiwan, and people in Palau will crowdfund and just give a little money and so that the sick persons can afford flights to Taiwan to seek such complicated medical procedures. And that community essence it is really powerful, but at the same time, made me wonder that if we can have just help and just leverage the power of digital community or any kind of a blockchain solution in here in Palau, that will be very powerful. So that's way for RPG.
No, you are right, and that is amazing. So to introduce ourselves, like we are the largest pharmaceutical marketplace right now. So we do B2B cross-border. So we acquire the manufacturers and suppliers from India and China and send it to the emerging countries, emerging continents like Southeast Asia, Latin America, and Africa. And we are closely working with a few governments in Africa because when we went there, then we realized that they are at least paying 30% higher for a substandard medicine that they are acquiring. So what I will do is like I will play a video where you can learn more about it. And then I will also tell that what we are doing on blockchain.
Okay, since we cannot hear that, Abhijit, would you like to just go to the website and then explain through instead of watching the video?
So basically, there are like what I realized through Pearl that there is no FDA in Palau. Mostly we have the FDA, that is the cause of entry barrier. So if there is no voiceover, but yeah, it will give you a fair idea if you are trying to reach something. But yeah, that is the whole idea. So you can acquire from India and China at a very cheaper price, and it can definitely address a lot of problems. So most of the transaction doesn't happen. People know the arbitrage. People know it is very cheap in India and China, but they still don't go to India and China because of the lack of trust and transparency. Because they don't know who the vendor is. Because they don't know what is the kind of quality they are going to get. Because they don't know will the payment be safe. So we are predominantly solving three problems. One is the discovery of buyers and sellers. Like you can reach out to the verified buyers and sellers through us. Two, it's trade assurance like Alibaba. We hold your money. It's kind of an escrow. So if you make the payment stays with us till the time you confirm that, okay, I got the right order, which I ordered, and then we release the payment. And third is the trade finance. Like trade finance is really important in Africa, where 50% of our orders need trade finance. Even the government, like we have a contract of around $60 million with the government of Rwanda. Even there, we are providing the trade finance from a couple of our trade finance partners in Singapore. One is Korea. So these are three major problems that we are solving. The video is predominantly about that the problem is discovery, trade finance, and trade assurance. One of the other wonderful things that we have done is like we have created a product cost calculator. Like we have made 3 million transactions live. So you can real-time track at what price which medicine is being sold to which country. For example, if I put azithromycin, which is a very common medicine, I can have if somebody wants to suggest the name of any medicine, I'm open to it. Like, do you want to check any particular thing? But yeah, let me start with azithromycin.
Insulin?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, insulin is crazy high in USA, but if you go to Canada, the price is like 90% cheaper. Just like, yeah. USA is like a different planet. It's not Earth, to be honest. Like,
Why is that?
everything is different. Yeah, you can see the pricing. So we have 3 million transactions. So you can real-time track. Like currently we have 3 countries data, but by the end of the year we're planning to have 30 countries data. So you can see that same medicine, same supplier is sending to the different country, 3 different buyers for 3 prices. Because they don't have the idea like what is the price, and the arbitrage is so big. Like one Panadol is $1 and in India it's 100. So the arbitrage is so big that people are not able to find out like what is the correct price, and they think it's okay. So we open up the price that you can just check what is the ballpark figure, and maybe you pay 10% higher, not 50% higher, what they are charging. So this is one of the other things we are doing. And lastly, there are some blockchain applications that we are doing that I can play.
Thank you, Abhijit. We will send the video to the audience later.
It's
So,
quite small, yeah, okay.
yes, please.
Yeah, I know I'm boring you guys.
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Let me do a brief before you visible traceability. You can see the timestamp and you can see the origin of the medicine by scanning the QR code. So that is first thing, and the second thing is tracking. You can see the whole transactions on the chain because it helps in dispute resolution. Somebody ordered something and they got something else. So if the entire data is on the blockchain, the data integrity is there. Third part is like we are converting the documents to NFT, so it cannot be tampered with. There is a lot of problem with tampering in the cross-border transactions. And the fourth is like reviews and ratings are on blockchain. So yeah, that's all.
All right, please sit down.
Yeah.
Thank you, Abhijit. That's one of the big problems of, in terms of pharmaceutical pricing in the whole world, because we never really know what is the correct price of the medicine we receive every time we go to a hospital. Like I live in New York City, San Francisco, Taiwan, and Palau, and I bet you the medicine I receive in every country is very different. Like the medicine I receive in San Francisco is like 1 times than Taiwan. So, how can Palau then benefit from this specifically? Can Palau clinics like Pearl purchase all the pharmaceuticals from your platform? There's an echo. Can we turn it off?
So to answer this question, I yesterday sat down with Pearl and tried to understand how they are procuring. So it's very interesting. So they are procuring from different destinations. And the other thing is there is no FDA, like there is no approval committee of Palau. First, I will suggest you guys to have a.
There is a committee, you need to have a license, there's a regulation with the Ministry of Health, but it's not called FDA, but you have to meet those regulations in order for you to be able to get your medicine into the pharmacy.
So you need to register for pharmacy or you need to register to get the drug in?
Pharmacy.
Yeah, getting the pharmacy, yeah, you have but in every other country, you will have a agency for which you have to go through to pass the medicine quality. The first thing I would suggest to go through the approval committee that you guys need to set up because of the quality of medicine. The other thing is like we are dealing with a lot of US FDA companies, and I can guess like what are the price Palau is paying right now. I think they are paying almost 30 to 40% higher for which is substandard medicine. So maybe you can change to the like FDA, US FDA standards, and even then the pricing will be lower to what you guys are procuring right now.
So for the follow-on question to that, say if I live in a country where pharmaceutical is expensive using your very transparent price comparator, and then I notice that, oh, the medicine of Taiwan is really cheap. And how is it possible for me sitting in San Francisco to purchase medicine in Taiwan price? Is that what you're suggesting?
So, like I said, we are dealing in the global south. US has its own problems, so we try to stay away from the US for at least a couple of years. So yeah, if you talk about any other country, really, so we are currently not operating in the US and Europe, but yeah, global south, emerging countries, yes, we can. There are ways to get, like, we are creating the long tail of pharma. So by the end of the year, you will have more than 10 million products. So I think people can find even very rare and obscure medicines here at a very reasonable price. That is the idea.
So you're saying that other than the USA, people in countries where the price of pharmaceuticals is expensive can actually go to your website and to see the traceable pricing and purchasing records on blockchain and then purchase from there. Will that then be subjected to additional regulations? Is your platform in compliance with multiple countries?
Yes, we are in compliance. Like we are a B2B cross-border, so we have to be in compliance. So we are completely in compliance. And even if some retail person wants some rare medicine, they can reach out to somebody we can suggest in that geography. That if you are in Argentina and you need some rare medicine, we can tell you, okay, you go to this supplier, you will send the medicine to this supplier, you can get it.
I see. Well, Pearl, do you think this possible? Would you like to experiment with IG?
Yeah, we have a couple of meetings with him on site conference, so having that dialogue and it can solve that, pharmaceutical. But, blockchain, for medical record is also an aspect that we really look into how we consolidate or organize and put that data, patient data information on individual access. So we talk about wellness process for individuals to own their stuff.
To be honest, like I can help you with that, like we have a blockchain developers. I can give you and they can develop a solution, but you have to put the data in. So we can build a tech solution for you. So
I love how this summit has just helped solve one problem in Palau. So thank you, Abhijit, for bringing the technology solutions and expertise and the future help to this amazing country. And thank you for sharing your insights and updates for the status of healthcare in Palau.
thank you so much, James.
So this is the last panel. Anybody have questions in terms of regarding the healthcare?
Wonder why you would think that having USDA standards really bring the prices of drugs. And
No, I'm not saying bringing the US FDA to be the very down. I'm saying you can have this US FDA standard medicine at the same price. You can get better quality at the same price on the whatever.
The other thing is there's no way for testing. There's not any way for chemistry for any of the products. So is there a mechanism that allows you to guarantee the quality?
Yes, we have testing partners in India who will test the products and send the report. They are like certified partners. Yeah.
You can make a lab here too, right?
Absolutely, if you want.
That would solve a lot of money.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
From the challenges you mentioned here, like the obesity and the diabetes, I know it's very common in the Pacific because it's seafaring people, and actually genetically you had to have very efficient carbohydrate metabolism in order to survive those long trips in the ocean. But what?
It's okay.
50 genes.
Yeah, so
50 genes.
but I think the solution is not those drugs, because I don't know if there's high correlation actually between those drugs and people life expectancy. I think the solution should be on nutrition and exercise. And maybe there should be like solutions to track or incentivize the population here for better nutrition, higher quality food, and more physical activity.
And that's exactly what I do with our NGO. Everything that you said, we've been doing for the last 15 years. We're looking at that data and we've been changing policy to have wellness process and access. And so part of being here is looking at the medical records, patient data that can be organized so the individual can own their own wellness screening and their data so they can make that decision along the way. So there's a lot of ramification around this obesity and it ranges from our political structure to our healthcare structures, even down to whatever theories our scientists have been saying about us. But at the end of the day, we have to own the process like everybody else. And I think technology like blockchain can organize the healthcare system so we can intervene that process of disease burden with wellness interventions if we have our data organized and understand who we are through science and data.
I think it's a very relevant question, and I appreciate the question because people do not realize that obesity is sometimes because of malnutrition. Obesity is a sign of malnutrition. People do not realize, and like how much nutrition is important to cure obesity is like very understated. So
I'm just saying that, by the way, on the solution side, you can quantify how much it costs to your economy to have an obese person, and then have like a program where if you're not considered obese, you get some sort of like a cash incentive or actually a token
because you save that money from the healthcare system of the country.
Yeah, there's that kind of a reward and incentivization program that's being built and also explored here. Because indeed, what I have noticed is that Palaus do not like to eat vegetables, and the vegetables are not very readily available in supermarket and all that. Like today, the lunch boxes we prepare for all of you, there were 20 vegetarian lunches. And our Palauan partners were like, who the hell is vegetarian? We're like, yeah, most people do. That's why I think that in Zulu, you know, if we come to Palau, we can really like try to do activities to facilitate and instill this healthy lifestyle. Yeah.
I think we need to understand that some of the reason why we're at this state of health is we don't have organized data to look at what's out there that can intervene that scale of that wildfire that we have. Because we do have funds, but it's very fragmented system and it's still fairly new. That's why we're looking at this system. And if we can incorporate exercise, nutrition classes, whatever wellness process that we have, this will open access. And when we understand through that data, we can improve people's lives using this kind of technology, because we will be in a better position to make decisions if we know through data. So I'm not an economics or whatever with this crypto. I'm looking at blockchain as a huge database that is secured with this patient. And I told you before, I don't know anything about technology, but it's the concept that I think I'm willing to go and open the envelope to see how we can organize. We're very few, so the data is probably going to be a penny drop in somewhere in the cyberspace. And if we can kind of agree to say, have the power to say yes, and look at a very small island that can change their statistics from this world disease burden as NCG, I think we can be a successful case study or pilot in a blockchain. There's it's been racing, so I want to give it.
I think this question statement is going to be an extension from the original question to your answers, which are actually all in line. It's the combination. I got to sit in on an AI conference, and it's is specifically on healthcare, combining AI with the blockchain, because the blockchain is needed for the records to be kept secretive, and then the AI is used for up to the second information for specifically that person on how to heal. And a lot of the solutions are not, they don't need a doctor. It's literally, they just need a prescription of better health. So I just challenge you to do that, because I'm from Guam and we have the biggest problem, as you know, we're probably higher percentage than you. I had no idea that those, there's a word for these things that where you get your blood transfused from, these centers. I thought they were like medical centers. No, they're not dialysis centers, right? They're actually where people get transfused. We have so many that we actually have centers all over Guam. Yeah, and it's huge. It's a huge problem. And so it's beyond genetic. It's a healthy lifestyle. But I did sit in on that. I'll happily share it with you. It was one of the big AI firms that said, get ready if there's a way to cross the doctor to the AI doctor for certain types of illnesses. Now's the time to do it, because it'll be way more effective than waiting for a doctor. Yes.
We did try. There's a group of us. We're certified life coaches, and we needed to do a presentation to the healthcare fund, and we sat with Dr. Yano. We were just playing with AI of how we put our context and see how it goes. So yes, I would like to explore that, because I think wellness process is a process where you can find it in your cell phone, and then you make that determination of how you're going to take care of it. So it's a lot of influence with using social media too for our people, our population, from the the old lady in the mistake to the fishermen, they're on their cell phone. So that's an opportunity to look into that and have our data be it that readily available for somebody to make their own decision. And the process is to have the individual power to make that decision, either you want to be healthy. So I think technology is a really good, excellent prompter for people to learn how to be healthy and maintain their wellness.
In India, there are two solutions which are called data-based decision making. So it is for doctors. So when doctors start writing the prescription and they put the prompts, it starts suggesting, okay, this can be this, this can be this, this can be this. I think the data storage can lead to that, where even a doctor can be 10 times more productive, and he won't have to do the alpha beta testing a lot of time to get it results. So I think this is huge, and if you can do the data-based making at some point time, there is a software actually. So you can just put the prompt and it will start giving you, okay, this might be a reason. It really helps the doctor.
Any other questions? If not, then let's thank Pearls and Abhijit for sharing this exchange and then having more exciting the culture of Palau to be to improve, and we can continue this collaboration after this summit. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Elaine.
And if anybody who has like any biotech, longevity tech, want to have to do experiment, then contact me.
Elaine, you're my new BFF.
Yes, of course. All right. So this concludes our Palau Blockchain Summit. Of course, does not end here. We have a whole day of rock island activity tomorrow, and we will visit some of the islands that we reserve, and we will swim with a shark. You will try spearfishing, and we will have a fresh seafood barbecue on the island. Of course, we will not rely on your catch because we will starve, but we will make sure we have enough fish for everyone. And so here's our closing remark. Before we head to the dinner later in Drop-Off, which is a restaurant by the marina, where His Excellency the President will join us there. But here I would like to just share my gratitude for a lot of you and all of you. This will not happen with so many of your help. This is our first time organizing an event like this in Palau, in such a remote place where all the supply has to be shipping from overseas, including this, including all the equipment, including the notebooks and everything. We have to print overseas, including your wristband, which was shipped, brought from Vietnam, got confiscated in the airport. So we had a lot of challenges, extremely limited funds, but we made it.
Yes.
Yes. Organizers on stage. So first, Palau Blockchain Society. If you're here, please come up. Yes, Alan, Jason, and yes, everyone. The Blockchain Society. Oh God, you're so tall. Helping us to reach everything here in Palau, and we've been just working together and all that. Thank you for making everybody have lunch boxes. Yes, and Palau Ocean Foundation, where's Andy Lai? Andy, you're gonna please come on stage. So hardworking and busy and amazing. And where is he?
Maybe outside.
He's too shy. He is like the CEO of Palau Ocean Foundation, but he does not even put himself on stage. He took him on spotlight, but he is so instrumental. He's a Andy, thank you so much for harassing every one of us. Saying, please send us your stuff. But thank you. As Palau Ocean Foundation, we have endorsed all the ESG products and projects, and he's also the one who invited a lot of you. And we had Queen from Cura and Suki Blockchain.
Oh, not here, Queen.
We're waiting to the next side event, so. One setting will be opening up in the yeah, we can show a creation later on, when we're in proper office.
All right, Queen, we send appreciation to you. You are so busy. All of these operations, and she makes sure all the things looks nice, pretty, all the time is on schedule, and everything else. We can never pull it off in this kind of scale without Queen. And she also led the amazing workshop for all the Palauan students this morning, and that really helped a lot of people, inspire a lot of them. So we're thank her for that. And we have Romona also from Seoul, Taiwan. Taiwan, and also being the person who does all the tech supports there, sitting in the corner. She's a co-founder of Theo, which then is exploring the also carbon credit and blockchain in Taiwan. So we also have our ecosystem partner, NG Starter, Prakash from NG Starter. Today, amazing dinner yesterday, help all of us, advise all of us to really bring out the unconscious element and everything. So thank you, Prakash. And we have Joey from Tesla Lab. I guess he also left. Joey also have been helping me personally to invite a lot of you, and he took a lot of time to also support agendas and everything. So we thank Joey too. Yes, Alan, can you come? Alan is like the father of all of this. He's a very legendary. Alan, please stand here. Yes, you deserve the spotlight. You deserve all the credits. You've been helping everyone, and let's give Alan a round of applause and let him say the closing remarks.
Oh my God, I've been talking so much, I think I'm getting too much attention. And I try to not stand next to Alan Jr. because when I do, I think he's much better looking than Dad, right? But Elaine, really, we want to thank you. I think really want to thank Elaine Wong, Dr. Wong, for all the hard work she has done to support everybody to get to this thing. I would like to say that tonight we'll be at drop off having sort of a last farewell dinner. I know we're going to the Rock Island as well. I'm happy to announce His Excellency, the President of Palau, will be joining us for dinner. We'll have a chance to say hello to you as well. But I would like to say, being that this is the first blockchain summit in Palau, and maybe even the first in Guam or Saipan or all of Micronesia, I think we have lit the fire of a new movement to keep growing and growing, and I'm very inspired. I know that a lot of information has been shared, a lot of technology has been shared, but a lot of good friendships and connections have been built. So on behalf of the Palau Blockchain Society, Metropolis, and all the organizers that have really done so much to make it all happen, I thank you all for coming and supporting and joining us. For those of you who have visited Palau for the first time, we hope that you love our country and we find friends here and return again and again. So again, Elaine, I think all of us also like to give you a big round of applause. Tonight at the dinner, I know there's no host bar because it's just a policy that we're not sponsoring any alcohol. But
the president is around.
no. The president is okay. Also, I've had numerous dinners with the president in San Francisco, with Chris Larson, the chairman of the Ripple. And Chris Larson asked me, and my daughter Ilana was there, and she asked me, Chris asked me, should we not serve wine because the president and his wife don't drink wine? And I spoke very loud and I said, Chris, I will drink the president's shares. So, no, he doesn't mind that we have alcohol, but I was gonna say, take a time to chill, relax, and enjoy a little bit of wine or cocktail and celebrate with us the huge success of the first ever Palau blockchain summit. God bless you and thank you so much.
All right, so, yes, you want to be, okay. But then the shuttle bus will take everyone to drop off at.
Yeah, 6 o'clock, there will be shuttle buses, you can check out on the schedule. The restaurant is called Drop Off, so a lot of people are confusing about like, where is the drop off? Drop off, we're going to drop off. So that's the schedule.
Okay.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, that's it.
6 o'clock, right in Malaysia, we leave for drop off. They have amazing fish and poke and the spicy one as well. So that's one of our.
Right.
And after that, we have free to hang out, casually just bomb and take the guide to those who are leaving and carry on for those who are still staying. Yes, so thank you everyone.
Here.
不行，拍了传过去。
刚刚那个麦克风都没开好，然后我们来换的。